Our boy is walking through the city, just a normal afternoon, and he glances to the side at this couple passing by. Cute girl, guy holding her hand. Just a chill couple, except that's not a girl. Unfortunately, it's not even a femboy. That's a demonic fox, wearing her body like a costume, and the boyfriend has absolutely no idea he's dating his girlfriend's killer, and it's not just her. Half the school, and even the student council queen, the shops, the patrol team that's supposed to protect everyone. The entire city has been taken over by these creatures called the Foxes of Natural Order, a type of monster that affects the perception of reality. Because of that, not a single soul has noticed, because that's their whole thing. With their powers, make a murder be perceived as two people talking. So a fox can literally eat a girl in the middle of the cafeteria, and everyone just keeps chewing their lunch like nothing's happening. The whole city turned into livestock, and humanity is day by day getting consumed. And the only person on the planet who can see it is this guy, the weakest kid in school that was assigned to a lifestyle class since his powers are useless. So how is the weakest the only one immune to the foxes? See, when our boy woke up in this world, he awakened what sounds like a broken ability. By spending his physical and mental energy, he creates gems, and if someone consumes one, he gains control over their life, their soul, even their consciousness. And as this evolves, he could copy others' ability. The gems could level up and unlock new skills. While everyone would have one, he could have infinite. On paper, this is a top 1 ability, absurdly strong. But in reality is actually trash, because the target has to know exactly what the gem does, and accept the contract voluntarily. Yeah, he has to walk up to someone and go, "Hey, if you eat this, you're going to become my slave forever, and will not be allowed to say no to anything I ask. Wanna try it? Like bro." Unless you find a crazy e-girl with Stockholm Syndrome, no one's saying yes. That's why the previous owner of this body exploded from rage over how useless it was. And that's when our boy came from Earth to take his place. Studied and kept waiting for the day someone would say yes to that sweet offer. And here we are with him talking with his childhood friend Sujin on the school staircase. He's standing there holding a gem, and she asks what he's doing. He plays it off, asks if she wants candy, and she instantly says forget it. She'd never accept being controlled by him like a doll. She tells him not to give up though. Someday some creature will accept his contract. He says that's easy for her to say, besides himself. Nobody would ever agree to it, besides himself. Wait, why did he never think of this before? Bro just raises the gem and eats it. Green energy erupts around his body, shooting straight into the sky, and Sujin is standing there like, "What are you doing?" She calms down. They talk for a while. She's graduating soon, joining the patrol team, her childhood dream of protecting this land finally coming true. She tells him not to be discouraged. Once he gets stronger, maybe they can work together someday. He tells her to forget it. He'll probably just live a simple farmer's life. But deep down it stings, because even though she was the previous owner's friend, leaving her felt wrong. He thinks to himself that he really wants to hug her, and then his body just starts hugging her, on its own. He's watching himself move like he's a spectator in his own skin. She gets all flustered, says she's leaving, runs off embarrassed, and our boy is left standing there, realizing something insane just happened. He thought about hugging her, and his body executed the command, contractor and contracted. He made a contract with himself, absolute command over his own body. So obviously he tests it, orders himself to fly like Superman, eats dirt, orders a mountain-crushing fist, falls over again like an idiot, literally crying on the floor. He can't exceed human limits, but any movement a human body can do, he can command it perfectly. Master any martial art just by knowing the motion. He even ordered his body to wake up at 3 a.m. and go running while his mind stayed asleep, and woke up in the cafeteria with his legs destroyed, training while unconscious. This man found the ultimate life hack. What if I asked my body to walk around campus with an infinite aura, rizzing up all the baddies? Oh damn, I forgot that I'm too ugly for that work. I just woke up in jail. But controlling his own consciousness came with a side effect nobody saw coming. Illusions don't work on him anymore, because illusions affect his eyes, but his body obeys the skill that is on a lower layer of his soul. When a fox tries to affect his perception, it simply fails, which is exactly when the nightmare starts. He's sitting in that cafeteria when he hears this wet cracking sound next to him, and there's a creature with a giant fox face devouring a girl right there at the table. Nobody reacts, nobody sees it. The school beauty Lu Shu walks over all twisted and wrong, leans in and asks if he's feeling okay, because she can smell fear. Bro is trembling, says he just had nightmares, and speed walks out of there. Goes to warn a teacher. The teacher is eating a student on the classroom floor. The foxes are everywhere, high level, way beyond anything he can fight, and their cognitive distortion means they could eat him in public and the world just agrees it's normal. So he thinks of the one person who might help. Sujin has mental abilities. Maybe she can resist this. He heads to the patrol team headquarters, the strongest force in the city, where she just started her first day. The receptionist smiles at him, asks what he needs. The receptionist is a fox, and that already gives him the chills. Even the monster hunting building is affected, and the monster tells that she will call his friend. He sits on that bench sweating, wondering how these things infiltrated even the patrol team. And then Sujin comes out, all excited, introducing her new teammates who've been taking such good care of her. She's glowing, telling him she'll work hard, get stronger, destroy all the beasts, and avenge her family. She even invites him to join the team, but our boy just has this sad smile on his face, nodding and saying goodbye politely. He forgot something at home and had to go. And he walks away, and we see that every single teammate standing behind her is a fox. The entire patrol team is gone. And the girl smiling in front of him. She just got here, but she's already one of them. He walks out of that building holding it together, knowing he just said goodbye to his childhood friend for the last time. In a city full of monsters, where he's the only witness alive, the entire city of Pearl had turned into cattle for these monsters. Using the analysis technique, he managed to uncover some details about these creatures. First, most of them ranged from intermediate to high levels. However, back at the patrol team, there were several creatures whose levels he couldn't even assess. Second, the creature that killed Lu Xiu was extremely powerful, and the moment he tried to analyze it, he knew he would be discovered. That creature was either at an advanced level or even a king-level beast. With so much power, it was no wonder they had wiped out the city without anyone noticing, especially considering that, compared to other beasts, they were extremely intelligent and all their abilities were for disguise. Fourth, it seemed the foxes always prioritized the most influential people in society, while the others were mere cattle for them to feed on. In this current situation, it would be a death sentence to face so many of them head-on. However, he couldn't just stand by and watch so many innocent citizens die. He needed a way to get stronger. A week later, he woke up at 3:54 a.m. Since he received the ability, it seemed his body was resting much better. In addition, he advanced to level 2 after training a lot. All the remaining physical and mental energy he had was being turned into gems to consume, in hopes that sooner or later he'd get a better one or some evolved talent. After all, ever since he leveled up, the gems had turned colorless, and he seemed to get nothing from consuming them. However, today, he finally got another one with color. He consumed it, saying that it looked more like poison, but he hoped it would have some effect this time. After a while, power began accumulating in him, and in his profile he received a new ability, Night Walker. It granted him night vision, reduced his presence at night, and if he was in the shadows, he became completely invisible. In addition, the contract gem also leveled up to 2, and he wondered if it had something to do with his base level. If he could merely gain a new talent with every level, he would eventually become invincible. But now that he had the new talent, there was no reason to delay. Time to start practicing. Activating the Night Walker ability, he said he wanted to test it. He ran around the school and noticed that his vision at night was now far better than during the day. He could spot any object, including a strange ring lying on the ground. He crouched, finding it a bit odd that it was there. He tried using his analysis abilities several times until he finally succeeded. It was the Ring of Assassination, which when worn made all forms of life unconsciously ignore the user completely. The analysis then showed what had happened. The natural order fox controlling Lu Xiu's body had faced a man, probably the true owner of the ring. He had attacked, but she seemed to be expecting him, and with a single slash, the poor guy was cut in half. He knew that Lu Xiu had always been an honest girl, so she wasn't the target of this attack. This meant that besides him, there were other people in the city of Pearl going against these foxes. Suddenly, a fox jumped over the wall and asked who was there. The fox leaped into the bushes, saying she was sure the ring had been there. She had noticed someone's presence, but strangely couldn't sense anything now. If he managed to escape her radar, he was probably an intermediate level awakened 1 or higher. The boy realized that the fallen ring was actually a trap, and the fox retreated, saying she had to inform the royalty. But that was great for him, as combined with the Night Walker ability, he was now basically invisible. The sun finally rose, and it was 5:36 a.m. Since he needed to get stronger as fast as possible, items were indeed the best solution. However, suddenly he heard some footsteps approaching. A strange voice called his name. He wondered who it was and who was speaking to him, but the voice only told him to hide. The girl then grabbed his face and warned him that they were coming, or rather, they were already there in his room. It had been 4 minutes since he woke up, and there were 3 foxes staring at his sleeping body. The one controlling Lu Xiu asked if it was him and prepared a red attack in her hand, telling him to die. The claw came straight for his face as he drooled. The fox paused the attack, thinking that if it had been him, he would have fought for his life. Besides, she couldn't sense the presence of that ring. Another fox, however, said he was very suspicious since he went out for walks every day, but today he didn't. However, Lu Xiu, who was also royalty, said it wasn't him. That one was just a worthless meal, and they should learn that food in this city wasn't to be wasted. Some time passed, and the boy woke up startled. He spat out the ring, saying that was a close call. He was stupid to forget about today's walk, and he was lucky he forced his body to swallow that ring, avoiding exposure. What he found strange was hearing Su Jingyo's voice telling him to hide. He wasn't sure if he was getting sentimental or what was happening, but he knew he had to get stronger and get revenge. For now, to avoid any suspicion, he needed to continue living normally. Later, he went to the cafeteria, and 2 girls were commenting that they had found a body split in half this morning. It seemed it was a guy named Black Star, an extremely talented assassin from the city of Pearl. The boy wondered if it was the person from his vision. If even someone so famous in the city was killed like that, clearly Lu Xiu wouldn't be easy to deal with. The strange thing was that they left the body for the public to see. Maybe it was a way to send a warning to those opposing the foxes of natural order. Their surveillance was going to increase, and he urgently needed to find new equipment. After class, he decided to check out some blacksmiths. However, in every shop he went to, it always seemed to be run by a fox. Suddenly, he performed another analysis. The system congratulated him for having conducted 100 analyses and informed him that he had reached the intermediate ranking of the ability. He could now see growth potential and even some talents. The fox had called him into the shop, but he simply thanked her, saying he wasn't interested. His priority was to find a store that hadn't been taken over yet. He approached a blacksmith called Soul Iron, where someone inside said the sword was of high quality. A blonde guy was trying to sell it to the old man, saying he didn't want to brag too much, but that blade was extremely good and he was offering it for a low price. However, the old man told him to take his eyes off his daughter and get those trashy things out of there. Angry, the guy got in the old man's face and asked if he hadn't heard what he said. Suddenly, Zhang Ping grabbed the sword that the guy had left on the table. The man asked what he was doing while the boy used his analysis ability. The blonde guy came over, telling him to give it back or he'd get beaten up. But the system warned that while the sword was attention-grabbing, it was useless since it had been repaired terribly. Right then, Zhang Ping said that the sword would break, and indeed, it snapped at that moment. The blonde guy started crackling with electricity, saying that Zhang Ping had ruined his plans and asked if he knew who he was. He claimed to be a direct disciple of the martial arts master from Xingyi School. He lunged at Zhang Ping, unleashing a flurry of light attacks. But Zhang Ping had sent out a shadow clone. Then Zhang Ping simply slapped the guy in the face. The boy questioned how he could be so weak, and the blonde guy called him dirty. Zhang Ping wasn't afraid at all since he had already seen that this sickly guy was only a level 1 with limited growth potential. The guy shouted that one day he'd get revenge when he became stronger. Zhang Ping just thought that he was delusional. But while Zhang Ping was distracted, the guy tried a sneak attack. He ended up knocked out on the ground, and Zhang Ping commented on how much this guy liked fighting dirty. Suddenly, someone approached, saying they were gone for a second, and the blacksmith's shop got noisy. The one arrived with incredibly strong abs and warned that if the guy didn't leave, he'd be beaten up. The blonde guy ran off terrified, and Zhang Ping realized it would be better to leave too. However, the woman blocked his way, and he asked what the problem was. She said it would be better if he stayed so they could have a little chat. The scene then gave a peek into the boy's room, showing us the staircase where the story began, where he had spoken with his childhood friend. This was also the sports field where he did his daily morning walks and found the ring lying on the grass. Back at the blacksmith shop, Zhang Ping asked what the woman wanted to talk about. She said she was a weak, single girl who struggled every day to survive and had to take care of her uncle. She noticed that Zhang Ping had great potential and physical strength, so she wanted to ask him a little favor. She wanted him to stay with the old man named Liu Tifeng, take care of the shop, and learn everything about blacksmithing. Obviously, she would cover accommodations, meals, and even pay him. Zhang Ping was overwhelmed with joy, thinking it would be great to learn as he would need many items and didn't have much money. Plus, the shop didn't seem to be controlled by the natural order foxes. He struck a worker's pose, saying he was a man of the field and wouldn't shy away from work. She slapped him on the face, saying that's what she expected from a guy she was interested in. Zhang Ping muttered that his first priority would be to survive her hits. A few days passed with him working at the blacksmith shop, and someone told him to put more force into it. He asked if it was okay to do something like that, and she said it was fine since no one was coming to check on them. She encouraged him to continue, saying it was really good. Obviously, he was forging, not what you might have thought, right? She was teaching him how to hammer the materials, and she told him to wait a moment while she went to get some molds from the warehouse. The coal to be used was in a bucket, and he was warned not to let the fire go out. The problem was that there was more than one bucket, and he didn't know which one to use. He came to the brilliant conclusion that if he threw everything in, one of them would work. So he threw it into the furnace to keep the fire going. However, the whole place exploded. Flames shot in every direction. Zhang Ping thought he was done for and wondered if he had died. But then a strange skull appeared on his chest, absorbing part of the power, and all the flames seemed to be entering his body. Suddenly, he woke up with one eye burning. The entire place was filled with smoke and ashes, but he didn't seem to be dead. However, his heart was burning and racing. Realizing he was on fire, he used his analysis ability on himself. His growth potential had risen to 4 stars. The more stars he gained, the more he could evolve his abilities, and evolving the abilities he had already acquired would further increase his potential. What he found odd was that people usually had a limit to growth increases, so why was he awakening so many talents? This time, he had awakened Flame Devourer, which allowed him to absorb fire energy and release it at any moment. What he found strange was that he had consumed a level 3 gem that morning, but the power had only been released after this accident. Suddenly, the woman appeared, asking what had happened. She noticed that the scarlet scales were gone and said that those caused an explosion when thrown into the furnace, but she admitted it was her fault for not telling him. He apologized to Sister Rose Qiang and said he would pay the price to repair everything. She told him that just being okay was good enough and asked how he hadn't died, since it was hard to put out the fire from such a scale. Moreover, she saw that he had created a material that required an extremely high temperature. She started casting the item into the mold, saying he had great potential. She remarked that the academy still rated him with low performance, but he was good enough to enter one of the three major organizations. He said he knew the patrol squad and the investigation squad, but what was this third one? She explained that there was indeed a third organization in the city. Almost no one in Pearl City knew what they were called or what they did. She then asked if he needed equipment and told him to take the dagger if he didn't mind. Seeing its glow, he remarked that it looked quite expensive. The good quality dagger was called Beautiful Tears and dealt damage to any creature below level 19. She explained that it was worth at least 100,000, which would be around 3 years of salary for that fool. He asked how someone poor like him, who earned 3,000, could walk around with something like that. She told him to see it as a reward for improving so quickly. She mentioned that she was going on a mission and asked if he was sure he wouldn't return to the academy. He replied that she didn't need to worry because he had already filled out the graduation papers. She told him to take care of the old man and not let him open the shop. Zhang Ping realized that the foxes had no interest in this place because they rarely opened it. However, of all the things happening lately, it might have drawn some attention. Since it was night, perhaps it was a good time to take a look around the street. Out there, and he saw a little girl on a swing looking all cute. But of course, she was a damn fox with 4 stars of power. The interesting thing was that this was the first time he had seen a level 3 fox. Since both he and the fox were level 3, and he had the new dagger and abilities, he figured he could probably win. The patrol squad had been killed, but the investigation squad should still be fine. If he can deliver the body of a natural order fox to them, he could get some attention. But suddenly, he was frozen in place and someone asked if he was trying to attack a child. He was warned not to move or he would lose his life. The woman told him to drop his weapon, and he already knew that whoever she was far above his level. Both his Night Walker ability and the Ring of Assassination had been detected by her. The voice then said that if he didn't want to die, he should meet her at the training ground by the orphanage. With that, she vanished into the air. At least the fact that he was still alive meant she wasn't on the side of the foxes. He grew up in that orphanage, and as a child, he started calling it the training ground. But that's how she referred to the place, which meant she somehow knew him or knew something about him. Not only did this figure seem to be watching him, but she also stopped him just as he was about to make a move. If she had sent him there, she must have had a purpose. Suddenly, a paw stepped near him. The mutated beast approached, and he wondered why there was one in the forest. It was a level 5 armored poisoned rat. Considering the level difference, he thought about retreating, but then he remembered that with the dagger in hand, he could win. Especially considering that the orphanage children would be in danger if they came out and saw this. Thinking of how much Sister Rose Chang trusted him, he couldn't back down. Even though he didn't know how to fight perfectly yet, he had read plenty of stories about battles and he had full control over his body. Suddenly, the rat lunged at him and started rolling in his direction. He quickly thought of a way to defend himself and managed to block the attack. The problem was that the creature kept spinning and its armor was extremely tough. It ricocheted and crashed into a rock. From there, it opened its hand and began gathering green energy. Zhang Ping began controlling himself as if he were in a game, dodging everything left, right, left to evade every attack. The only weak point of the creature was its eyes, as its entire body was protected by armor. Seeing the flames in his hands, he knew how to handle this. He rushed toward the creature, dodging its attacks, and said he'd make a feint first. He struck, but the rat defended itself and rolled into a ball again. But then Zhang Ping prepared and told it not to get angry. He unleashed a barrage of flames at the monster's feet, taking advantage of the moment when its resistance was reduced and landed a solid hit on the creature. Sometime later, he leveled up and gained a few attributes. Clearly, combat was the most efficient way to level up. What he found strange was the appearance of a rat in the middle of the city. It was highly suspicious. While he was thinking about whether there were other creatures, something approached him from behind. In an instant, he seemed to fall into a swamp, and before he knew it, he hit the ground. He fell flat on his back like a fool in a cave. A voice reached out a hand and said he had 5 minutes. He recognized it as the same voice from before. A girl pointed an ice blade at him and told him to prove that he was human. He was confused, wondering how he could prove something like that. He had been born human, so maybe that was proof enough. But that he realized that if she was asking something like that, it was because she knew there were some beasts in disguise. However, she couldn't tell, which was why she wanted him to prove it. He then asked her to give him some hints about how he could prove it. He already suspected that the rat from earlier had been a test from her. She told him he had 4 minutes left, and he continued using his analysis ability. It had already been 20 times, and he kept failing. On the 999th attempt, it finally advanced to a higher level. With that, he tried again, and the analysis passed. Her name was Liu Cixin, a level 28 human from the Purging Squad. He had never heard of this group before and thought it might be the third one that Sister Rose mentioned. Angrily, she told him he only had 1 more minute to prove himself. He mentioned that if she called the orphanage the training ground, then she must have grown up there too. The problem was that he didn't remember anyone named Liu Cixin from the orphanage, so he asked if she was Liu Torn or Liu Yusho. Maybe she was Xingyu or Sissy. The boy received a small cut, telling him to be quiet. She said that none of this proved he was human. However, Zhang Ping figured she must be Liu Sissy because she reacted when he mentioned that name. She was 3 years older than him, and by the time he had joined the academy, she had already graduated. He needed to recall something that only the two of them knew. He remembered that she once taught him the earth-crushing fist and began mimicking the movements she had shown him back then. He said that it seemed she really was Sizzy. However, she interrupted him, saying she would ask a second question. She pointed out that his ability was the contract gem, which was supposed to be useless. So what had he been doing during this time, and why did he seem stronger? He explained that 2 weeks ago he consumed the contract gem and now had control over his body, making him immune to any beast illusions. Based on what he had observed, there was a massive group of natural order foxes within Pearl City. He believed that their entire tribe had already infiltrated. She asked if he was telling the truth, since a fox's basic talent was cognitive distortion. He started explaining about the city's influential figures, the weapon shop, and even the girl on the park swing. All of them were natural order foxes. She told him to wait there while she checked something and asked someone named Jinbo if he thought the information was reliable. The man replied that they had never discovered the natural order foxes inside Pearl City, but some investigations pointed to something similar involving cognitive distortion. He would send 2 people to capture the nearest foxes, and they should be back soon. However, at that moment, an explosion occurred behind him. 2 men were lying on the ground, and he asked what had happened. One of them came running, saying that the crazy one following them was the owner of the cafeteria. The moment they tried to ask her to come with them, she started attacking everyone. The next thing they knew, she was face to face with the leader. But the man calmly prepared his fist and told her to die, hitting her square in the chest effortlessly. The girl disintegrated, and he remarked that it was arrogant of her to attack like that. As the body lost its aura, it turned into a fox. The man confirmed that the boy's information seemed legitimate. Finally, they began to understand who their enemies were. He told the team to be informed, and they would start hunting down these targets. Meanwhile, at the Pearl Academy, the lovely Lu Xiu was lying down. Except, of course, she was a terrible fox. She and her friend seemed to sense something. Without hesitation, Lu Xiu leaped from the top floor, thanks to her distortion ability, making it irrelevant. In truth, she sensed that a girl named Yu Ju had been killed outside the city, while another had been killed in the business district. Who was managing to hunt them down so perfectly and avoid her detection? Obviously, she wasn't going to let this slide. Back in the dark space, Zhang Ping asked if Sizzy had finished her investigation. She replied that she had, but he was still quite strange, given that he had received this ability out of nowhere. Since they couldn't fully trust him yet, he would only act as an informant. She would keep a close eye on him, and if he found anything, he should get in touch. Zhang Ping agreed, saying he'd do anything to avenge himself against the foxes. She threw him an item explaining that this jade comes in pairs. He had the cold one, and if he applied heat to it, the hot jade she carried would warm up, serving as a kind of signal. Still, she advised him to keep getting stronger. No one could guarantee his safety 100%. Zhang Ping was excited, playing with the jade, saying he really wished he had joined the martial arts academy, but he didn't have the money for it. Sizzy said she'd talked to the organization to secure a spot for him. The boy excitedly thanked Sister Sizzy. Recently, the number of foxes in the city had been decreasing significantly, allowing the squad to kill them all. Luckily, he had gained his ability at just the right time, discovered the squad, and learned her identity. Thankfully, everything was going well, and the foxes were being eliminated. Plus, he had received $10,000 right away, which was quite generous. A girl approached him, asking if he was interested in learning martial arts at the Beast King Academy. The boy agreed, saying he'd like to check it out. This martial world was highly capitalistic, with each technique priced in dollars. The girl assured him that it would definitely be worth his money. The Beast King's martial techniques were highly valued in Pearl City, and she grabbed him, saying that if he didn't believe her, she could show him. She then prepared and told him that the first 3 techniques were the monkey technique, the crocodile technique, and the phoenix technique. Zhang Ping noticed that the movements were much more precise than what he had been using. It really was a good martial art. The only issue was that it was clear the girl wasn't fully prepared to teach it properly. Being a gentleman, Zhang Ping asked if she was okay. As they were talking, 2 side characters showed up itching for a fight, and one of them asked who had given her permission to hand out flyers there. Embarrassed, she apologized, saying she didn't know she wasn't allowed to. Then that annoying blonde guy, Andy, showed up, saying that the beast fist technique was ridiculous. As he approached, our protagonist already wanted to punch him because he teased him about the thunder technique. Of course, the guy didn't like that and said it was time for revenge from the blacksmith shop incident. But the girl stepped in front, saying no one was going to hurt Zhang Ping. The guys started yelling and tearing off their shirts. Zhang Ping activated his analysis ability. The 2 fools were level 4 and said they would finish them off. They were using a skill that reduced intelligence by 70% for a little bit of extra strength. Zhang Ping was confused. He wasn't even sure if that could be called a talent. He then turned his attention to the girl, whose name was Wan Jimin, and saw that she had a ton of potential for growth. She would definitely be strong in the future, but at level 3, she would only get beaten up. So he handed the flyers back to her, saying this was his problem and he would handle it. After all, he was eager to test the techniques he had just learned from her. One of the fools lunged at him, but Zhang Ping easily dodged and landed the first style strike to the back of the neck. The second guy came, but Zhang Ping elbowed him in the stomach, saying that was the second style. Then that useless blonde tried his lightning technique again, but Zhang Ping kicked him in the groin before he could complete it. Jimin was already impressed, wondering how Zhang Ping had learned the techniques just by seeing them once. She even asked if, in the future, he could teach her when she didn't understand something. Zhang Ping agreed, and she thanked him, saying that together they would get much stronger. Zhang Ping knew that with her 7-star growth potential, she really had promise. Maybe, in the future, he would be the one needing her help. When they arrived at the academy, they saw a bunch of people panicking because it seemed like the instructor was coming back. Jimin mentioned that Instructor Baidi was a bit cruel, and those who didn't complete their missions were usually punished. Zhang Ping asked if she had been punished, and she admitted that she was probably punished the most since she hadn't managed to accomplish much in a month. Zhang Ping wondered why she seemed so proud of that. Then someone opened the door and everyone greeted the instructor. Jimin told Zhang Ping to be respectful and cautious. The first thing the instructor said was to run 50 laps. Zhang Ping noticed the man's name was Bai Day, a level 25 human. He could already tell that Bai Day was strong, especially since his level was on par with Zizi's. Bai Day then asked Zhang Ping if he was the one who helped with the issue at the other school. Zhang Ping responded that he was. Bai Day prepared a fist and told Zhang Ping to take a look. Zhang Ping tried to explain that he wasn't that strong, but he began dodging the attacks. Bai Day asked what was up with that beginner talk, as he had heard that Zhang Ping learned the Monkey King technique after just one demonstration. Bai Day came at him, and Zhang Ping realized he wouldn't be able to dodge. However, the instructor was kind and just gave him a soft tap. Bai Day admitted that at first he didn't believe it, but Zhang Ping really did have potential. It was just a shame that he had learned from someone so useless. The movements that person showed weren't even close to the real ones. Bai Day said he would personally teach Zhang Ping, and the boy thanked him. But now it was time to deal with the slackers from earlier. Bai Day ordered everyone form a line and fight him, followed by 500 push-ups and a 10 kilometers run. As someone touched Zhang Ping, it was Jimin, embarrassed. He asked what was wrong. She said the instructor had never taught her privately, so she would love it if he could pass on his knowledge to her later. Zhang Ping agreed, saying they could go to the Soul Iron shop later to train together. She beamed with excitement, saying she thought he would reject her. The system showed Zhang Ping that she had a weakness, as it took her 90% longer to learn anything. However, if she trained the same thing every day, her learning speed would increase by 10% each day, up to a maximum of 100%. Clearly, this ability was a nightmare for the teacher, who didn't know why she couldn't learn anything. 5 days passed, and they were back at the blacksmith shop. Someone commented that her movement was wrong. The diligent boy had taken her to the basement and was teaching her, explaining that she was doing it all wrong. Even though he was breaking the technique into parts, she still couldn't get it right. But that beast fist technique he had learned was really something. At that moment, Rose Chang returned. Zhang Ping told Jimin to keep practicing while he went to check on things. Upstairs, Rose mentioned that she had almost messed up this time and still didn't understand why the number of mutated beasts was decreasing so much. Because of this, they had been forced to hunt up north, where they encountered some storm wolves. Zhang Ping asked if she got out of it okay. She replied that yes, they had used a technique to hide, and the wolves attacked another group, allowing her to grab something valuable, a gem that allowed people to control the wind with their minds. Zhang Ping asked if it was a wind gem, and Rose commented that he really seemed to know everything. With that, even a child could create wind blades. Zhang Ping heard a voice saying that her brother was starting to train. Another voice mentioned the wind blade sword, and yet another said that since Yu Shiwei had died, she would eat 2 more of them. With that, Zhang Ping awakened another talent. But then he heard someone talking about the 2 people inside the shop. He recognized the voices as those of Natural Order foxes, and they were discussing how the 2 would make a great snack. Zhang Ping wondered if they were planning to invade the shop in broad daylight. Meanwhile, Sizzy was taking a bath, reacting calmly even though Zhang Ping was about to be in serious danger. He questioned whether she would arrive in time, as those foxes could break in at any moment. Rose noticed something was wrong and asked if he had a problem. Zhang Ping turned to her and suggested she visit her uncle now that she had returned, as he was always talking about her upstairs. She agreed and said she would prepare dinner and buy some ingredients. But before leaving, she took the gem with her. Zhang Ping handed it back to her and thanked her for leaving, ensuring she wouldn't get involved in what was about to happen. He then rushed over to Jimin, who was practicing like a fool. He simply told her to be quiet and come with him. Just then, 2 foxes appeared and asked where they thought they were going. Zhang Ping told Jimin to stay away, but she asked what her mom and dad were doing there. She told Zhang Ping they were her relatives, so there was nothing to worry about. However, standing before him were 2 Natural Order foxes at levels 15 and 16. They asked Jimin who the person next to her was and why he seemed so scared. She explained that he was a friend from the Martial Arts Academy. Suddenly, a dark space began to form around the 2 of them. Both foxes leaped at them, shouting not to let them escape, while Jimin appeared frightened. Zhang Ping told her to forget about them and hold on. The problem was that they seemed to be tracking him. Zhang Ping turned his back to protect her from the attack. The 2 fell to the ground and smoke rose. Jimin asked if he was okay, and he replied that he was. She then asked what her parents were doing, but Zhang Ping warned her not to get closer. They were mutated beasts. The mother fox commented that it seemed he could see through their disguise, and if that was the case, he couldn't be allowed to live. Zhang Ping barely dodged, realizing that his physical strength wasn't keeping up because of the level difference. The real problem was that the mother fox was now heading toward Jimin, who looked too scared to react while Zhang Ping struggled to free himself from the other fox. Just then, Sizzy arrived and told him to step aside. She unleashed a barrage of ice, piercing one fox and then continuing to hit the other. She jumped to finish them off, but Jimin pleaded with her to stop. However, it was too late. Sizzy showed no mercy. She simply turned and asked if they were okay. Devastated, Jimin asked why her parents had become carpets. Zhang Ping tried to explain that they weren't really her parents, they were just foxes who had taken on their form. The poor girl was distraught, crying that it was impossible. They were clearly her parents. Zhang Ping asked why they had reverted to their true forms. Sizzy explained that if there was a fox above king level in the city, they couldn't be maintaining this kind of illusion. Last time, the foxes reverted to normal because they were killed outside the city. That's when Zhang Ping began to realize he was the only one who could expose the truth. He then told Jimin that these two had killed her real parents and assumed their form. When he removed the cover, the true bodies appeared, and he told her that this was the reality. The poor girl broke down in tears, asking how this could be possible. Meanwhile, Lu Xiu, that awful fox, wasn't too happy either. After all, 9 of them had been killed this week. In a meeting, someone suggested that they should just kill everyone and take control of the city. But another person asked if they were going to graze on grass after killing all the humans. Lu Xiu silenced them, warning that wiping out all the humans would be extremely inefficient and a waste of food. Their priority now was to find the people hiding in the shadows and eliminate them. The vice president suggested that if they brought in several strong beasts to attack the city, the powerful humans would be forced to reveal themselves. Everyone knew there were 3 organizations, but no one knew what the third one was. The 2 foxes nearby agreed that it seemed like a good idea. Lu Xiu stood up and gave her approval, but reminded the mayor not to forget that he was still human, warning that if he did anything wrong, he would be dealt with. The idiot mayor punched the air, vowing that he would never go against Her Highness. Back with Jimin, she slowly approached the puddle, looked at what had happened, and cried for her mother and father. She apologized, saying she had never realized the truth. Sizzy, ever so cruel, said that even if Jimin had known, she wouldn't have been able to do anything. Jimin, crying, pleaded with her to go easier, saying that she knew she was weak, unable to learn any martial arts, and that was why she had lost her parents. She lamented that she should have been the one to die. But our romantic protagonist, Zhang Ping, stepped in with a hug, telling her to listen. This wasn't her fault. He had also lost someone important and thought about them every day. Maybe if he had stopped her from joining the city patrol, she would still be alive. But he knew that even if he could go back in time, nothing would change. Joining the patrol had been her dream, and nothing he could have said would have stopped her. Just like Jimin couldn't blame herself for her parents' deaths, she needed to get stronger and protect those she loved in the future. Crying, Jimin thanked Zhang Ping. He was about to say he'd kill the foxes, but suddenly, he coughed up blood on her face. It seemed our boy was more injured than he had let on. Later, he slowly opened his eyes. Jimin, who had already moved past her grief for her parents, thanked him for being alive. He asked how long he'd been unconscious, and Sizzy told him to stay still. Excited, Jimin clung to his arm, saying she wanted to become even stronger. Once she gained more power, she would help him wipe out those foxes. Sizzy then suggested that Jimin stay with Zhang Ping, as her home would no longer be a safe place. Just then, Zhang Ping heard Lu Xiu's voice talking about the king continuing to sleep and about Huan Ziming's place. He told Sizzy that he had a lead on the foxes. He mentioned the vice president, and Sizzy commented that if he was connected, he had clearly betrayed humanity. That king they were talking about could be the one amplifying the illusion for everyone. Since the foxes were out hunting, it was their chance for revenge, and she would need Zhang Ping's help to identify them. Meanwhile, Rose was happily cooking, starving. The scene shifted to the purging squad's base. The girl named Manny complained that Sizzy was always bossing everyone around and making all sorts of demands, while Chen Luo just quietly observed. They entered the meeting room, where another, far more dangerous, person offered Manny a cup of coffee. This base was a dangerous place, if you know what I mean, and it was time for the meeting to start. Her name was Suji, and she initiated the solar recharge. Another person activated the black curtain, and the last one triggered the light and shadow distortion. Together, they created a celestial curtain around the entire city. Meanwhile, Zhang Ping thought that the purging squad was finally starting to trust him. They were the only ones who had a chance to deal with all of this, and they had extremely rare weapons. They also had a secret group for operations like this. The leader had the black curtain ability, which was responsible for creating those non-existent spaces he kept falling into. Suji had the solar recharge ability, which could give a long-lasting buff to allies, and Chen Luwei could turn herself or others completely invisible. Together, their powers allowed them to create the celestial curtain, which lured any creature below king level into the world they had created. Since the foxes like to use illusions to kill people, they were going to play the same game. We saw 2 girls walking through the city, talking about killing humans. One of them suggested they could capture the humans and take them back. The other commented that the city had been chaotic lately, and her friend asked if she was scared. Suddenly, the second girl stopped, and the one with purple hair asked if she didn't feel something strange approaching. The first girl was about to brush it off as paranoia until she also felt something and wondered where all the humans who had been around them a second ago had gone. At that moment, someone approached with a fist aimed right at the back of their necks. A small explosion echoed through the street, and the person remarked that it was a shame they hadn't been able to take them out in one punch. The girls realized that this was the person who had been killing foxes in the city and called him bold. It was Liu Bo who thanked them for the compliment. He was a level 32, and Zhang Ping had warned him that these two were level 25s, so he was confident. Both girls lunged at him, but he easily dodged one of their strikes. However, something strange happened. He seemed to take damage, even though he had blocked the attack. One of the girls leaped toward him, saying he was nothing but food. Liu Bo found it strange that even though he had blocked the attack, he was still taking damage. The girls kept striking him, taunting him, asking if that was all he was capable of. They found it ridiculous that their friends had been killed by someone so weak, but then one of them took a slap to the face with Liu Bo, saying that now she knew why. Her friend jumped in, shouting that he would pay for that. However, up close, Liu Bo said he could see it now. He had been defending against their human forms, but needed to remember that he was fighting foxes. It was difficult, but now he understood their true size. They were indeed strong when it came to sneak attacks, but in a real fight, they were nothing. Agonizing, the friend asked the other for help, but Liu Bo just smiled and asked if she was feeling nostalgic. With that, he slammed her friend right into her chest. As they were reeling from the blow, Liu Bo appeared behind them, warning that another strike was coming to finish them off. He delivered a crushing heel kick, driving them into the ground. Writhing in pain, the two foxes wondered why they couldn't sense the rest of their race. Liu Bo told them to stop overthinking it. This was the end. He unleashed an electric explosion, finishing them off completely. From afar, Zhang Ping observed and remarked that Liu Bo was indeed strong. Sissy replied that of course he was. After all, he was the leader of their division. But Zhang Ping couldn't help but comment that Liu Bo's outfit looked like something straight out of a Super Saiyan. Stizzy received a notification that multiple beasts were invading the city, and if too many creatures got through, the celestial curtain would overload. She told Zhang Ping that they would have to deal with the other creatures, and she would send someone to watch over the blacksmith shop. Zhang Ping asked who she had been talking to on the phone, and Stizzy explained that it was a big boss, whom he would meet one day. Stizzy broke down the power levels. Low-level creatures were between level 1 and 10, and Zhang Ping was currently level 4. Mid-tier levels were below 20, where most foxes resided. Apex creatures like Jinbo at level 32 were at the highest level before reaching the king rank, which was level 40 or higher, a level where some foxes operated. As they walked outside the city, Zhang Ping realized it had been a long time since he had been in a place like this. He asked what kind of plants were growing around them. Suddenly, Sizzy grabbed his arm as one of the plants released electricity. A green bubble floated up and exploded, spraying liquid everywhere. Stizzy warned him to be careful. It was actually acid. She pointed to a rabbit and told Zhang Ping that it would be his challenge while she checked the surroundings. Zhang Ping analyzed the rabbit and saw that it was level 9. Even though it looked harmless, he knew he couldn't let his guard down and had to finish it quickly. He attacked with his dagger, knowing that the first strike was the most important. However, the rabbit didn't even try to dodge. Zhang Ping quickly followed up with a pearl fist, but the rabbit released poison from its ears. Zhang Ping realized he was still quite useless. The rabbit hopped around, activating poison traps from various plants. Zhang Ping commanded his body to dodge while trying to figure out what was happening. Clearly, the rabbit had insane reflexes, and his sneaky attack had been useless. Worse, a creature was luring him into an area filled with acid. The rabbit was fast and intelligent. This wasn't going to be easy. Zhang Ping noticed something strange. The acid wasn't burning him. Maybe the fire in his body was evaporating the acid on contact. The rabbit launched another series of attacks, but Zhang Ping responded with a barrage of flames, easily blocking the assault. Since the acid was liquid, the fire evaporated it instantly. Zhang Ping understood why Sizzy had assigned him this task. Despite how dangerous these creatures were, he had a clear advantage. The rabbit lunged, puzzled as to why Zhang Ping wasn't being consumed by the acid. Zhang Ping tried to defend himself but had trouble understanding the creature's movements. Worse, the rabbit's claws were also coated in acid. The creature had realized that long-range attacks wouldn't work, so it had come in close. Zhang Ping now had to envelop his body in flames to burn the acid from its claws. However, his flame reserves were limited. He charged at the rabbit, asking if it thought it was the only one with tricks. Zhang Ping tried a series of strikes, but the rabbit dodged. Finally, they were face to face, and Zhang Ping said there was no escape now. He had trapped the rabbit in a fire tornado. The problem was that he only had 3 flame reserves left. He stabbed at the rabbit, but it dodged and his reserves hit 0. However, that was exactly what Zhang Ping wanted. He began walking through the flames he had created, absorbing the fire and partially refilling his reserves. He coated his dagger in flames and struck the rabbit square in the back. The creature fell dead, but Zhang Ping realized that without matching its level, he probably still needed to finish it off, and so he did it with a lot of determination. As a result, all his stats increased by 2 points, which was strange since he hadn't leveled up. The system explained that each level up became harder, so sometimes, when training or defeating enemies, he would only gain stat boosts. Zhang Ping, still at level 4, lamented how hard it was to level up. Poor guy. But then he heard a strange sound behind him, a legion of not-so-happy rabbits. Worse, Zhang Ping only had 2 flame reserves left, and there were far more rabbits than he could handle, including some huge muscular ones. He muttered that at least it was enough to activate the pendant and started running in desperation, calling for Sister Suzy to help. But the rabbits were smart. They cut off his escape route. The area behind him was packed, and the rabbits were clearly coordinating their attacks. A barrage of poison was heading his way, and Zhang Ping had no way to dodge. But suddenly, an ice barrier rose up, saving him. He knew who it was. Sister Suzy had arrived to save the day. She warned him that these bullet rabbits were in berserker mode, so she would have to take care of them, already preparing to send a wave of attacks in their direction. With that, the fools were all chased out of the forest, drenched and defeated. Now they looked cute, didn't they? But they were still damned creatures. Zhang Ping couldn't help but think, these cursed things only look adorable after they're dead. Suzy, ever so cruel, snapped her fingers and everything turned to ice. The entire wave of creatures became frozen pillars. Sissy remarked that she'd only been gone for a minute, so how did this many creatures show up? Zhang Ping, of course, said he had no idea. She responded that the worst part was that this didn't seem to be the end. Another legion was coming their way. But instead of attacking, these creatures were headbutting one of their own that was trapped in the ice. They didn't even care that a girl was preparing a sword. It was as if they were all fixated on completing a single objective. However, Suzy wasn't about to help them, and even though the creatures looked cute after death, she showed no mercy and finished them off. Since the whole pack was focused on the one in the middle, Suzy knew there had to be something inside its body. She reached out and commanded it to release. The ice shattered along with the creature, and inside they found a spiritual control pill. Zhang Ping asked what it was, mentioning that it smelled nice. Sissy explained that some organizations used it to control mutated beasts. Usually, this was done by the Zhu clan of tamers. It seemed that after all this time, they were finally making a move. The pill emitted a strong scent that only mid-tier beasts could sense. It made them crave the pill, and once they consumed it, they lost control and became mindless. However, the Zhu clan somehow had the ability to control these creatures, which was still a mystery. Suzy crushed the pill, explaining that if it weren't destroyed, another beast might consume it. But it was clear that there was a connection between these beasts and the pill, and they would have to investigate whether the Zhu clan was responsible. Before that, though, they would continue training just outside the wall. What they didn't know was that a hooded figure had been eavesdropping on their conversation. Zhang Ping had a feeling, though, that Suzy already had her blade ready. Her attack sliced through a tree, but the intruder had already vanished. Zhang Ping asked why she'd done that out of nowhere. Sissy told him to forget it, questioning whether she was imagining things. A week passed, and all the foxes from the blacksmith area had gathered. The dangerous Luz and Yuki were among them, but of course they were just horrid foxes in disguise. Beast attacks were becoming more frequent, and they wondered if it was Ziming's doing. Still, Luz wasn't going to rely on him, as it was time for her to make her own move. She told the others that, as many of them knew, humans had discovered a way to break free from mental control. Most of the foxes had disappeared from the blacksmith region, so everyone would head there. Their plan was to spread chaos and make it look like they were acting impulsively. That way, Luz could observe who would appear, allowing them to eliminate all threats. Meanwhile, back in the forest, the dumb bullet rabbits were still standing around. Zhang Ping sneaked up behind them. Since it was nighttime, he had his evasion ability active, allowing him to strike without mercy. For the past week, he'd been hunting these cursed rabbits and had reached level 6. Additionally, he had become familiar with all their attack patterns. First, he easily neutralized their long-range attacks using his flames. Typically, they would cover themselves in steel and try to attack or escape. Since the acid they used was flammable, it made it even easier to eliminate the ones covered in steel. He had also been using the scarlet scales to recover his energy, so the flames he used never ran out. This was the technique he called Flame Devourer, or maybe not, because even he thought that name was a bit cringe. The problem was that he had already used up all the snake scales he'd collected, but with so many kills, it should be enough to level up again. Finally, Zhang Ping reached level 7 and he was thrilled. His contract gem advanced to level 5 as well. He had thought the gem was connected to his level, but unfortunately, from levels 4 to 6, he hadn't gained any new abilities. He was eager to find out what power he would gain this time and really hoped it would be something combat-related. But just then, one of the rabbits changed expression. It took on a dark form and a purple aura began to emanate from it. Zhang Ping was confused. After all, that rabbit was supposed to be dead. But since it wasn't, he decided to use his last flame reserve to finish it off. He laughed, saying it seemed like the rabbit liked coming straight at him. But when he went to stab the creature, it caught his hand and dodged the attack. Zhang Ping realized it might be a spiritual creature and wondered if it was the avenger of the rabbits. Not that it mattered to him. He swung his blade, commanding it to die. The creature collapsed, shriveled and weak on the ground. Zhang Ping wondered since when these cursed rabbits had such a technique and started searching for a spiritual control pill. Instead, he found a strange purple object, but had no idea what it was. He tried several analysis attempts, all of which failed. He kept trying until finally the analysis worked. It was revealed to be nether essence, which came from the testicle of a black goat. Once again, Zhang Ping forced the analysis to try and see a memory of the item. Finally, he glimpsed the black goat fighting a horde of creatures. The beast went 1 on 30 and it easily started decimating all the creatures, or so it seemed. Suddenly, one of the creatures landed a bite on it, and it appeared that both of them had died. Zhang Ping felt that the orb had some kind of effect, but he didn't know how to activate it. Besides, the place it came from was pretty disgusting. He muttered to himself that he was an insignificant, useless insect who didn't have the luxury of choice. Harsh on himself, but he consumed the orb anyway. Immediately, he felt a shock, screaming as he couldn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, he remembered the moment when he hugged Jingyao and how she had turned into a fox soon after. She had told him that no matter what he encountered in the future, he needed to survive. Zhang Ping reassured her in his mind that he wouldn't die, not until he killed all those damn foxes. With that, he gained the nether body, which allowed him to convert the fear of others into nether energy. Each percentage of fear generated a manifestation that represented 10% of his current attack power. With fully recharged energy, he could unleash an attack with 1000% power. It was a perfect ability, both offensively and defensively. The most impressive part was that his growth potential increased by 3 stars because of this. Clearly, the nether body was more powerful than he had anticipated. But suddenly, Zhang Ping started crying, and even he didn't understand why. He couldn't tell if it was sadness, joy, or regret, but he swore he would avenge Jingyao soon. At that moment, a group of men carrying some things approached him. One of them asked if the kid was okay, but the other told him to leave Zhang Ping alone, as it wasn't their problem. Zhang Ping slowly stood up, his Hour of Darkness ability active, and said he was fine. However, the men ran off in a panic, which only fueled Zhang Ping's nether energy. It seemed like he was going to have to cause a little mischief in this world. The most interesting part was that the nether energy could form any shape he wanted. Curious about its strength, he swung to strike toward a tree. Even a blade created from just 1 point of nether energy sliced through the tree like paper. He then slashed through the falling trunk, cutting it into neat cubes like something out of Minecraft. He created a small shield that cost 10 nether energy points and easily blocked everything. This was going to be his trump card against high-level beasts. Suddenly, Sizzy appeared behind him, shouting for him. She approached, readying an attack, and asked if he'd seen the nether beast that had been detected nearby. Zhang Ping, feeling awkward, realized he'd have to explain what had happened. Sizzy asked what the deal was with him eating the nether essence, accusing him of having a death wish for consuming something so dangerous without knowing what it was. Of course, Zhang Ping explained that he had done it because his analysis hadn't indicated any danger. He said he had been calm about it, as if anything had gone wrong, he could have ordered his body to vomit it out. Sizzy, however, questioned what he would have done if that hadn't been possible, if the item had been a parasite that took control of his body. Startled, Zhang Ping asked if something like that had happened before. Sizzy explained that nether creatures were completely unknown entities. They didn't have a specific form and usually hid inside other creatures. When the hubris died, they condensed into an organ, and when another animal consumed it, they took control. The point was that nether creatures specialize in infecting those who consumed them. Zhang Ping realized he had made a stupid mistake. The intense pain he had felt when he consumed the essence was likely the creature trying to take control of his body. However, since he felt fine, maybe that meant the creature had failed. Sizzy said that because Zhang Ping had absolute control over himself, the beast hadn't been able to steal his body. Still, she warned him that if he showed any signs of mutation, she'd have to cut him down. Zhang Ping apologized, and just then, a spider descended between the two of them, shouting surprise at Sizzy. Embarrassed, Sizzy tried to swing her sword at the creature but missed, and it scuttled away. Zhang Ping noticed that Sizzy was terrified of it, and she clung to him all flustered. He thought to himself that she still had the same fear of insects she had when they were kids. He remembered a time when he ran over to her, proudly showing her a beetle the size of her head. He admitted that even he would have been scared of that thing. But Sizzy had swatted it away, making it run off, and Zhang Ping was sad, saying he had wanted to be friends with it. Sizzy asked why he wanted a beetle as a friend when there were so many people at the orphanage who could be his friends. He replied that he knew that, but eventually all those people would leave and he'd end up alone. But Sizzy hugged him and said that no matter what happened, they would always be friends. Of course, she had made that promise, but had abandoned him later and nearly killed him. Yet he forgave her. What a surprise. Now, however, he found himself in an awkward position as she leaned in for a hug, asking why he was squeezing her so tightly. Sizzy told him that he had been lucky this time, but it was important for him to remember that the world was full of dangerous things. From now on, he couldn't rely on luck alone. Zhang Ping thought that even though Sizzy seemed so cold after joining the squad, she was always concerned about him, even if she didn't always show it. She received a message and said, "Understood." Zhang Ping asked what was going on. She explained that his training and investigation would be paused for now because they needed to return to Pearl City. It seemed that Liu Bo had been injured, and they needed to go back to offer support. Zhang Ping was shocked that someone as strong as Liu Bo had been hurt, and asked why they didn't call the other groups for help. Sissy explained that they couldn't alert anyone to their presence, and besides, things outside the wall were a mess. On the way back, it was explained that when the cataclysm began, they erected walls to protect what little was left. Because of this, traveling beyond the wall was extremely dangerous, and only a few independent awakened ones had the courage to do so. There were a few villages around Pearl City that hadn't yet been taken over by creatures. At sea, there were numerous apex-level creatures, and no one had any idea what was on the other side. When they arrived at the base, someone explained that they had been using the celestial curtain to monitor the foxes when suddenly, many of them appeared on Blacksmith Street, so they went there to resolve it. But it turned out to be a trap. Jinbo had been injured and was still recovering, so for the time being, Zizi would have to take responsibility and ensure the city's safety. Humbly, Zhangping asked if she needed help. Zizi humbly declined, telling him to return to the blacksmith shop and that she'd send him a message if anything came up. With that, the two parted ways and Zhangping wished them well. Finally, he was able to relax a little after so many days of training outside the city. He was curious to see how Jimin's training had been going, but then he noticed something strange. The people in the city seemed frozen in place. Someone approached and called out to him. Zhangping used his analysis ability, which failed 66 times, but eventually succeeded. However, he could only tell that the man was using an identity-hiding ability. The man commented that it seemed Zhangping could see the people, and that right now, he must be trying to analyze his abilities. He congratulated Zhangping, saying that normally an analysis-type awakened could only use their ability 10 times, but here, he was with no limitations. Zhangping was shocked at how this man could tell he was trying to analyze him and asked if he needed help with anything. Despite his fear, the man exuded an incredibly terrifying aura. Zhangping stood his ground. The old man asked if he wanted to have some fun. Zhangping did nothing, and the man asked why he wasn't starting. Zhangping responded that there was no reason to fight him, but the man questioned whether he had no reason to become stronger or if his quest for vengeance in South Nile was just a lie. Instantly, Zhangping was in his face, demanding he repeat himself. But strangely, reality seemed to shatter around him. The man teleported, and Zhangping thought he was behind him. As he turned, the man blocked his punch and said that Zhangping still had a lot to learn. Zhangping replied that they'd find out soon enough and unleashed a flame right at the man's face. However, the fire passed through, causing no damage at all. The man reappeared in the distance, saying that he had had his fun and now it was his turn. What Zhangping had hit was just a false image, and the man unleashed a slash. Zhangping was barraged with ice attacks and wondered how this lunatic had so many abilities. He began using a bit of his nether reserve to dodge, and when he couldn't, he pulled up his shield to defend himself. All of this was just to get the man to lower his guard. He sacrificed his shield and launched an attack in the man's direction. As the shield blocked the man's vision, Zhangping came from the side to land a finishing blow. The old man said Zhangping was clever, but he wasn't strong enough. He emitted a light that pushed Zhangping back, sending him crashing to the ground like a fool. The old man remarked that it was impressive for someone at Zhangping's level to have so much power. Zhangping realized he was pinned to the ground by some kind of telekinetic pressure and couldn't move. The old man said it looked like they would need to have a conversation. Zhangping immediately realized this man was far above Jinbo or even Zizi. The only person with more power that he'd ever heard of was the captain of the purging squad. Zhangping, trying to be clever, asked how he could refer to that person. The old man said Zhangping could call him whatever he wanted and questioned if he really didn't know who he was. Considering the man had information about Jing Yao, Zhangping guessed he must be from the purging squad. He knew the captain's name was Sidu Shibai, but wondered why the captain would reveal himself to him. Zhangping asked why the man was there. The old man warned him not to think too hard about it, especially since he couldn't block a mind reading. He explained that in the 2 years he had been in Pearl City, he had never seen an awakened one with an unlimited type ability. Of course, that had piqued his curiosity. Zhangping asked if such a thing as an unlimited level truly existed, as he had thought Apex was the highest level. Shibai explained that normal awakened individuals could only have a single ability, no matter how strong they became. However, unlimited users could continuously gain new abilities as they grew stronger, and there was something he was extremely curious about. Could his unlimited level ability, called Path of Others, copy Zhangping's contract gem ability? Of course, he wasn't asking for this test for free. Zhangping would be rewarded, even if it didn't work. Zhangping wanted to know what would happen if he refused to test this. Shibai said that was his decision, but he should take a look at the gift first. It was a bracelet called Golden Treasure, which had the storage ability that Shibai had used long ago. He added that Zhangping should know what that meant. Zhangping was excited. A storage ability was perfect for someone like him, who had abilities that consumed items. The old man then told him to raise his hand, and a strange blue energy began to flow. Shibai looked thoughtful and sighed. Zhangping asked if he was finished, and the man replied that he was. Unfortunately, Shibai couldn't copy Zhangping's contract gem ability, nor could he copy any abilities that Zhangping had stolen, which meant that the boy was truly unique. Despite this outcome, the item was now Zhangping's. However, as soon as Zhangping took the bracelet, he felt something strange. His analysis revealed how the item had been created. A girl with magical powers had been bound in ropes, and golden liquid had been poured over her. The lives of humans and awakened ones were used to create items like this. Zhangping asked Shibai if all items like this were created in such a cruel way. Shibai explained that in the 2 centuries he lived, many items had been created like this, even though it was strictly prohibited. He had tried several times to destroy the item, but perhaps Zhang Ping could make better use of it. Zhang Ping then asked what the city had been like 200 years ago and if lives had always been wasted in this way. Shibai nodded, explaining that 200 years ago, the Zhu Beast family ruled the city and everyone was a slave to their desires. Men worked all day just to have something to eat. Beautiful women were turned into toys for the masters. Those with any potential were brainwashed into becoming tools. Anyone who lost their usefulness was fed to the Zhu family's creatures, and awakened ones with rare abilities were turned into ingredients for certain equipment. After the Zhu family committed so many atrocities, a revolution began. After years of fighting, the Zhu family was finally overthrown. Zhang Ping acknowledged this history, and Shibai asked if he wanted to know more. Zhang Ping asked why, if Shibai was so strong, he didn't just go and take out the fox leader by himself. Before answering, Shibai shielded their conversation from the world. He explained that it wasn't that he didn't want to, it was that he couldn't. Zhang Ping might think the city's defenses were weak since they had been invaded by the foxes, but in truth, Pearl City's defenses were incredibly robust. The patrol and investigation teams could easily detect any beast that approached the city. Once the signal was given, the purging squad was always ready and dealt with any of the beasts. Additionally, the city had an artifact called the Pearl of the Sun and Moon, which capped the power of any creature within the city at level 40. So even if a king-level creature invaded, it would only have the power of an apex level. No doubt about it, Shibai was the strongest apex-level being. The problem was that even though they knew who the enemy was, they didn't know who was pulling the strings behind everything. Zhang Ping questioned whether Shibai was suggesting that there was a traitor among them. Shibai explained that the city's lore had gone missing, and aside from him, only a few people had control of the artifact. There were remnants of the Zhu family lurking in the shadows, angry at the loss of their reign. These remnants could deactivate the Pearl of the Sun and Moon and had opened the gates to allow the celestial foxes to enter. It was clear that they were behind everything. Zhang Ping asked why they didn't just wipe out these fools. Shibai explained that they had been trying to eradicate them for over 100 years, but a new seed always sprouted. Likely the Zhu family had been entrenched in the city for so long that they had many hidden connections that the purging squad didn't know about. Zhang Ping realized that this was why the fox invasion never made sense. What was the true goal of the Zhu family? Was the lord dead or alive? And why had the beasts recently started to stir more frequently? That's why Shibai was being so cautious, because if he were to die, the city would lose its greatest weapon. Worse still, if he were captured and controlled, it would be the end of Pearl City. Sitter Shibai then reiterated that while he couldn't copy Zhang Ping's ability, they still needed him. He asked Zhang Ping if he was willing to join the purging squad. Without hesitation, Zhang Ping shook his hand and said, "Of course I am." Meanwhile, at the Soul Iron Forge, Jimin asks Rose why she's been repairing so much equipment lately. She says she's just trying to make the best use of her free time. Then Jimin asks when Zhang Ping is coming back since it's been a few days since he left. Rose says it must be all the missing that's making her so distracted. She replies that it's not that, it's just that during the day she has no one to help her train. And she keeps wondering how he's doing outside the wall and if he's encountered any danger. Rose says that kind of talk is identical to a wife's. It seems she can't go a day without a boy. She turns to the barrel and says she'll stop teasing her. But she warns that she doesn't need to worry because the creatures outside the wall are all marked. So as long as he stays in the right regions, he'll be safe. Jimin then questions if there are other villages outside Pearl City capable of doing that. Rose says yes, there are a few, but they are very backward and xenophobic. Most of them still worship bestial gods and make sacrifices to them. So if you ever come across one, it's best to flee. Jimin asks if they are human, and if so, couldn't they just communicate with them? However, Rose warns her to be cautious with that thought, saying they are actually much more dangerous than the beasts when it comes to the outside world. Some of them wear terrifying masks, and you never see them coming. At that moment, Jimin asks if it's like that thing showing up behind them. Rose says yes, it really is quite similar to that one. That's when she notices the thing is really there. And our guy shows up like a fool, scaring the poor girls. But Rose doesn't forgive and gives him a good kick in the groin. Well boy, your little plan fell apart. A few moments later, our boy decides to pretend nothing happened, and tells Miss Rose that was a bit cruel, but she wants to know who he is. Our girl removes the mask, revealing it's him. The two of them want to scold this rascal for playing around and scaring them, but then he teases her hair, saying he's a rascal for going away and coming back just to give them a scare. Our girl says she heard them talking about some scary villages and decided to play along for fun. She asks if he finally finished his training, and he says yes and will stay by the walls for a while. She says that's perfect because she found some clues about a certain Shanshan. She was planning to go to the city, so it's good he's staying to take care of Jimin and her uncle. Before he can say anything, she tells him to go enjoy it because someone really missed him and was wondering when he'd come back. Immediately, Jimin runs off, saying she wants to return to her room because it's late and she wants to rest. However, she stops in front of the door. She calls for our boy, who gets a bit confused, but she turns around smiling, saying she's happy he returned safely. For Zhangping, this was the first time he felt at home since all of this began. She even jumps, startled, when the old man asks why he has that silly grin, and tells our boy to tell Miss Rose that the old man is extremely ill and that she should stop leaving the city. Our boy asks if it's true, and the old man smacks him on the head, telling him just to follow the plan. Zhangping asks why, and the old man explains that Shanshan has been missing for a long time, so something cruel may have happened. He knows how strong his daughter is, but with her taking such risks, eventually, she'll encounter something bad too. That's why he's playing dumb to stop her from taking so many risks. Our boy feels a little awkward with the old man's plans. The old man tells him just to follow the script. That girl is extremely loyal, and if she knows he's a bit sicker, she'll stop risking so much. He warns that our boy has a real talent for forging. His daughter is good, but she never put in much effort and never wanted to. So this next week, it'll be him who really teaches our boy the essence of forging. Even though it's not a super secret technique, it's a unique skill of the Liu family, so he better pay attention. Excited, Zhangping says he won't disappoint, when suddenly he hears a voice calling his name, saying it's her. It was the spirit of Jingyao telling him to keep going because she was waiting for him. Once again, he's confused about why he keeps having these hallucinations. As the old man planned, his daughter stayed more in the city, and Zhangping started learning the techniques. He said he had a lung disease from smoking so much, and his daughter told him to stop smoking. Meanwhile, our boy has also been practicing with Nether to create much more precise forms with energy. Human finally mastered the 3 basic styles of the Beast King. And that night, when he heard Su Jingyo's voice, he felt something familiar and, just to be sure, contacted the purging squad. He asked Shibai if he's sure there are no more foxes around the blacksmith district. Shibai assures him that there aren't, as they cleared out the entire district. This made Zhangping want to understand why he occasionally heard her voice. What if Su Jingyo wasn't really dead, and was instead waiting for him somewhere out there? Maybe for revenge, for answers, or waiting for him to unmask the one pretending to be her. The scene shifts to 3 days later. A man approaches a door and places a metal bar across it. As soon as it opens, he sees a girl sleeping. He approaches to grab the poor thing, saying the drug he used worked perfectly. He pulls back the blanket, saying the rumors that she had the best curves and jade-colored skin were indeed true. And today, he would finally have his way. However, at that moment, a dark aura approaches and calls out the name Xiaofan. The man turns around, wanting to know who's there. The eerie voice starts talking, saying he's so ugly that only his mother could love him and that he's only fit to be buried 5 palms deep. He's always been hated by all women, which is why he's seeking revenge on them. And today, this shadow was there to take the soul he never deserved. At that moment, the man runs, knowing that his whole family should be unconscious because of what he did. So what kind of cursed ghost was following him? Until he's struck in the knee by a whip. He falls to the ground like a fool, and Zhangping's reservoir of fear begins to fill. The man starts crying, begging him to stay away. In that instant, the man wets himself and faints, and our boy wishes he had stayed awake a bit longer so he could draw more fear from him. But this marked the success of the first mission he took on. It was time to bring this man back to headquarters and let them deal with him. This man's skill was pharmaceutical mastery, which allowed him to create extremely potent drugs. In that moment, our boy has flashbacks of the things this man had done. What he was up to was obviously horrific. Using the drugs he created, he harmed numerous women. Seeing this left our boy shaken, and suddenly, the man started waking up on the ground. He turned to launch an attack, but it seemed to hit an aura. Zhangping turns into smoke, and the man wonders where that bastard went. However, our boy simply says, "Today you die." The man wonders why the poison he threw wasn't working. In the next second, he sees a small hand flying toward him, and Zhangping says that for every person he hurt, he'll take a blow. In a Saw-like style, things were about to begin. The man began taking a flurry of attacks without being able to react. He started agonizing, desperate. Time passed, and the man cried out that Zhangping was insane, saying that he should already be dead, and that he wasn't normal. However, our boy replies that with today's technologies, he would still be saved. He points toward a door and says if he can make it to the door, he'll let him leave alive. Xiaofan gets excited, seeing a chance to survive. He's already thinking that when he recovers, he'll get revenge on this boy. There were still plenty of girls he hadn't enjoyed yet. All he had to do was reach that door and he'd survive. But when he stretches out his hand, the door isn't opening. He starts banging on it, demanding to know why it won't open. And our boy approaches, saying it seems he can't even open a door. Even after receiving such a great chance, he messed up. Then bam, Zhangping lashes him on the back with the whip. With that, our boy levels up once more. He'd always thought that killing the foxes would be enough to bring peace to Pearl City. But he realized it wouldn't be that simple. There are people like this man who don't deserve salvation. Then he hears another voice talking about Hanai Academy, saying today would be a special day. It was the perfect chance to capture her. Zhangping realizes he's going to have to teach another lesson. He tells the captain that he's already dealt with this scumbag, but found another one on the radar. The one relaying the messages is Manny, who controls the subspaces. Our boy warns Shibai and asks her if it's true. She says there might be something strange since she can't feel what's happening over there. He then informs her that Zhangping seems to be heading to that location and tells her to report any situation that arises. She tells him to be careful, but reinforcements are on their way. The academy was surrounded by a red barrier. Inside, there were a few hooded figures. They had been searching for their target for 15 minutes, but still hadn't found her. One of them says they're in trouble because someone just breached the barrier. The chubby guy, panicking, says it looks like they've been discovered. However, the leader says it's impossible because they're using the dragon statue. But he warns that they're running out of time, so they need to find her soon. Our boy arrives at the entrance of the building. He starts analyzing the statue, trying to figure out what it is. The system explains that it's a dragon stone. If placed in 4 points, it creates a barrier that nullifies the perception of anyone inside. Our boy starts seeing a flashback of how that item was created. As usual, it involved the sacrifice of numerous lives, which is strange as that kind of item had been banned long ago. These people didn't seem to belong to other organizations, so maybe they were remnants of the Zhu family. The Zhu family in the last 2 months not only brought foxes but also beasts, and now they're targeting something at Hanhai Academy. It's still hard to understand what these guys' real goal is, but perhaps today at the academy, he'll begin to understand things. Then he sees someone approaching and decides to hide. With that, he activates the Nightwalker ability. From the perspective of the group, there was nothing there. The person who had apparently crossed the barrier was already gone. One of them says to turn off the lantern to conserve its energy. Afterward, they collect the dragon stone and leave without leaving any trace. However, our boy was there, observing and relaying the information that these guys were levels 20, 17, and 15. The lantern they were carrying concealed their presence, scent, and even identification details. The girl they were taking was named Chu Jumting, who had an extraordinary potential with a lot of stars. Moreover, she had the blood of a saint, which created a bond with any living creature. Zhang Ping realizes her ability is similar to a gem contract but much more advanced, as it works even without the person having to consume anything. The question remains, what does the Zhu family want with controlling this girl? However, it was obvious that he wasn't going to let these guys take her away like that. But suddenly, they seem to disappear. His analysis is interrupted and he wonders what happened. Amani, on the other hand, tells him that they're heading outside the city. Says he wouldn't make it in time, so our boy says he'll delay them. However, Shibai tells him to be careful and to consider his own safety. But our boy says he won't miss the chance to learn more about the Zhu family. The guys were already running outside the barrier, when one of them seemed to notice something. A strange ether wolf came out in the bushes. The guys wondered why there was a creature like that right at the city's exit. Our boy's precision with form creation had improved a lot, but if he was analyzed, it would be risky. The guy decides to do just that to assess the creature's strength. But our boy notices the attempt to analyze him and interrupts it with an attack. Before the guy can do anything, he's already leaping. He's on the guy's back, ready to bite. The man dodges and tells Huang to hypnotize the creature. Huang spreads his arms and uses a technique telling the wolf to stay still. Zhang Ping's eyes go all zigzagged. He puts on a love-struck expression, and the chubby guy says the ability is ready. However, Zhang Ping has infinite mental energy, so this type of attack is useless against him. He decides to pretend he's under control and slowly approaches with a dumb look on his face. The chubby guy reaches out his hand and tells him not to move. But right at that moment, Zhang Ping swipes. He opens his jaws and is ready to strike at the throat. As the fool is being devoured, he calls for help from the leader. The leader tries to execute a technique, telling him to get out of there. And a golden glow throws Zhang Ping far away. However, our boy managed to level up to 9 and the gem contract rose to level 6. The guy was using overwhelming telekinesis, and even Zhang Ping within the nether aura couldn't resist. With that, the poor guy is crushed. He tries to move, but it's impossible. Then the man says that the wolf's name is Zhang Ping, level 9, and he belongs to the Soul Iron Forge and the Purging Squad. He wonders why a worthless human like that was pretending to be a rat. But since he was one of Shibei's slaves, he wouldn't leave here alive. Although the guy's skills weren't great, the items he had were extremely dangerous. Clearly, the Zhu family had been depending on equipment they've been accumulating for a long time. The good thing for him is that even with restricted movement, he could still use the nether. What he found strange was that the gravity guy, instead of defending himself, was only trying to dodge. And then the guy jumps to the side and fires an electric arrow. Our boy has to use a good amount of nether to create a protective shield. The guy says that this type of ability our boy is using has a limited energy supply, so soon enough, it would run out. Our boy realizes that if the guy isn't trying to dodge, maybe it's time to try the next move. Another shock arrow comes, and he spends 15 nether to defend himself. At the same time, he buries some of his energy into the ground. He spends another 15 to launch a series of attacks. The other guy steps in to protect his friend. But what they haven't noticed is that nether had already seeped out from under their feet. Our boy pulled his Shikamaru, controlling both of their arms, and they couldn't use their items. At that moment, he approaches, saying that with their hands bound, they're useless. He pulls out a nether dagger and stabs the guy in the stomach who can't move. However, the guy activates telekinesis on his own arm to hit Zhang Ping's arm. With that, he congratulates Zhang Ping for the attempt but says that this is the end. However, in that moment, our boy releases all the flame he had stored up, and with that, the man has to throw him far away. But as he's sliding back, an electric arrow is already coming. And man, this one hits him in the chest. It looks like his clothes are fireproof, and the guys say he's got quite a few tricks up his sleeve too. It was a shame, but this was where it was going to end. However, Zhang Ping only replies that the time has come. The guy laughs, asking if he's talking about his own death, but as water flows over him, Zhang Ping says he was only buying time. One of them manages to defend and counterattack, but the other is already stabbed in the chest. The problem is that this time, our boy won't come out unscathed. However, at that very moment, Sizzy is already beside the guy, who realizes that this cursed woman killed his friend in one move. She slashes at him, and he defends himself with the tip of his bow. But her level is much higher, and the poor guy has no chance. He asks who she is, but she just ignores him. She keeps attacking the fool, leaving him no chance to escape. He already knows that in a few more seconds, he'll be dead. With no other choice, he had to use it and pulls a ring from his hand. He slips it on his finger and suddenly begins to glow with electricity. A lightning bolt starts to fall and she tells him to stop. A gust of energy and wind rises to the sky. She approaches, at least relieved that Zhang Ping was alive. The man took advantage of the lightning to create distance between the two of them. It was a shame that they couldn't capture anyone from the Zhu family alive. Meanwhile, our boy is on the ground, completely drained. Then Manny tells her to hurry back and bring Zhang Ping. Sizzy asks what happened. She explains that the illusory curtain had been breached. Man, it's the dangerous Lu Xiu. The fool, who I think is that vice president, asks why he was summoned. She questions how the preparations for the beasts outside the city were going. He says that, just as she ordered, everything was in place. It's at that moment that the giant lightning bolt falls in the distance. She wants to know what that sound was. The vice president recognizes it as the myriad call of thunder, which means the guy he sent out ran into trouble. It seems like he's up to something sneaky. He says it was probably just a random thunderbolt, but Lu Yu questions if he really didn't see anything unusual. Trembling, he says no. Everything seemed perfectly calm. She then asks why he seems so nervous. He assures her she can trust him. He's been tracking thunder for a long time and knows each one. She realizes the bastard is lying, and the problem is that outside the wall, she can't sense things clearly. It was exactly like that other time when that guy was about to die. But as soon as she turned the corner, he completely disappeared in an instant. There must be someone of high level using illusion tag techniques in this city. Normally, humans don't affect the foxes, but this one was messing with their perception. Maybe the entire city was under some kind of illusion. Man, she casts a jutsu and activates a domain expansion. The illusory barrier begins to crumble. Stizzy wonders where that girl the men tried to kidnap had gone. Stizzy turns to Zhang Ping and says she doesn't know why, but the barrier was disappearing. Our boy is lying on the ground like a fool, calling out her name. She points to the side and tells her to use that lantern. Meanwhile, Lu Xiu's energy continues to sweep through the city, examining every point, trying to figure out what's happening. Finally, she senses she has found the Dan Rat, a man carrying the thing on his shoulder, whom she had almost forgotten about in all the chaos. Immediately, she jumps toward him, and the man says she better wait. Now he knows there's a problem because he couldn't stall her. Everyone receives the message about one of the purging squad agents named Zhang Ping. He encountered two of their agents, who are now dead. Because of the boy, they had no choice but to use the myriad call of thunder to ensure at least one of them survived. Besides the squad, Zhang Ping is also linked to the Soul Iron Forge. At that moment, one of them asks what Lu Xiu is doing there. And suddenly someone screams. The man tells Zijin to explain what's going on. However, at that moment, the old man appears and says the plan has failed. Zijin, who provided the information, had been killed by a fox. The problem is that the saint, who poses the greatest threat to the foxes, is now under their control. Lu Xiu knows she can't kill the saint, so she plans to send her back to the Lord's mansion. The man asks what they're going to do now that they won't be able to control the foxes. The old man says he knows of a passage that leads directly to the outer entrance of the mansion. Only he knows about that place, and they can release a bunch of beasts to make the foxes' lives difficult. That way he could take advantage of the chaos and rescue the saint. Another one says it's easier said than done, especially since Princess Lu Kaiyu will be guarding that place. The man says they'll have to use a plan to lure Zhang Ping since she's probably hunting him. If they send an attack on the Soul Iron Forge, Zhang Ping will go to defend it and Lu Kaiyu will show up to kill him. While the Purging Squad and the Foxes are fighting at the Forge, they'll take advantage of the situation to cause chaos at the mansion. One of them says this would mean breaking all ties they have with the Foxes, so failure isn't an option. Obviously, no one must know they are descendants of the Zhu family. The guy with the black eye warns that the fate of the Zhu family is in Zemin's hands. Stizzy is asking if he's awake and how he's feeling. Our boy gets up, wondering where he is. He explains that he's at the Purging Squad base because they didn't have time to take him anywhere else. He sees Jimbo lying there and asks if he's really that badly injured. He explains that Jimbo fought Lu Kaiyu, who seems to be on the move. At that moment, someone says he's already standing. It's Suji, who says he fought against 3 people 10 levels above him and still walked away after taking one down. Usually, someone dies instantly if they fight someone 5 levels higher. Sizzy introduces the girl, saying she's the one with the solar recharge, and that she took care of him. Our boy says he was lucky, and it's thanks to them that he made it out alive. The girl replies that it wasn't a big deal, but besides that, she can't maintain the illusory curtain anymore. Enough chit-chat, he needs to explain everything that happened as they need more information. The girls, it seems, have been working double shifts to try to understand what's going on. They're all asking to be fired for a few days. Manny says the cursed Xiaowei was awake, so it was time for her to help. But clearly she wasn't that awake. She keeps getting beaten every hour to try and wake her up. At that moment, Shibai enters the room and sees the two fighting like madmen. He says he really needs more staff because they're being forced to work so hard. Then our boy walks into the room. Shibai explains that the Zhu family and the Foxes seem to be working together, but that no longer appears to be the case. And the fact that they used that dragon shows they were already aware of the illusory curtain. He knows that submission isn't the Zhu family's style. This means they're just waiting for the right moment to deal with the Foxes. The headmaster of Rai Academy, known as Shan Howie, died 14 years ago without any heirs. But soon after, a girl named Shen Junting was announced as his granddaughter. She didn't seem to have any connection to Pearl City, so she must be from a village outside. It was likely the Academy's headmaster who wanted to keep her completely hidden. Because of this, they have no records of her, and it's impossible to know what ability she possesses. However, Zhang Ping says he knows the ability because he analyzed her earlier. What she possesses is called the blood of the saint. Shibai wonders if she could be from the ancestral sacred village. However, that would be too much of a coincidence. Meanwhile, our boy explains her ability. At that same moment in the Lord's mansion, Junting excitedly asks if her sister always lives there and why she seems so angry. Clearly furious, she says it's nothing important. Junting tells her to drink some tea because sweet things make you happy when you're mad. However, obviously Lu Xiu isn't in the mood for jokes and tells her to die. A terrible aura passes over the girl, but she opens her eyes and glares with a golden light. Xiu's attack seems to have no effect and the girl pretends nothing happened. She offers her a cookie, asking if she's not in the mood to eat it. She pops it into her mouth, saying the cookie is really tasty. Meanwhile, Xiu can't understand why she can't kill this girl who's all smiles, saying it's delicious. Every time Xiu tries to strike at the very moment she's about to hit, she feels ill and cancels the attack. Junting spits out the tea, saying it's terrible and that the person who made it is a complete idiot, who just so happens to be Xiu herself. The girl leaves, saying she'll prepare a new batch of tea and tells her to wait there. Meanwhile, Lu Xiu wonders why she feels so ill every time she tries to kill the girl. She's a princess of the Celestial Fox clan, so clearly this wasn't her own weakness. There was something about this girl that she had no idea about. Meanwhile, back at the base, Sizzy tells our boy that her water is similar to the nether. The main difference is that she can easily recover and reuse the water. However, once his nether is depleted, it's gone. That's because he still doesn't know how to convert tangible nether into something intangible again. It's like someone who knows how to turn water into a liquid, then a solid, then gas, and back into a liquid again. Our boy thinks the advantage of being intangible is that he doesn't need to walk around with armor all the time. But Sizzy tells him to stop thinking about that and focus on the fight. Take that fool always thinking about Naruto. Now the rascal knows how to use nether to create a barrier that reduces the impact of attacks. She sends a blizzard his way, saying his luck is that it's easy for him to collect more nether since all he has to do is feel fear. And the boy was there, breakdancing on the floor, until he realizes that the ice on the ground had turned into water. He had focused too much on what was coming from above and got distracted, ending up captured. Stissy says the big problem, however, is that if the enemy doesn't fear him, he'll quickly run out of nether. But Zhang Ping says that if an attack is strong enough, that's all he needs. And right then, the dagger flies toward her. She says she wants to find out how strong this so-called attack of his is. She creates a water prison as the energy accumulates, but the dagger easily pierces through the barrier. Our boy says it looks like he won since her barrier couldn't resist that. She dissolves the barrier and says that this nether energy must come from some kind of king-level beast. But she warns him that if it had been a real fight, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Suddenly, her waters begin to bubble and the boy is burned. She tells him he needs to study more and understand the true nature of his ability. She can transform her water into ice, hot water, or even steam, and each of these options has the potential to change the pace of a fight. He asks her what she thinks of the giant spider he made. With the fear she felt, he recovered Sandy and Nether, and she slaps him across the face. But the crazy boy starts drinking the water she threw at him. She is startled and tells him to spit it out because the water she uses is either extremely pure or toxic. Our boy asks for help, saying something strange is happening, and he can't control his body. Suddenly, his shorts fall down, and half of his body has turned into water. An arm starts to emerge from his chest, and he wants to know what's going on. That's when he realizes that he may have awakened a new ability. The Oniferous ability allowed him to consume any substance and have a 10% chance of adopting its composition, along with the pure water body, which granted resistance to any physical attack. Clearly, the level 6 gem was much stronger since it awakened 2 abilities. What he's curious about is exactly how this Oniferous works. Sizzy asks if he's really okay, and he explains that he's beginning to control how he can maintain his form. The water body and the nether body were quite similar, so he just had to use the same knowledge of form transformation. Out of nowhere, the fool turns into a puddle on the ground. He gets up like a stickman, saying it worked, or at least it should have worked. A while later, he was back to normal. and she was blushing. She turns around and tells him, for the love of God, to put some clothes on. He then explains what happened. He says that because he accidentally drank her water, it seems he gained an ability called Pure Water Body. Hearing this, Sizzy is shocked by his growth potential. The ability that's a dream for almost every water magic user was awakened without any effort. She turns to leave, and he asks if she's okay. But at that moment, the alarm goes off. She asks what happened, and they request reinforcements because the Soul Iron Forge is under attack. She orders all units to be sent and says she's going to help. Our boy obviously wants to go, but she tells him to wait because it's a trap. He says not to worry, now he can turn into a puddle of water and slip away. She responds that she doesn't have time to convince him, so he better follow quickly. When they arrive at the forge, there are a bunch of fallen assassins. While our boy runs ahead, Sissy gives orders to find the assassins. Outside, our boy calls for Jimin and everyone. Out of the corner, Rose appears, looking completely wrecked, and calls out to him. He runs and asks if she's okay. She points to the side and says that both Jimin and the old man were hurt. A severed hand lies on the ground. Sissy tells him to take care of her while she checks on the other two. Man, the poor girl lost her arm. Our boy is devastated that this happened to her. She reassures him, saying it's okay, she won't die just because she's missing an arm. At that moment, people start coming out of the forge. Sissy orders them to take everyone for treatment right away. She tells our boy not to worry. She was unconscious, but she'll be fine. Sissy thanks him for being alive, but warns him to be careful, as he's made some extremely powerful enemies. He tells her not to worry and just focus on recovering. Sissy then says that it looks like the forge is no longer safe, so they're going to move everyone outside the city. Our boy recognized the assassins' uniforms and knew it was the damn Zhu family who came to take him down. At that moment, someone comments on an energy fluctuation and asks if the two humans are involved. He recognizes the voice as Lu Xiu's. She sends an attack, saying she won't let any threat escape so easily. Our boy manages to grab Sissy and push her aside. Xiu says he's impressive. It seems he really sensed her attack coming. Sissy replies that she's fine, but finds it strange that she arrived so quickly, given that this operation was a secret. Our boy replies that somehow she must be observing the entire city. That's when Xiu seems to notice something. She asks if he's Zhang Ping. He says it's been a while since they last met and starts trying to analyze her. As his analysis progresses, Xiu says she's going to buy some time for the two of them and sends a blizzard her way. Xiu blocks it and realizes that her true identity has been exposed. She says it looks like they've figured out who's behind everything. She creates a portal to send an attack to Xiu's back, but Xiu raises a shield to defend herself. However, Xiu is completely destroyed by a single attack. She realizes that even with her identity exposed, she can't sense the attacks she creates. If that's the case, she wants to see her dodge this. She sends a flurry of attacks in all directions. Our boy, who can see the fox's attacks, starts relaying the coordinates. She decides to trust him since he's the only one who can see everything. With that, she begins dodging and cutting down each of the claws. Xiu quickly realizes that this is the one responsible. She prepares a claw and sends it in his direction, but he gives himself the order to dodge. As a result, he starts dancing around like a fool, but doesn't get hit by any attack. And Xiu already realizes that this bastard can see through their disguises. She sends another attack toward him and Sissy to make sure both of them die. However, for him, it's easy since his body moves naturally, and he keeps giving instructions. Xiu moves close and raises another barrier to save the two of them. Our boy comments that Xiu seems quite upset. Did she get rejected or something? Suddenly, she starts screaming and says that he's truly impressive for having escaped all the tests they conducted. But still today, he wouldn't leave alive. He was dodging 3 tails, but what would happen if she sent 3,000? His nether barrier starts to weaken. As the pressure increases, Xiu says it's beautiful to watch him resist like this. The barrier is almost at 0. Finally, it breaks, and our boy wonders how it's possible that he couldn't delay her for even a second, even using everything he had. At that moment, a projection of Shibai warns him to listen carefully, as he would only have one chance. Just as Xiu was about to break the barrier, a golden light descends from the sky, surrounding her with clouds. Shibai informs him that this is the opportunity he's been given. Her attack dissolves against the barrier. He grabs Sissy's hand and runs like hell. Does he think he's going to kill this woman? He doesn't have the power for that. But, of course, she also says she's not going to let him escape so easily. She raises her hands and breaks the barrier that Shibai had created. With that, she begins ordering all the foxes, telling them to locate Zhang Ping and not let him escape. Moments later, they were already at the base of the purging squad. He passes all the information to Sister Rose and tells her to be careful, as it's no longer safe outside. He apologizes for getting them all involved in this. She tells him not to worry, it's just an arm. Besides, she should be the one thanking him for saving everyone's lives. He says she doesn't need to worry. He'll do his best to rebuild the forge. But for now, they'll have to stay hidden outside the city, as it's the only safe place. Meanwhile, Sissy thinks to herself that our boy has grown so much, and she hadn't even noticed. At that moment, Rose mentions that the white-haired girl was waiting for him. Zhang Ping goes outside and asks what she wants with him. She asks why he called her Sissy when he normally calls her big sister. Our boy feels embarrassed. He thought it was fine to call her something more familiar after everything they've been through together. but she says it's okay. He can call her whatever he wants, but they need to hurry. His identity had been exposed, and they would have to wait for further orders from the captain. But for all the help he's given to the purging squad, he was about to receive a reward. He asks what this golden blood is. She explains that it belongs to Jimbo. It provides extremely fast recovery and extends the lifespan of all veterans in this place. He's supposed to consume it and try to absorb one of the powers as he usually does with his technique. Additionally, there's a chance it could be passed down to descendants, so maybe the women will take more interest in him. He says he's not sure that's a guarantee, and besides, he doesn't have any women, so there's no reason to think that far ahead. Then he drinks the blood, hoping the omniferous ability activates. He asks if she felt anything, and she says that strangely, it doesn't seem like anything changed. Until, suddenly, his hand starts turning red. He analyzes it and sees that the omniferous ability is activated. Now he has the pure blood body, which accelerates the recovery process. He quickly realizes that the omniferous ability gives him an additional chance to gain limited powers. Sissy asks what's happening with his hand. Her glasses are turned off, and he notices she has a huge scar across her face and asks what happened. She says it's nothing serious, but our boy knows she's hiding something. She asks if he feels any other difference, and he says he seems to be aware of most of the creatures around him. It's as if he can blend in with them and heal wounds. She says that maybe with this ability, he can help his friend recover her arm. He says that from what he's sensing, as long as there's enough blood, he could reconstruct a human body with just a piece of skin. A pure water body provided defense, and a pure blood body provided recovery. She tells him to go help his friend right away. But before he leaves, our boy says he'd like to have a conversation with her later as friends, not as allies. Blushing slightly, she says that's fine. Meanwhile, in the forest outside the city, a flock of birds seems to be fleeing. That's because a legion of beasts is approaching. Man, those creatures are incredibly ugly. Back at the base, Manny seems to be keeping an eye on what Shibai is doing. He's reviewing the records from the sacred village. He replies that she might not remember, but they committed several terrifying acts when they were in power. It was at the beginning of everything, when the Zhu family of beast tamers were still considered heroes. They helped people survive that great calamity. At that time, the leader of the family, Zhu Shiyang, partnered with the bird of the sun god. He flapped his wings in the sky every day to bring light and warmth to the people of the city, and he continued doing this for 10 years until he died of exhaustion. After that, he was buried on Sunset Mountain, which is outside Pearl City. Some people who idolized him began to live near the tomb, and that's how the sacred village was formed outside the city. She says she understands but asks what this has to do with what's happening now. He explains that every 100 years, a saint appears in that village. She has a bloodline that can protect them from any beast attack. Manny now understands and asks if he's saying that Junting might be the saint. Shibai says yes, and the Zhu family's plan was probably to use this girl to control the foxes. She says that makes sense, but it's strange that this saint appeared at the academy out of nowhere. Shibai says that sometimes these things are intentional. With her in the city, they can use the excuse that she's trapped there and launch an attack with the help of the villages. Manny asks why they would do something like that. He explains that 150 years ago, Pearl City was ruled by an extremely corrupt and dangerous woman. To prevent the history with the Zhu family from repeating, the purging squad, with the help of the current lord, took her down. However, it seems she managed to escape and became the leader of the sacred village. Maybe she never gave up on dominating Pearl City and is just waiting for the perfect moment to attack. Meanwhile, the purging squad built several safe houses outside the city. They are extremely well camouflaged so that no one knows where they are. Safe house number 3, for instance, looks exactly like a rock. As they walk through the area, Sizzy hears a strange noise and wonders if it's the Zhu family again. The problem is there are a lot of injured people, and she'll have to leave Zhang Ping to take care of them. The question is whether he can really handle something like that. At that moment, our boy excitedly shouts that it worked. Seeing the lantern, she asks if that's the one that ran out of energy. He says yes, but he thought it would be a waste to throw it away, so he kept trying to recharge it, whether with fire or pure water. He even tried using blood to charge it, until finally he managed to fill it with nether. It's now a nether lantern that hides his scent and prevents others from checking his information. Our boy points out that it now seems stronger than before. It was a lucky break, but it's good because they're now protected. With the safety of the place secured, they could explore the area, including the storm of beasts heading their way. Our boy observes and says that there might be a bit more than he expected. It looks like the Zhu family is already using their beast control. At that moment, Sizzy alerts everyone at the base, saying more than 10,000 beasts are heading toward Pearl City. Zhang Ping, however, comments that the beasts seem to be running away from something rather than chasing something. That's when he gasps in shock. He points in a direction and tells Sizzy to take a look. She's not thrilled with what she sees either. She warns over the radio that a massive horde of zombies is heading toward the city, and the number is at least 50,000. At that moment, Shibai slams his hand down and wonders how this is possible. How are they supposed to deal with 50,000 zombies, 10,000 beasts, the foxes, and the Zhu family all in the same city? Obviously, they don't have enough people to handle all of this. He wonders if he'll have to intervene directly, but then he has an idea. He calls for the three girls and tells them to prepare to activate the celestial curtain once again. They seem hesitant, but he explains that yesterday, he suppressed the power of the fox leader, so she's not at full strength yet. They're going to have to rely on the help of everyone in the city and send out a warning about the incoming zombies. Once all the awakened individuals are ready, they'll infiltrate the crowd. This way, they can blend in and avoid being attacked by the foxes. He then orders Sizzy and Zhang Ping to buy the city as much time as possible to prepare. At safe house number 5, the man says those are the captain's orders. Everyone was supposed to head to base number 3 and help them survive. The men are excited, saying it's time for them to shine a little. Meanwhile, the guy from the Zhu family is furious because the plan to take down the forge failed. He sends a message saying that Lu Xiu is not in the Lord's mansion. At that moment, the person on the other end says they've encountered some problems. A giant horde of zombies has appeared outside the city and they don't know who's behind it. He tells them to stop the small talk and come up with a plan or everything will fall apart. He needs to find that saint as soon as possible before they lose their chance. At that moment, he looks back. The city's main squad is passing by and he recognizes the captain as Link Dai. The chubby guy already said that the city's lord wasn't there and asks what the captain is doing there. But the man is completely ignored and the captain heads for the door. At that moment, he begins to open it. The chubby guy is confused by what is happening. There's a serenade going on and everyone is dancing romantically. Jumping tells them to join in and have fun with everyone. Link D takes a sip of the drink. He regains consciousness and wonders how he ended up there. That's when he remembers the plan was to capture someone named Zhang Ping. Jumping says he must be a bit lost and the man wonders if she's the one who made him appear there. As soon as she gets close, he feels like she's some kind of king of his species. She tells him not to waste anything and immediately, he kneels, saying he understands the saint. Confused, she asks why he's calling her that since she considers everyone their friend. She tells him to join in and take part in the dance. The chubby guy knows that the saint's power only affects mutated creatures, so maybe this man has been taken by the fox. Considering how all the guards are there, there's not a single real person left in that mansion. The good thing is that Junting is controlling everything, and even she hasn't realized it. If he could convince her to be part of the plan, they could move on to the next phase. He approaches her and asks how things are going. She explains that she met many new friends and didn't expect such a big party just for her. She asks about her sister, Lu Xiu, and he says she'll be back soon as she went to take care of some things. He then tells her he knows of a much more fun place and asks if she wants to go there. Man, for someone trying to win her over as a friend, you're not playing the game right. Obviously, she hugs him and says no. First, she hasn't finished playing here, and second, she doesn't understand how he knows her name since she never told him. Suddenly, everyone at the party stops and starts staring at him. Back at Safe House 003, Sizzy is walking around with her little powers. Our boy is also creating ice and distractions to slow the beasts down. They raise some giant ice boulders with a few beasts trapped inside. The problem is, they're easily breaking everything. He warns that he's going to try to buy a little more time. He creates a full nether creature that costs 100 points. That's because the absurd number of beasts is feeding the fear he's able to generate. He's constantly gaining more fear and spending it to summon more monsters. The goal is to hold off as much as possible until reinforcements arrive. Now the attack distribution is with the zombies in the back and the beasts in the front. Our boy is all stylish, summoning this massive purple dragon. It's easily tearing through several beasts and racking up a ton of SP. Our boy is excited. Even though it's a disaster, he's definitely leveling up a lot. The beasts, not being stupid, start changing course to avoid the dragon. But for him, this was perfect since they weren't even fighting, and he was earning experience just by killing the fleeing beasts. Meanwhile, some ice shards are piercing other creatures. Sizzy is taking down the creatures, destroying the front line with headbutts. Our boy only compliments her. As he wonders how many creatures he's already killed, it seems like it's never ending. And the problem is that eventually there were so many that he didn't even have time to hit them all, until a fireball and a lightning bolt came. Man, I thought it hit someone else, but it got him right in the forehead. He turned around thinking someone had arrived. But in fact, the zombies were awakened. It seems like the usual stereotypes didn't work in this filthy world. With his analysis, he saw they were level 6 ancestral zombies from the village. Now the problem had become much bigger since these creatures were much smarter and even had powers. He needed to warn everyone at the base as quickly as possible. He starts flapping his wings and kicking everything away. Sizzy creates a water circle around him and warns him to be careful not to let those creatures get too close. Our boy grabs the creatures with a water hand. He says he has an idea and flies into the sky. He starts raining fire on all the zombies he had captured. Then he makes it rain fireballs of burning zombies. The boy is racking up a ton of experience and had already gained 2 more points in all his stats. Meanwhile, Sizzy was easily cutting off heads. She activated a blade technique and slashed through a bunch more, until one tried to stab her right in the forehead. But our boy arrived and smashed them all with a single stomp. With that, they wiped out the first wave of 1,000 creatures, so only 49,000 left. He wonders how these damn zombies knew how to use abilities. She explains that they were probably awakened in their previous lives. She's sure it's the filthy Zhu family. But he explains that he analyzed the zombies and found out they're actually ancestors of the sacred village. Shibai hears this and says that from what he knows about the Zhu family, they wouldn't go as far as controlling zombies. The current information suggests that this incident has much more to do with the sacred village. Sissy says it seems to be the work of that Dan woman, the one who gave her the scar on her face. It looks like they're dealing with another dangerous villain. She tells our boy to hold his breath because that gas is toxic. However, the strange smell reminds him of something. It smells like rotten eggs, meaning it's hydrogen sulfide. When he was part of the rescue team, he had to conduct an operation like this, and that's when he learned it's extremely flammable. He warns her to be careful because it could explode. She asks what he's planning to do. Our boy says there's no time to explain and she'll have to trust him. With that, she ignites her finger with a bit more flame. And of course, there's a massive explosion. But our boy wasn't a fool. While she protected herself, he was absorbing the fire. His reserves were now at 263. Another wave of zombies was arriving and he used his analysis ability. It was an old man sitting on top of a muscular figure. But strangely, the analysis wasn't working. The old man scratched his beard and said it was impressive they neutralized his poison. Unfortunately, it was a high-level creature too far away for the analysis to work. He comes up with a plan, decides to analyze all the other creatures instead. With that, he manages to perform almost 17,000 analyses. Because of this, his analysis ability levels up to advanced, and now he can analyze targets above level 30. That creature was called Zhu Xiangming, an awakened being at level 39 who had reached the apex rank. The old man then tells the creatures to kill the two of them because he has other matters to attend to. Our boy mentions that the creature is level 39 and asks what a fallen means. She explains that an awakened being's abilities evolve as they use them, slowly assimilating with their power. However, if they aren't strong enough, they are consumed by their own power. That's when they become known as fallen. The problem is that, despite losing their reason, they are considered extremely powerful. Our boy is calmly slicing through zombies. Suddenly, a green ogre appears next to Sissy. It attacks her, and she has to defend herself. She's thrown back and immediately sends a message to the base, warning that a group of extremely strong zombies has appeared, and they no longer have the strength to stop them. Additionally, an apex-level creature is leading the entire legion toward the city. Given that it's level 39, it's a threat far beyond their reach. What's left for the two of them to deal with is the level 39 green orc. Zhang Ping then decides to test a new nether technique. He surrounds the creature with a bunch of purple chains, but easily breaks free. At that moment, a deafening sound comes from within the city. Our boy, startled, wonders if the enemies have already reached the city. Meanwhile, at the northern gate, the horde of beasts and zombies is approaching. Several awakened beings have volunteered to help defend the gate. Even the master who taught our boy his first techniques said he wasn't going to let the city fall like this. With just a few men there, no one was getting through. Or at least, there were more than a few men. But they were only academy apprentices. At least they were enough to stop the first wave of rabbits. However, obviously, this wasn't the biggest problem. And the captain himself was already locked in battle with one of the zombies with abilities. Man, he stopped the punch, but it seemed to start corroding his hand. And with that, the poor guy was being overwhelmed. He notices that the creature is using the same beast fist technique he teaches. This makes him wonder who the hell this monster is in front of him. He dodges another attack, preparing to land a blow on its stomach. But instead he goes for the classic Rock Lee move, hitting it in the shoulder. He throws it up into the air, headbutts it, then slams it down to the ground, causing an explosion. Look at him recovering HP out of pure rage. If you say the guy doesn't have swagger, you're lying. He sees that something seems to have fallen from the zombie and wonders why it looks familiar. Then he realizes it's the token of one of the older men from the academy. This person had that man's token and also knew how to use the techniques. Perhaps it really was Brother Benshi, who disappeared 30 years ago. He never imagined that someone like him would suffer such a cruel fate as becoming a zombie. Benshi keeps attacking, saying only he will be able to stop him. The elder wonders if the man he knew is truly gone. He remembers when they used to practice together. Since Benshi was a bit older, he always ended up getting hit. However, he was always a good person and taught him much of what he knew about beast techniques. And he was always eager to continue training. At that moment, the zombie says he's going to wipe the smile off the elder's face. But crying, the leader asks, "Since when have your punches become so predictable and weak?" He throws him away, saying it's a disgrace to the Beast King Academy. He didn't know who did this to his former comrade, but he swore he was going to find that person and make them pay the price. He then warns everyone to get out of the way, or they'll be caught in the crossfire. In the same moment, he jumps and comes face to face with Benshi. Man, the poor guy didn't even have a chance. He got hit right in the chest. The impact generates a shockwave that passes right through him. As he's being evaporated, he thinks to himself that his younger brother really has become stronger. With that, the leader steps back, telling his brother to rest in peace. At that moment, a man with yellow teeth says it's a shame to see a masterpiece being destroyed like that. But it didn't matter because that guy would be the perfect replacement. The leader, furious, asks if he was the one who turned his friend into a zombie. The old man says yes and asks what his objections are. Did insects like him really think they would survive that army? The Zhu family, after failing in their plan to kidnap the saint, is now being hunted by the purging squad. The attack on the forge was a good plan, worked to leave everyone on edge. And now Lu Xiu and Yu are running free through the city. The goal of releasing mutated beasts into the Lord's palace went wrong since a bunch of strange zombies appeared instead. The plan to capture Junting directly from the mansion center also failed. And now he's here, alongside the foxes. With that, the Zhu family's plan had been completely uncovered. They wanted to bring all the foxes under their control by using the sink and then retake control of the city. However, the current investigation shows that these zombies are connected to the sacred village. The celestial curtain has successfully been raised, gathering all the combatants in the area. The attack is mainly coming from the north, as the south is surrounded by mountains. At this moment, the Beast King Martial Academy and other awakened ones are holding the northern position. Meanwhile, inside the ancestral sacred village, a man kneels before the cult leader and informs her that everything is ready. She tells them to go help the zombies cause chaos in the city. And the moment the Zaashi brothers capture the saint, they are to return immediately. The boy asks if that king-level beast in the city won't interfere with their plans. Additionally, if they're already declaring war, why would they retreat after the first attack? The warden says that the old fox is likely just waiting for Shibai to reveal himself. The boy asks if that doesn't put their plan at risk. She reassures him, saying he needn't worry. Even though the saint had only just awakened, not even that powerful fox could completely ignore her effect. Besides, the fox isn't their biggest concern in the city. The real problem is Shibai and the purging squad, and that's why she's using the zombies to create chaos in the city. First, they'll use the saint as a pretext for war and launch this invasion. The purging squad will have to activate the Sky and Moon Pearl, but to do that, Shibai will have to reveal himself, and that's when the fox will strike. As soon as they're caught in the middle of this battle, they'll kidnap the princess and kill the rest. The boy says that his information indicates that the Zhu family also wants the saint and asks what they'll do if they interfere. She explains that at the moment, the saint is completely out of control and the Zhu family has no chance of accomplishing anything. That's why she sent the Zaashi brothers, who have sacred blood and can communicate directly with her. Moreover, it seems that the great ancestors of the Zhu family don't want to get involved in all of this. Even if they tried to take the saint by force, they wouldn't be able to defeat the brothers. She then says it's time for them to head out as well. Meanwhile, our boy has his dagger ready. He and Sizzy are killing as many zombies as possible. The problem is there are so many that he's been fighting for a long time and doesn't seem to end. Suddenly, he feels something pass by him. He turns and tells Sizzy to be careful. As she looks, a creature slams an axe into the ground, knocking her down. She tried to form an ice shield, but she was thrown far away. The beast was already leaping on her, and our boy rushed to help. The problem is that he was running low on nether, and zombies were holding him back. He shouts for Sizzy to watch out for the attack, but the brute smashes straight into the shield. The chubby guy says that piece of metal is not just for show, and Sizzy recognizes him as Zhang Shuzhan. At that moment, some flying swords come out of nowhere and start eliminating several zombies. It seems reinforcements have finally arrived. The incredibly dangerous woman lands a powerful kick. This is none other than Cheng Shuji. The flying swords continue to land in front of the massive orc, forcing it to retreat. Chenming arrives and asks Sizzy if her swordsmanship is getting rusty. He delivers another series of strikes to the orc and tells her not to let her guard down. No physical attacks seem to work on that creature. Our boy, feeling confident, says he knows how to beat it. He asks the senior to keep it occupied. Man, the guy is pretty nice. He listens to the boy and charges forward. With a reverse strike, he's holding back the giant axe. Zhang Peng noticed that this guy is controlling the creatures with toxins. He knows toxins are flammable and tells the brute to eat this attack. He slams a hammer with scales right into the beast. Now that it was embedded, the fun part began. He slashes the creature's back with flames. With that, all the toxins inside the creature begin to combust. The orc falls to the ground, bloated. Tsuji says these guys were really tough. However, our boy warns that the real tough ones are near Pearl City. He explains that there are some injured people at base 003, and they're being kept hidden thanks to an item. Shinming says they received the situation report from the boss and that they'll take care of those people. He tells him to head back to the city because his power will be more useful there. But what if he just stands there saying nothing? Ming tells her to go with him as there are enough people here already. With that, she runs ahead, telling the boys to follow. At the northern gate, it's absolute chaos. He's right in the middle of this war. The Beast Academy Master is there, all fired up and buffed, killing everything. Instructor Baidi is in his transformed form, helping on the front line, when suddenly, Tiago turns around. It's a fireball, and it's not letting this guy leave alive. However, the Martial King delivered a punch, changing its path. He turned to the level 39 zombie and asked if that was all he had. The old man wonders why he's been encountering so many fire-type creatures lately. The other one is about to throw a punch at him, but he just says it looks like he's being underestimated. Ma'am, and oh no, he took one right to the gut. He still says it's not over yet. The old man coughs up blood and an explosion occurs as his hand pierces the poor guy. And man, it rained the boy. This guy was tougher than I imagined. What the hell did he kill the big chief? The problem is, he noticed something unexpected. Even with the leader dead, the zombies were still moving. And obviously, it wasn't going to be that easy. At that moment, the man lands a usurpation strike on the zombie's belly. The technique this old man possesses allows him to sacrifice zombies to revive himself. At that moment, the poor guy's heart starts beating erratically. Already bleeding dark energy, he asks what the old man did. The old man says the effect seems to have taken hold quickly. He injected a little zombie toxin, and when it spreads, he'll become one too. Obviously, the poor guy wasn't happy about that. He activated an emperor body technique that raised his body temperature to over 1,000 degrees. The old man says it looks like he's trying to burn the toxin out with his own heat. However, that was impossible. There are many types of toxins, and his wasn't one that could be removed that way. At that moment, the Great Master's friends call out to him, and he turns around, telling them not to worry. With that, a bunch of zombies surrounds him and asks how long he can last. The poor guy is getting beaten, but says they'll pay the price no matter what. The old man says it seems he doesn't understand the situation, and since he's missing his friend, he'll give him the chance to join him. The Great Master starts realizing that he has to end this now. He throws a punch right at the red zombie. Man, the guy doesn't stop. He sends the zombie flying. The problem is his power is starting to run out. The poison was spreading too fast, and what he had at that moment wasn't enough. His body didn't even have the energy to maintain his final form. At this rate, he turned into a zombie, and the entire northern gate would fall. That's when two shadows approach the battle. Sissy tells our boy that she received information that the Great Master is in bad shape. They rush past the zombies with her saying they need to rescue him first. The poor guy is nearly unconscious, wondering who's coming. From a distance, she shouts for him to hold on a little longer. She unleashes some attacks, knocking the zombies off him. At that moment, he saw an opening, and man, he throws a hurricane punch, sending everything flying. He tells our boy to run away because he's going to turn into a zombie, but John Ping tells him not to worry because he'll heal him. He activates his pure blood body. The master is shocked and says that method is quite unusual. Not only did it heal his wounds, but it also restored some of his energy. Zhang Ping explains that he couldn't neutralize the poison, but he managed to suppress it so it wouldn't spread any further. The Great Master says that's good enough. He just asked the kid to buy him a little more time. Fang Leishan, the true master of the Beast Martial Academy, was an apex-level awakened being at level 38. The old man tells him to give up and become one of the zombies. However, he only raises his body temperature even higher. It's already at 3,000 degrees. Man, he explodes from his position, and in the next second, he's right in the old man's face. He delivers a powerful punch straight to his arm. Zhang Ping warns that his analysis shows this guy's body is connected to the other zombies, so the only way to defeat him is to kill them all. The old man grabs his arm and says he's not going to die that easily. At that moment, another legion of zombies surrounds him again. The temperature rises to 4,000 degrees and the old man starts melting in his hand. With that, he starts firing flames at all the surrounding zombies. However, that still wasn't enough. He asks Zhang Ping if he knows any way to increase his body temperature even more. Our boy says that the fire he knows how to spin is unfortunately pretty weak. Man, now I understand, our boy has turned into blood and is inside the Great Master's body. Zhang Ping hands over some scarlet scales and tells him to try using them. The master immediately consumes everything. Meanwhile, another legion of zombies starts advancing toward him. At the same time, a pillar of fire rises to the sky, freezing everything around it. People were saying they never thought they'd see the Great Master in that form again. That was a sign that battle was about to end. The Flame Emperor had returned in his sunfire form, reaching temperatures of 6,000 degrees. With that, not even the most resistant toxin could survive inside his body. He warns Zhang Ping that the form he's taken will cause severe damage to his own body, so he'll need help. He tells the rest of the group to move back to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Everyone obeys immediately, running back toward the city. The zombie, reconstituting itself, realizes that the toxin it had planted is gone. It immediately calls for all units to gather forces and finish him off. But the master activates a supreme beast technique and lets out a breath. The entire legion was charging at him, and he just turned his head, breathing fire on everyone. With a single breath, over 20,000 zombies return to ashes. Sissy quickly realizes that, of all the people she knows, this guy is one of the 3 strongest. Just then, someone reports that the masters of 2 other academies have betrayed everyone and let creatures through the gate. Leishan knows who those masters are and can't believe they've really betrayed the people. At that moment, some zombies begin to emerge from the ground. The chief says that if the city has already been invaded, his objective is complete and this time the victory is his. Leishan, realizing he'll have to clean up the city, can only say that next time he will kill that man. He tells everyone to return and help the city while he handles whatever comes from the north. He tells our boy that he has managed to clear the toxin, so he can return as well. In the city, chaos reigns as people flee from the beasts. Meanwhile, a man from the Zhu family is delighted to see everyone screaming. This is how the city should look without his family. He then asks how the plan is going. They say that at least 1,000 of the beasts that invaded are under their control. The man says that's perfect and orders them to attack the Lord's mansion. They respond that it doesn't make sense since Junting is there and her divine blood would interfere with their control. Considering even the foxes are her servants, how could they kill this girl? The chief explains that at the moment, Junting's mind is like that of a newborn. She's unconsciously controlling the creatures around her. However, if too many of them approach, her ability will lose control. At that point, the mansion will fall into chaos, and they'll be able to capture her. Meanwhile, Xiu is licking Junting's face, and Junting tells her to stop. Slowly, she starts to open her eyes. She sees a bunch of monsters standing in front of her and wonders where everyone went, and why they all suddenly turned white. She turns to Xiu and says she's weird too, asking who she is. But it doesn't matter because everyone is so cute. The chief is just observing, thinking this girl is out of her mind. It also seems her powers aren't stabilized yet. She walks over and wonders why there are so many white things outside. A bunch of bubbles is floating before her eyes, and it's too much. She wants it all to stop because it's giving her a headache. She collapses, unable to understand what's happening. Meanwhile, in the city, a girl is running from a beast and is about to be eaten. But our boy steps in and grabs it with his hands, saving her just in time. He holds its mouth shut and breathes fire into the creature. With that, it collapses, scorched, and the girl's mother thanks him for saving her daughter. Zhang Ping says that the areas ahead have more citizens, so they can't let the beasts get past them. She informs the purging squad to create a defensive perimeter and for the rest to continue rescuing civilians outside of that area. The biggest problem is that it will be difficult to kill these creatures without destroying the entire city. Our boy says they just need to buy enough time for everyone to evacuate. Suddenly, the beasts seem to be surrounded by a red aura. Stizzy also receives a message that the beasts near her have stopped moving. Our boy wonders what's happening. At that moment, Junting is rising and even the mayor wants to know what's going on. If it's what he thinks it is, everyone's in trouble. Suddenly, she starts to open her eyes. A pink aura begins to radiate from her. The energy spreads throughout the castle. The Zhu family instantly loses control of all the beasts they had under their command. It seems the cursed saint has awakened her goddess blood. She starts flying, saying she sees a lot of white balls in that direction. Immediately, the old man runs, saying they need to capture her. However, he senses something strange. An unusual feeling that only a king-level creature could emit. Maybe Lu Xiu had regained 100% of her powers. He wonders if Junting has something to do with the fox awakening. His men ask why the chief is standing still. He tells them to contact everyone and capture Junting as he has more important things to take care of. Given that the foxes now have someone at the king level, revealing himself would be suicide. For now, it's better for him to stay back and observe. Meanwhile, the martial fighters are organizing groups to continue clearing the city. Baibi asks the Great Master how he's doing, and he says he managed to recover after that fight. He then punches the wall, saying that those damn traitors abandoned the city. The Great Master tells him to calm down and remember that they need to rescue everyone from the city. Considering the chaos going on, their focus should be on saving as many lives as possible. At that moment, two people on the left point out that a group of awakened ones is approaching from the north. As they arrive, they say that no one will enter the city. They are immediately recognized as members of the Burning Sun Martial School, and the bald man in the middle is one of the traitors who opened the gate. The Great Master asks how the hell Wu Ruyu had the nerve to show his face there. He tells everyone from the Beast Martial Academy to prepare because these guys are traitors. He then asks why Wu Ruyu did this. Wu Ruyu questions Master Feng, asking if he never wanted to live a different life. The Great Master is confused by this talk of a different life. Wu Ruyu tells him to take a look at Pearl City, a place that seems promising but is destroyed every year by mutated beasts. He says they're trapped in this small patch of land, and he always wondered what it would take for humanity to finally give rise to a king. What would such a world look like? If a human king appeared in the sacred village, not only would Pearl City be safe, but the entire world would finally be free of the beast threat. The Great Master says it looks like Wu Ruyu is the one spreading this idea of supremacy under a single human king. Wu Ruyu says, of course, and that even the Great Master could become a student. However, Lakeshin asks if being a student means sacrificing an entire city. Wu Ruyu says they're actually here to find the key to creating that king. If they just stay put, nothing will happen. However, Lakeshin asks what he'll do if he doesn't obey. In that moment, Wu Ruyu lunges forward, saying that in that case, they'll have to settle this with their fists. Meanwhile, in the northern part of the city, Junting is flying. Our boy is seeing all the creatures that seem to be worshipping her. It appears the mutated beasts have stopped because of her. She's flying, saying that this bunch of white energy is so cute. However, Manchu Junting has so many stars and worse yet has become a fallen human. Sizzy asks if that's true. Before he can respond, she pulls him down, saying someone had arrived. It was members of the Zhu family who were trying to kidnap the girl, but were terrified. After all, she had stolen all the beasts that were under their control, and they have lost communication with the rest of their group. It was impossible for the two of them to complete this mission alone. Suddenly, someone says it's amazing that the Zhu family finally revealed themselves for a second. Apparently, they were braver than the others they encountered last time. The ones who appeared were the Celestial Tribe brothers, level 25 humans with 5-star potential. Our boy immediately relays their characteristics to Sizzy, who says this is the perfect chance to extract some information. The brothers talk about turning the Zhu family members into zombies. The Zhu family members realize they're behind everything that's happening in the city and tell them to resolve it quickly. With that, the idiots charge forward. However, they haven't even started fighting yet, and they're already being poisoned. The brothers stand still, calling them pathetic and saying they thought they'd be stronger. The Zhu family members' bodies were paralyzed. One of the brothers points his finger and tells them to stop resisting and accept defeat. Only now does the idiot from the Zhu family realize there's poisonous gas around them. One of them manages to raise a barrier, but the other gets bitten by a tiger. Meanwhile, a snake coils around one of them, and the brother says it's a shame they won't last long. It would be better if they stopped resisting and accepted becoming zombies. However, the kid lets out a scream with his Zhu aura, telling them to dream on. The other fool tells his brother to be careful. Man, the boy lit up like a star. The snake and tiger were evaporated. The brothers thank him, saying they were lucky not to have been hit by that attack. At that moment, Junting appears behind them, wondering what happened to those two white creatures. Wow, but it looks like she's already siding with the brothers because she starts healing their beasts and them. They bow to the Sing and say they are here to take her back. She says there's something impure in their bodies and she will purify it. In that moment, strangely, their powers stop working and they wonder how that's possible. What she was doing was extracting the sacred blood from everyone. The problem is, this would turn against them. Both creatures begin to be purified. And in the next moment, Junting says now they're all clean. She hugs the tiger, asking if he likes it here and saying they can go watch the other animals. She walks off with the creatures and the brothers realize she's already mastered the goddess of blood. The problem now is that it's going to be much more difficult to take her back to the village since she's lost her mind. One brother says that for now they need to focus on returning to the city and the leader will come up with a new plan. Upon hearing this, Sissy gets angry, realizing that the leader is already there. Zhangping gets worried and asks who this leader is. Stizzy explains that her name is Lai Akshu, the most dangerous criminal wanted by the purging squad. She was the one who killed the master and also left the scar on Sissy's face. Additionally, she's strong enough to face Shebai head-on, so they need to find out if this monster is really in the city. Even though they can't deal with Junting, at least she's out of the city for now. And now that she's taken those beasts, this is the perfect chance to capture these guys. They were escaping when a barrage of ice struck them from behind. One of the brothers pushes his sibling aside, saying that more people were hiding nearby. He was about to make a move, but Sissy had already landed a helium strike on his arm. The man calls out to his brother, unaware that Zhangping is already behind him. And just like that, another fool is captured. Our boy says that if that poisonous mist is activated, both of them will suffer a lot. Sissy immediately demands that they reveal their purpose in the city and if Lai Aksu is really here. One of the brothers refuses to say anything, so he takes a slash to the chest. Our boy says that they'll keep cutting him while he helps him recover, and it'll take some time, but eventually, they'll spill their secrets. With that, the men begin screaming. Sometime later, Sissy informs the captain that they have vital information. According to what they discovered from the ones they captured, the ancestors of the sacred village are trying to use Xianing, who has awakened the goddess of blood. Additionally, Li Aksu is in Pearl City at this moment. Shabai says it seems the worst has happened, and he will have to deal with it. He turns to Manny, telling her to prepare the teleportation circle. She asks if they are really going to activate the purple of the sun and moon. He knows that it's hidden in the center of the city, and once activated, he will be exposed. Plus, the foxes aren't dead. If he reveals himself now, it will be too dangerous. He explains that the original plan was to lure out the Fox King and keep it distracted in a fight while he activated the pearl. But with the arrival of Lai Akshu, nothing is certain anymore. He will have to take the risk and activate the sun and moon before they can react. There's no time to wait because it's the only chance to save Pearl City. A teleportation portal appears in the city's memorial center, and Shibai and the rest of the team emerge from it. He informs everyone of the situation in Pearl City and what they need to do. He says he can handle the beasts and the Zhu family, but the problem is how to overcome the unstoppable will of humans. Li Aksu is already there and asks if he's really going to risk everything to activate this item. Manny asks how that woman is already here and why she didn't sense her before the teleportation. Shibai tells her to get used to plans not going well against enemies like these. Lai Aksui tells them to give up because the moment they stepped into this place in desperation, her victory was sealed. However, Shibai tells her to give up her pursuit of the human king's path. She's trying to interfere with the natural order of things, and by doing so, she'll only attract more king-level beasts. She needs to think about what will happen if she fails in her attempt to reach the king level. Lai Aksui simply responds that she won't fail. But Shibai counters by saying she already failed the moment she raised her blade against the innocent. There's no way someone who uses the ends to justify the means is on the right path. She doesn't walk the king's path, but the path of lies. Lai Aksui replies that a pile of bones is necessary beneath her if she is to become a queen. Whether it's the path of kings or lies, people will only remember the victors. Shibai says that her plan makes no sense. While trying to free humanity, she's killing everyone. Lai Aksui says she's tired of talking and knew she wouldn't be able to convince him, which is why she brought friends. The truth is, Lai Aksu doesn't want him to activate the sun and moon because it will attract the foxes, and she doesn't yet have Jumping to control them. Shibai then sees that Yu Chenghai is by her side and asks how the lord of the city could be involved in something like this. Chenghai says that Lai Aksui is right, the foxes are too strong and they need a human king to survive. However, Shibai says that she's not a leader and in the end she won't win this. The lord ignores him and says maybe not, but some things need to be done. whether the result is good or bad. He was too conservative, and he knew he couldn't be persuaded. So he says that he'll have to ask Shibai to die. In a residential area, an explosion occurs in a park in the south. Junting asks the animals why they seem so scared. Sissy senses the fluctuation of energy. They see that Junting and all the beasts she was controlling are being drawn to the city. They imagine that the captain must have started the fight. She notifies someone from the team to come and pick up the two brothers while they run off to help with the battle. In the middle of the city, everything's a mess. Meanwhile, Lai Oxu dodges Shibai's attacks and asks if that's all he's got. He says buying time against her is more than enough. Suddenly, a crystal encases her body. While he begins the activation of the sun and moon, she realizes that his plan was to activate it while she was trapped. She shouts for Yu Chenghai to destroy it quickly, but the three girls from the purging squad block his path, saying they won't allow it. He raises his staff, saying that in that case, the three of them will die trying. He slams it into the ground, sending stones flying everywhere. The girls start arriving just in time. Sizzy raises a barrier to protect Shibai as Zhang Ping approaches. That's when she notices that Lai Axu, the villain herself, is hovering just above them. And worst of all, the Saint Junting is indeed approaching with a pack of beasts. Lai Axu sees that the girl is out of control, meaning the ill brothers have failed. The problem is that Junting's energy is currently in an extremely unstable state. It seems the goddess of blood has fully awakened, and she is in the stage of metamorphosis. Junting floats above, merely observing. She notices that whatever it is that's frightening the creatures, it also gives her a strange sense of familiarity. As soon as she reaches out her hand, the sphere begins to glow. It ascends to the sky, accumulating energy and even shatters Lai Oxu's barrier. Lai Oxu doesn't understand why so much energy is being drawn from the sphere. Shibai warns that Junting is absorbing all the energy from the sun and moon. With that, Junting rises into the sky, an item that beasts can resist her pull. Our boy Zhang Ping starts feeling a headache and Sizzy collapses to the ground, unable to do anything. Junting says she feels like her mother is calling out to her. She knows someone is waiting for her outside the city. Lai Oxu is excited. The energy from the Pearl of the Sun has completed Junting's metamorphosis. She then flies off, calling the creatures to come witness it. Junting knows she is responding to the call from the ancestral village. Her willingly going to the village is perfect for their plan. Lai Oxu had been hiding this girl in the city for a decade, all to wait for the right day to awaken her powers. She informs Chenghai that this girl is the key to creating a human king. The foxes must have awakened now that Junting is gone, and they have surely noticed the commotion in the middle of the city. This chaos is enough to keep Shibai distracted, and so far, her plan is working. She turns to Shibai, thanking him for accelerating her plan so much. She thought it would be much harder to complete the saint's metamorphosis, but he did it for her. While she talks about how this is truly destiny, Sizzy approaches from behind, saying she won't let her escape. Sizzy jumps and attacks with energy, declaring she will avenge her master. But Lai Oxu just asks if she's being serious. She stretches her arm and says the girl is getting ahead of herself. She creates an impact that sends poor Sizzy flying. Our boy Zhang Ping quickly jumps in, creating a pair of nether wings to catch her midair. He grabs her gently in his arms, saving the damsel in distress like a true hero. With that, Lai Oxu bids Shibai farewell, saying until next time. The group asks if they should follow her, but Shibai says it won't be possible for now because they need to focus on recovering the city. Our boy tells Sizzy that she only suffered a few small cuts. She's feeling down, saying she's still too weak. Suddenly, they hear a loud crack, and Manny wonders where it's coming from. Shibai says it's undoubtedly the Celestial Fox King, so they need to prepare for teleportation. They spot the castle guards, and they know that in reality, they are all foxes. The guards tell them to stand still and respect the law. But obviously it won't listen, and Manny begins setting up the teleportation. Our boy warns them to be cautious because foxes' attacks are usually invisible, but Shibai says he'll hold them off. He starts flying and activates a cerebral resonance wave. He immediately orders the purging squad members to evacuate the city, but the girls are hesitant. Of course, he's the captain, and he tells them it's an order. Our boy Zhang Ping doesn't understand why the foxes aren't following Junting. Sizzy explains that they must have some kind of protective barrier and says it's best they leave quickly. Shibai is relieved to see that everyone is escaping. No one stood a chance against the Fox Queen, so it was best for everyone to flee the city. Once everyone has left, Shibai wonders why the Fox Queen hasn't shown herself yet. He wanted to see the power that the Fox Queen possessed. A voice emerges saying, so this is the most powerful of humans. But it's good for him to know that with his current strength, he has no chance of winning. Shibai tries to activate his analysis. He sees that she has the abilities of cognitive distortion and inversion of principles. She attacks, and he says there's only one way to find out if he's strong enough. He'll hit her with his most powerful strike. He activates the vacuum collapse, which starts creating multiple holes in the ruins. Shibai realizes that the Fox Queen is being attacked, and the vacuum collapse starts opening holes in her body. He plans to keep heating her body until he creates a vacuum, making her explode from the inside out. The creature says it's a strong attack, but useless against her. He wonders if it's an illusion or cognitive distortion. What's strange is that he had blocked his senses before the fight started. Moreover, it's not a clone like his that disappears when killed. The fox tells him to stop thinking he can fool her with these ridiculous tricks. The moment he's trapped, he realizes that this inversion of principle's ability seems to affect the very laws of reality. The laws of temperature, gravity, or physics don't apply to the creature's body. And man, our boy is already down for the count with the fox staring him down. Shibai says it's a shame her powers only affect her own body. That doesn't work on him, and he starts destroying her hand. He raises a barrier and she notices it's a temporal prison, and he says, "Here's a little gift for you." Like in this videos that helps Mamoru make. They still remember that the previous chapter ended with all that chaos when those zombie creatures revived, and then suddenly Junting was glowing up in the sky with everyone staring at her. The protagonist asked if Cize was okay, while the blonde said she felt her mother calling from somewhere else. Oxu was happy because that energy sped up the saint's metamorphosis, and with that Junting flew off, while the woman said she'd probably come back on her own. She had been hiding the saint for more than 10 years and she'd finally be useful. The only problem was that now the foxes must have awakened from the illusion and knew she was being controlled. And obviously, things were going to get messy to keep everyone quiet. She then thanked Shibai for helping her achieve the transformation and organize the ceremony. But then Cize said she wasn't going to let the woman escape and rushed forward, throwing some ice shards with her sword, saying she'd take her revenge today. Oxu just looked at her and asked if she was being serious. A little flick of her hand told Cize to stop underestimating her. In a split second, poor Cize, the lovely thing, was launched away, while the protagonist charged in and wow. Keep her move, he caught her clean. Wow. No, got excited for a moment, calmed down. He slid across the ground while Oxu said goodbye to Shibai and left, and the group was confused, not sure what to do. The captain said they needed to deal with the crisis in the city first, and meanwhile, the other girl there would help the two of them. The protagonist was embarrassed, saying Cize was fine and there was nothing to worry about. But suddenly, a roar echoed and Amain wondered where it came from, since the monsters had supposedly disappeared. Shibai immediately knew it was probably the sound of the Fox Kings. The blonde saw the city guards arriving, but obviously they were more celestial foxes. Some bandaged guy named Link D told everyone to drop their weapons or face death. The protagonist group got ready and told them to come at them. But then Shibai's eyes started glowing and he said they didn't need to worry. He was floating there in a wave of mental resonance and he ordered all the squads to evacuate Pearl City. But why, Captain? Because I need to sacrifice myself for absolutely no reason. Everyone is standing here perfectly fine, so I could just walk out alive, but no, it has to be amazing, so I'm going to die. The protagonist. Wow, the captain is right. If everyone survives, the story loses the fun. That's right, kid, you get it. Take care, Captain. Everyone disappears, and the captain says, now it's my turn to farm aura against everyone. He barely has time to enjoy it, because someone says the strongest human has appeared. Right after that, the giant demonic moon fox shows up, saying he's looking for a challenge, but unfortunately, he's nowhere near strong enough for that. Poor Captain tries to get a good look at the fox, but his distorted cognition won't let him understand anything. There was only one way to find out how strong he really was. The fox charges at him, he moves in her direction, summons 3 balls of light, and wow, he lands one on her back, blows a hole through her head, her chest, and her arm. But the fox says the attack is useless, and the captain starts wondering if this is an illusion. He starts seeing other hallucinations too, like his head being sliced off and him making clones. I don't even know what's going on. It looks like they're fighting and at the same time doing nothing. It's like those spiritual fights where both people hold their heads and nobody moves an inch. The fox stands there, telling him to stop thinking he can fool her with these tricks. Now he's stuck, realizing this is the beginning of inversion, and she crushes him, saying today is the day he dies. But the captain is smiling, saying he didn't stay behind just to fail at forming an aura. Suddenly, he starts glowing gold, saying nothing she does works on him. The fox is shocked that he actually had a spatial barrier, and he tells her she's about to experience frozen time. In a blink, the two of them are inside some dynam-like space, and once again she seems to cut his head off. But it's that same spiritual fight thing. She fell into an illusion because in reality she's now in his grasp. The fox even admits, your spatial breaking ability is pretty interesting. I'm trapped in an endless cycle, but unfortunately for him, I can invert principles so time won't be affected. I'm looking at him. Honestly, I never know who's who anymore. It's just the remains of him, missing part of an arm, just a stump of bone, and she keeps destroying him. But he's still standing there, completely still. He's basically just a skeleton now. I don't get it. The fox then says that rumors about other species being powerful weren't lies, and there's even a rumor that if they keep feeding on humans, they might gain the same potential humans have. Then she orders all troops to control the chaos in the city and reduce human casualties, since they want to keep eating humans everywhere. Meanwhile, on the south side of the city, the two martial guys are rushing at each other when Link D appears and blocks both. The mustache guy goes, Link D, let us go. But Link D, poor guy, is confused, wondering why are humans fighting each other when we foxes were the ones killing everyone? They're hopeless. Sadly, I have to agree with the villain. Holon Head notices the city guards still hadn't returned, so he decides to finish this. He goes in to kill Link D, only to get absolutely destroyed. I thought Link D was just going to slap him, but no, he did a Mortal Kombat fatality, ripped the guy's skull out, tossed it aside, and said the city guards really are weak. Now it's clear why everything turned into a mess. Everyone was supposed to drop their weapons or face the consequences. The Grandmaster steps up and says, "Sir, I don't use weapons, so I can't drop anything. Thank you." Okay, that's not what he said, but whatever. We're back at Base 8 and everyone is freaking out. Oh no, the captain. Is he going to die? He stayed behind. Stissy is there saying, "I can't believe this." The protagonist asks, "What happened?" She's trying to communicate. "Captain, please answer." The protagonist watches and asks, "What happened? Tell me." Manny from a distance says the captain used the purging blessing of the squad. It's a national level ability where the user dies, but the power lasts forever. The guy with the monocle had a blessing that reduced stamina, and the red-haired girl's blessing reduced fatigue. Now both of them felt their blessings disappear, meaning if everyone's blessings vanished, the captain might have crossed over to the other side. The protagonist is shocked. How is this guy farming more aura than me when I'm the protagonist? But calm down, kid, because your ring is glowing. Everyone wants to see his ring blinking. Suddenly, the captain appears from inside the ring. Everyone rushes over. "Captain, are you okay?" He says he's not. Unfortunately, he's going to die in a year, but the energy he has left will restrain the fox. The protagonist goes, "Dude, what are you doing? How did you get into the bracelet?" He explains, "No, this isn't actually me. This is a contingency plan. It's ChatGPT with my consciousness, the famous virtual persona." Sizzy, cross-eyed and looking in the wrong direction, asks, "But how do we save you, Captain?" He says, "Don't worry, Sizzy, all of this is part of the plan. I felt death coming and farmed a little aura." Sure, he's not farming that much aura, standing there missing an arm, just a skeletal stump in front of the fox inside that giant crystal, but we respect him for sacrificing himself to hold her down. He tells them, "You have 1 year. She won't move." This is their chance to eliminate all the other celestial foxes, and everything depends on the unlimited potential of the Rock Eater. Everyone is stunned, staring at Jiang Ping. Lu Han's, confused, says, "Captain, I don't know what the plan is, but do you really think we can rely on this clown?" Manny agrees, saying the kid's level is low and he's ridiculously weak. But Cize is already melting, saying she believes in the captain's decision. She trusts Jiang Ping's potential. Shibai tells them not to be so tense. If they remember the fight against the Zhu family, it was pure desperation. The enemies had tons of resources and at least 5 powerful treasures. They had absolutely nothing, but they still won. The truth is that the gap between them and the enemy wasn't that big. All they need is a weapon strong enough to kill mutated beasts at king level. There's a certain place where such a weapon is stored, but only a limited number of people can access it. It was there that he found that blue arrow that changed the fight against the Zhu. And the Burger King says that now it seems to be Jiang Ping's turn. The protagonist comments that it looks like he has no say in the matter. Everyone else has already decided what he's going to do. Shibai puts a hand on his chest and says, "Don't complain, you idiot. I died so you could have this chance." Manny smiles and says they should head to the company right away, but the captain stops her. Hey, slow down, Blondie. There are things to prepare before we go." And move him to something like a chair. The protagonist is confused, wanting to know if there's no way to resurrect Shibai. Shibai explains that there isn't. After thinking through everything, he concluded this was the best solution. If they failed to repel the attack on the sacred village, Pearl City would fall into Oaksu's hands and half of the Awakened would die. The other scenario, they win, but everything spirals out of control and the Fox King wipes everyone out. In that case, 30% of the Awakened would still die, but the outcome they achieved is positive. The Fox King is trapped, and that girl, the new queen, is still out there, but she won't defeat everyone on her own. And even if she becomes stronger, they have time to prepare. He tells the kid to go get some of Yunlong's blood. The protagonist obviously wants to know what Yunlong's blood is even for. Shibai says, "Kid, I've already noticed you're stuck at level 9. Jiang Ping admits it's true. He felt he was about to break through, but something blocked him. Shibai explains that if he drinks that guy's blood, he'll be able to understand how to evolve. Apparently, the protagonist didn't get a choice. He drank the blood. Don't even ask how. Took a vampire bite. Who knows? Shibai explains that while a regular Awakened has to choose a path to keep evolving, the protagonist is an exception. He has several paths he can follow, and that's why he now needs to start balancing which one he'll commit to. Our boy enters his evolution phase, sits cross-legged, and activates that omnivorous ability. At that moment, the system warns him about the blood of the ancient king, something that removes strength from suffering. Shibai tells him his chance has arrived and tells him to use the new ability to feel how it affects the others. If he looked toward his heart and within himself, he'd understand what his chest desired most. He's staring at the stones he can offer and the abilities he has. He also has the pure water body and the pure blood body. He's thinking about the contract gems and the omnivorous ability. Meanwhile, Shibai, calm down, old man, stop rushing the kid. He's looking at 2 giant panels. Let him think for a second. The protagonist, greedy as ever, says there are too many options and he wants all of them. But the guy tells him it can't work like that. He has to pick something. If he wants to try the bait path, he doesn't recommend it, but the kid makes his own decisions. The protagonist realizes he really has to choose something. And the most important options seem to be the contract gem or the omnivorous ability, since everything else obviously comes from them. The omnivorous ability gave him 4 powerful skills: the mist body, the water body, the blood body, and the ancient king power. Even though that ability originated from the contract gem, its potential was just as huge. He stays there cultivating completely still while Shibai says it looks like he's found his answer. Then the kid's level rises and the old man wonders if he actually broke through. Xiangping is now level 10 with the contract gem at level 7, and now the contract gem is in the martial pact form. The user can temporarily place attack abilities inside the gem. Breaking the gem releases a one-time version of that ability. The treasure gem allowed you to fuse a contract gem into special equipment to make it stronger. And the third form was the storage gem, which shrunk something down to the size of a grain of rice so you could store it anywhere. Pretty lame, but whatever. We're planning to kill 1 billion foxes, and he's getting Apocalypse Tier fire and ice abilities. The protagonist notices he can now control the flames in his body much better. Shibai asks if it worked, and he says yes. Now it makes sense why Sizzy only felt ready to fight at intermediate level. Immediately, he forms the Martial Pact Contract Gem. The ability manifests like some kind of stake. He stabs it into the ground to test its hardness and finds out it's really solid. Wow. And since it's comparable to a pearl blade, he can use it in duels without worry. Shibai realizes the kid chose the gem abilities instead of the omnivorous path. Good thing, since the omnivorous ability came from the gem anyway. You'd have to be very foolish to pick the other one. Shibai says, this thing really does grant powerful abilities, but with high risks. And the protagonist replies, wake up, old man. The abilities born from the gem are the real monsters. Suddenly, the kid has a shock remembering the princess's plan to recruit Awakened so she can wipe them out. At the same time, she mentioned needing to eliminate all threats within a year. Shibai explains the princess's plan. She's gathering all the Awakened to kill everyone at once. Yulu, we know she probably wants to erase the city's entire fighting power in a single strike. Shibai says that unfortunately, yes. She's probably targeting the people who fought in the previous battle. The protagonist wants to go back to the city and warn everyone that they need to get out, especially since his childhood friend, who lasted about 7 pages in the story, was destroyed and eaten by the foxes. But Sizzy steps in, no way, I'm going with you. Going alone is too dangerous. Manny says she wants to come too. Great. The kid's just going to stroll through the city with all the girls. Shibai complains, you little brat, I died and you're taking all the girls with you. I sure am, Captain. I'm the beast. Lu Hans says absolutely not. Entering Pearl City now is like asking to walk into a trap. The protagonist says, I'm not staying here and watching my allies get devoured. He even coughs mid-speech. Kid almost passed out from the emotion. Duin pulls out his sword to stop him. What is this guy thinking? Yeah, he's about to get hit with an aura blast. The protagonist summons that Sung Jin Woo aura, goes full intimidation mode, mask on, turning his back with that shoulder glance. Lu Hans realizes, wait, he has nether aura. The protagonist simply makes it clear, you don't stand a chance. Shibai then says he's not against the idea of him returning to Pearl City, but the protagonist says he needs to ask Zhang Xiaozong for a favor first. Everyone hears the big guy screaming, what, Zaping? Leave some for me. What was that, dude? Our boy tells him not to worry, they'll grow back. Nobody understands what just happened, and when the big guy returns, he's skinny. What did the protagonist do to him? Left him trembling, legs shaking, completely slim. The protagonist walks out holding a massive blade. He explains that it's called the Reaper's Scythe of Dread, and it evolves by consuming blood, meaning it sucked out all of Zhang Xiaozong's blood. Shibai praises him, saying the scythe suits him perfectly, and definitely makes him look cooler. Of course, there are other reasons, but it's always like this. It's always a scythe or a sword. The old man goes all giant-headed for a moment, says, kid, you have potential, and fades away probably. Now that the protagonist has the scythe and his aura this form, Sizzy is like, Senpai, remember we said we'd talk? Outside, she tells him she's overcome her inner demons and realizes she needs everyone's help. She wants to know if he intends to go back alone because of revenge. He stays quiet, then admits yes, he has thought of revenge. He wanted to evolve, become stronger, and kill the foxes. It felt awful being weak, watching the princess kill everyone and being unable to do anything. But now he realizes he doesn't want revenge, he wants to save people. And he swears he won't do anything reckless for Su Jingyo, the poor girl who got eaten in Chapter 1. Sissy still thinks it's dangerous for him to go alone. Honestly, the most logical and sane thing would be to not go back at all, but the story has to keep moving. He tells her to relax, he's strong now. Level 10, bet the secret weapon, drained Zhang Xiaozong dry. But things aren't looking great. In Pearl City, for every 3 civilians, there are 15 foxes. Wonderful. The protagonist arrives now in a hood, all low profile. At the city entrance, some huge foxes warn him that only authorized people are allowed in. Shibai is now basically a grumpy old man glued to him 24/7. He keeps saying, kid, these foxes can't do anything to me, but they can kill you. Then what? The protagonist says he has a little plan to deal with that. The scene shifts to the Beast King inside the martial hall. A blue aura shoots through the door and the protagonist appears, greeting Grandmaster Feng. He explains everything that's been happening and asks for help. The protagonist says it's hard to believe the Lord betrayed the city and that foxes are in control. Feng tells someone to take the kid to the reception hall, but the protagonist insists, seriously, just look at the guards and you'll understand the truth. In the reception hall, a group waits for the master to arrive. Link Dag suddenly walks in saying it's amazing that the Beastmaster is now the new captain and vice lord. I don't know if the guy noticed, but the 4 people behind him are 4 demonic foxes. Lake Shin seems to realize it and says, "This humble servant thanks the Lord for the generosity." Lake Dai says the message is delivered and leaves. The new captain thanks everyone for coming but is furious that the foxes have taken control of everyone. The protagonist is inside him, sharing his vision through the pure blood pearl. Now Feng can finally see the foxes. It took me a second to connect the dots, but yes, by being inside him, the protagonist lets the Grandmaster see the fox's real forms. Now he believes everything. The plan was to gather everyone who hadn't been taken over by the foxes to join their cause. But when he looks around, almost everyone is a fox. Realizing that most martial masters are already gone, Feng just thanks the protagonist, saying he's done enough. They couldn't save everyone, but now they'll stand together until the end. The protagonist thanks him for keeping his mind and hope intact because it's not easy. And then looking out the window, he sees her, Su Jingyo, the 2-chapter waifu. Random thought, it would be cool if the protagonist had a fox girlfriend, not because of furry stuff. Calm down, my god. I mean something like, she knows he's strong, he knows she's a fox, but he has to pretend he doesn't know she knows he knows. You get it? No furry business. Relax. The protagonist is already mad at me for even suggesting it. Meanwhile, that gorgeous girl from the school, also a fox of course, starts mocking the Grandmaster for thinking he's someone important just because he became the Vice Lord. She has no idea what track she's walking into. Sujinua asks if they should keep an eye on him, but she says no. He's an idiot and not a threat. They should focus on finding the members of the Purging Squad, especially that annoying Jiang Ping, because he is a threat. Lu Xiu, your days are numbered. I want to see if the protagonist goes full Sigma and wipes out all these fox women. No? Oh no. But she's a girl. Nonsense. At the banquet, everyone is congratulating the mayor and trying to butter him up. The Grandmaster thanks everyone for their kindness. When one of the students whispers something in his ear, he apologizes and says he has something urgent to handle. Everyone comments that he was an excellent host as he leaves. Link Dai says the Grandmaster is just using the banquet to fill his pockets. What a rascal. But the Grandmaster is playing triple IQ chess. He's pretending to be a corrupt official to trick the foxes into thinking they're buying him. Einstein would cry. And for some reason, they're all praising this person with glasses, still not sure if it's a man or woman. Lake Dai says they can do whatever they want, but they should remember there are many eyes watching. Su Jinhua, now completely unhinged, says she understands. In a private room, the Grandmaster gives instructions to the awakened he gathered. He says he called this meeting for an important reason and that Jiang Ping will explain everything. The protagonist appears. What's up, everyone? How are you doing? The group, what do you want? Why is Jiang Ping suddenly here? A moment later, he tells the whole story and everyone is in disbelief. What kind of nonsense is this about the city being taken over by foxes? The old man clears his throat and says, all right, listen up. Everything Jiang Ping said is true. Almost everyone is a fox now, and only a few remain. And the few left are here in this room. It's incredibly hard to identify them, and you can't trust anybody except the people here, because the foxes have been infiltrating us for years. Skinny Reinhardt and the girl with glasses say that if he is saying it, then they'll trust him. Everyone believes him. The protagonist says they need to be clever and conserve their strength to prepare to deal with the foxes. He hands out a list of names of people who haven't been replaced yet, and tells them to warn those people only if they can do it without drawing attention. He also says that anyone who needs to escape should leave through the main gate and quietly return through the portal. One guy immediately asks, and my family? What about them? The Grandmaster sighs, listen, only Jiang Ping can see who's who, so it's better if you don't warn anyone. Oh boy, that guy looks like he's going to make a mistake. Some of them already start sighing, saying it'll be hard to keep the secret with so many people involved. But the protagonist tells them to relax, he'll be watching from the shadows. If any fox acts suspiciously, he'll warn everyone. The Grandmaster says that from now on, the plan is in everyone's hands. The group begins to leave while the protagonist watches quietly. Out of nowhere, the spirit of the real Su Jingyo appears to warn him. He asks why, and suddenly the demonic Su Jingyo is behind him staring. Worst of all, she's going after the woman who was in the meeting. Someone calls out, Miss Waihua. She turns around and sees Su Jingyo. She asks what's going on. Su Jingyo says they seem close and invites her for a walk. The protagonist smiles when he hears this. Perfect opportunity. Suddenly, Su Jinhua turns and says it's a coincidence. The protagonist steps in, saying it's been a while since they talked. He tells Waihua to inform the Grandmaster that they have a problem and to meet at the east side of the city. The fake Su Jingyo wants to know what Jiang Ping is doing back in the city. She only wanted a little snack but ended up finding a big fish. Then the protagonist suddenly bolts full sprint. She calls out, Jiang Ping, wait, I missed you. But he activates agility and acceleration and disappears down the street. He slips into an alley, and she's left looking around confused. Where did he go? He appears instantly with the scythe, right in the chest. She's stunned as he says, enough with the act. The fox Su Jingyo says that apparently Her Highness was right. She doesn't know how, but he can really see through their disguises. Before she can finish, a barrage of attacks enter from behind. The protagonist appears from the side and drives another blow into her abdomen. He activates nether chains, locking down her arms and legs. She's fully immobilized. He says she gave him peace and took away his fear. She's confused. What is he talking about? Blades start piercing her all over. And the protagonist explains that Su Jingyo was his childhood friend, the most important person in his life. The fox tells him to stop, but the protagonist has already ripped something out of her chest, and a fountain of blood sprays out like a geyser. Losing her mind, the fox says she understands now that this must be what he meant. She's talking about the look of despair on her face when she died. But the protagonist ignores her and unleashes a billion cuts. She screams, kill me, when suddenly the other Su Jingyo appears and says no. The protagonist ignores her too, tears off the fake mask, and the girl turns back into a fox. He pulls out a massive blast of nether energy from behind him, saying that today, he'll take his revenge and delivers the strike. She evaporates. Only the mask remains. Then someone appears behind him, saying it's unbelievable that he killed her alone. And of course, it's her, brown straightened hair, Lu Xiu. She asks if he's so eager to die that he came all the way back to the city. The protagonist tries using his analysis ability, but it's failing. She comments that he's still pushing himself even at death's door. Since that's the case, she starts transforming and tells him he'll die knowing the difference in power between them. And wow, the difference is massive. She has more stars than an Obelisk the Tormentor card, level 39. She swings her tail at him, and not in a good way. One strike almost pierces his nether barrier. The kid summons his scythe and blocks, but she slams him into the ground. He realizes his defense feels like paper against her attacks. She swings another tail strike, trapping him, but he transforms part of his body into water and escapes. She says it's impressive that he has so many abilities, but unfortunately, it won't matter. Every time she goes for an arm or a leg, he turns that part into water and stays intact. Yeah, it's working just fine. She's pulling a full Naruto mode, more tails coming out. This fox is wild. The protagonist is struggling because he can't keep two abilities active at once. There are so many attacks that all he can do is turn to water and dodge. And from that angle, she's pretty buff. Apparently, he placed a gem under her foot. She asks what it is. He activates the Martial Pact contract and flames surround her. This is the new power he awakened, the theoretically massive one. But the fox is untouched. She tells him, that little trick was cute, but it did nothing. But how are you free right now? He says, I know escaping alone would be impossible. That's why I brought reinforcements to this meeting today. Lu Xiu is confused, and then the Grandmaster Reinhardt from the Deep Web appears. Instead of attacking from behind like a sane person, he stands right next to the protagonist while invisible, giving her time to prepare. Brilliant. She instantly attacks, and the protagonist has to risk himself to wipe some mental goo off the Grandmaster's back so the man can see her. He gets hit in the process. These Grandmasters are incredible, only here to make things worse. Since they can't see her, the protagonist has to smear that stuff on them so they can identify what she's hitting. Once he does, they finally see her overwhelming aura. Lu Xiu launches another attack at the Grandmaster, but now that he can see her, he dodges the tail. Her attack slices the building in half. The protagonist tells Reinhardt Deep Web Edition to raise his hand, and red blood starts dripping from it. He says he understands and throws the blood toward the other Grandmaster. It lands in the man's mouth. What is happening? Blood goes from one guy's back to another guy's hand to another guy's mouth. The Grandmaster says he can now see perfectly. Lu Xiu attacks again while Bai says he'll join the fight now. Both of them start powering up in an evolution that probably won't help at all, but at least they look stylish doing it. The first one charges in with a claw strike, the other leaps right after him, but mid-attack a tail strike from Lu Xiu almost hits his chest. She says she doesn't care about any of these tricks, because today nobody is walking out alive. Alright, how many tails do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Still not the full set. Lu Xiu summons a shadow to assist her, and another fox rises from the ground, a small clone behind her with an extra tail. Bai and his buddy are shocked at how strong that shadow is. The protagonist realizes it's not an illusion and wonders how they never noticed another fox hidden inside a fox. Unfortunately, he can't use his pure blood analysis form to gauge its strength. He pulls out a serpent scale and says that without it, defeating her will be nearly impossible. The Grandmaster bites the item and says he understands. With that, both men release their auras and say their lives are now in the protagonist's hands. The guy turns completely blue and wild-haired, full Goku mode. But in the same second, the fox assassin is already in the other master's face, attacking. A moment later, she's behind him, but he manages to turn in time and tries to grab her, only for her to phase into the shadows and carve his chest open. He has no chance at all, but the protagonist's blood keeps healing him. While the fox is smacking the elders around, the protagonist realizes they won't win by staying defensive. Suddenly, the chief yells, Bai, let's do the 3+1. Bai says he understands while barely fending off the assassin fox attacking from every direction. The creature strikes again, this time piercing straight through his chest. She laughs, but then he grabs her head and slams her into the other fox. At the same time, Lakeshin also had his chest pierced, but he's still releasing aura. I'm trying to understand what's happening here. The shadow merges back into the princess, and a blast of blue energy heads toward both men. A blue flame flashes, the protagonist appears, and he hands each of them a gem. While they hold the gems, he tells the big guy he can regain his fat. Looks like it was all part of the plan. They're being dragged away. The protagonist's tactic was clever. He used the Big Mac King to be pulled by his own fat. The bad part is that the protagonist is absolutely exhausted. He drops the gem midair and falls. Seriously, these old men, are they insane? Nobody saved the protagonist. He falls in the forest like an idiot. They abandoned him just like that? Alright then, I see who the real ones are. The kid spent who knows how long disoriented until he wakes up with the ring glowing. The bracelet says he finally regained consciousness. The pain is intense and Shibai tells him he's severely injured. His body was already at the limit and Shibai tried to stop the bleeding, but he can't do much in spirit form. The protagonist says he'll eat an item and contact HQ, but for now he's alone in the forest. There's no way nobody's going to show up to help him out of this cave. He's doing everything himself, absorbing flame energy, bandaging himself up. Where's everyone? Where's Sizzy? Where's Manny? Where are the girls? He sees Jingo's hairpin and remembers he evaporated her. He finally got his long-awaited revenge. So why doesn't he feel happy? Classic. He drops the hairpin with his bleeding hand, saying he finally understands. Revenge doesn't bring the dead back. And that's when he gets an idea. He remembers how he managed to bring back that blacksmith girl. Yeah, the one I already miss, making those beautiful weapons. Back then, he healed her arm. He also managed to replace the Grandmaster's organs during that body reconstruction. Now he's sitting there with her skin mask in his hands. Kid, you're a creep. You're extremely weird. Who saves their childhood friend and carries around a literal mask made from her face? But well, plot comes first. Now that he has the mask, he starts infusing his blood into it. He has the hairpin, he has the memories, he has her soul connected to him. Maybe he can pull it off. Beautiful scene, really blood covering everything it absolutely shouldn't. But the protagonist realizes something's wrong. For some reason, he can't restore her. Maybe it's because her body was too damaged. Of course it was. He only has her face skin, that's not exactly a fully functioning body. But he's the protagonist, he can't quit. He won't lose her again, even if it costs all the energy he has. Meanwhile, the Grandmasters are finally showing up. They went home, took a shower, watched Netflix, ate a slice of pie, then decided to go look for Jiang Ping in the forest. They meet up with the rest of the group, who want to know where the idiot, our dear Jiang Ping, is. Jiang Shozong is all happy he got his fat back. The Grandmasters are laughing, saying everything went well. Oh sure, nothing to mention at all. The only sane one here, Sizzy asks once again, where is Jiang Ping? Why didn't he return? The Grandmasters literally gave up on the protagonist. Miss Sizzy, we have something to tell you. He fell into the Lost Forests, an extremely complicated place. I thought they had already gone to save him, but it's worse. They didn't go, and they don't even seem motivated to try. Leuven says that the Purging Squad insignia has a tracker, so they can locate him. Then the Grandmaster finally offers to actually help with something useful. Reinhardt Deep Web Edition, however, is not excited, saying they're too injured. Who means Fox enemies destroying the city when your own squad is trying harder to get you killed than the Foxes? Leuven says that he's Sizzy and the Grandmasters will search for Jiang Ping, while the big guy will help the others. Back in the cave, the protagonist is still in full Chaves season final meltdown, trying to restore Sanjiao. The good part is that his pure blood ability evolved to intermediate 4-star. He senses that the perfect moment is coming as the energy covers everything it really shouldn't. He wonders if it worked. He starts crying when she appears in front of him, almost like she came straight from the void. She even materialized her clothes again. She greets him, hey Jiang Ping, and he whispers, Su Jingyao, then faints flat on the ground and she collapses right onto him. Strangely, this resurrected girl is completely calm. Look at her, falling exactly where she shouldn't. If Caesar walked in on this scene, he'd be dead on the spot. She says he was reckless, but he tells her he'd do anything for her. She praises him, saying she always knew he'd succeed. He always gave his best, even when everyone doubted him. He never stopped trying. Now he's lying there asleep in her lap. She says he's already done more than enough and deserves rest. She cries over him, saying she wishes she could stay longer, but unfortunately, he's too weak to maintain her physical form. And just like that, his happiness of 10.16 seconds ends as she disappears. The poor guy didn't even have time to experience any joy in his life before waking up alone. What? But wait, she's right beside him. Hold on. She tricked him. But no, when he looks closely, she's completely cold. Only his shell remains. There's no breathing, nothing. He panics and immediately tries to activate the blood technique again, completely losing it. The kid is burning calories, hasn't eaten for hours, he's out of power completely. He keeps trying to use everything he has, but of course nothing reacts. He tells himself, impossible. I heard her voice in my head. I'm sure that wasn't a lie. He wonders if the resurrection failed because he doesn't have her soul, but he remembers sensing it close by. Then a little ant approaches him. The creature looks hypnotized, acting strange, and the protagonist sees it and offers a stone for it to eat. He thanks the ant for not attacking him while he was unconscious. But suddenly, the ant becomes startled and starts running in circles. She's spinning around the exact area where Su Jingyao was before. The protagonist explains she's sleeping safely inside the bracelet. He notices that the ant seems like a newborn, ugly as sin, for the love of God, like something that shouldn't be alive yet. Then the ant offers the food he gave her back to him. He thinks it's the first time he's ever met such a friendly beast. He realizes he should appreciate the gift instead of dwelling on how his plan failed. The boy is out here philosophizing with an ant. He decides to analyze the ant to understand what's going on. He learns she's basically a walking fortress, a queen of the mutant ant species. Insanely high potential, ranked level 5. She's one of the majestic highborn. Top 10 names, apparently. The protagonist is impressed by her potential. Then he sees a swarm of ants approaching. A whole mountain of black-backed ants, all with star rankings. The protagonist says, "Ah, your buddies are here." He's trembling weirdly, and he senses something off with the others. The swarm is advancing toward the cave. He uses the water body to slip outside with her. He asks her why the other ants don't seem as friendly as she is. Suddenly, he notices the others have sharp red spikes, and he bolts with the new ant in his hand. Man, I have no idea what I'm narrating anymore, but here we go. He's running through the forest with an ant, sees a bear, jumps onto the back of the sleeping bear. Bear wakes up, and it's bear versus ants. And then it clicks why running was a good idea. The moment the ants touched the bear, it turned into a skeleton. The protagonist realizes these creatures are insanely dangerous. Too bad he can't fly. And then the tree he lands on starts moving. It's a monster tree. Things are not looking good at all. Now I understand why the martial masters ran away from this forest. Honestly, I would too. Leave Zhang Ping behind. Let him die. I'm out of here. The ground shakes, a green vine rises, something attacks from underground, and the giant tree stares at the protagonist. He's cloaked in aura, but it can still see him. It suddenly tells him to stay still because it can see through invisibility. The protagonist is face to face with the tree trying to use analysis, but it's impossible. Then the tree tells him to relax and seems to allow him to analyze. Its name is Yi Changshun, a fallen humanoid tree, level 35 with a mutated body. The protagonist wants to know what exactly it is because the fallen he's seen before were all maniacs, like that old man and the saint girl. But this tree actually seems friendly. Well, sort of. With no options, the protagonist says they can talk. The tree asks where he came from, and he says he's from Pearl City. Yi Changshun laughs, saying that's a coincidence. That's where he came from too. But that's all he remembers. He's probably too old. The protagonist asks if he really doesn't remember anything else. And what exactly is this fallen thing supposed to be? What does it mean? The tree thinks for a moment and says that now it understands he is a fallen. It seems not even he knows what he is. But what surprises him is how the kid knew to call him Changshun. In theory, he shouldn't know that name. The protagonist reveals that he has an analysis-type ability that lets him see everything. At that moment, the protagonist's vision flickers and the captain wakes up in the bracelet. The tree senses someone living inside that item and says it's impressive. Apparently, the captain knows the tree and explains that they once worked together to take down the Zhu family. The tree used to be an incredibly valuable ally, strong, skilled in disguises, and especially good as a spy. But eventually, he was discovered and met a tragic end. They cut his roots. The tree just sits there like, yeah, that sounds dramatic, but I've never heard any of that before. The captain tells the protagonist, hey kid, there's one more thing you could try. Becoming a fallen is basically losing your mind completely. After living so long as a tree, he accepted that form and forgot his human memories. The fallen aren't ordinary humans and normal mental control doesn't work on them. But since Zhang Ping is Zhang Ping, maybe he can try something. The protagonist instantly understands maybe he should feed the tree a contract gem. He admits this idea out loud, and the tree asks if he really thinks he can fix this fallen condition. The protagonist explains that in theory the gems can do something like that, but he's never tried this type of energy on a fallen before. The tree says he's overthinking it and that there's no reason not to try. He just grabs the gem and swallows it. The item embeds itself in the middle of his chest. The protagonist is shocked. This tree doesn't care about anything. After living so many years, all it wants is excitement at this point. A moment later, it's surrounded by a blue aura and the contract activates successfully. He's still classified as a beast. The protagonist can't believe it actually worked instantly. So he decides to test a command, and he chooses the most important one. He commands the tree to stop being a fallen. Imagine if it just died right there. But no, it starts agonizing, screaming, and transforms back into an old bearded man with horns. The old guy looks around in disbelief, saying he remembers Pearl City and the Blue family again. The system announces that the level 7 gems bonus effect activated and a new contract with the beast was formed. The protagonist realizes the level 7 gem he wanted to use for himself is gone, meaning he won't get any new ability out of this. All he can do is wait for level 8 now. That beast better be useful after wasting his upgrade. Changshun, now in human form, says he still needs to know the boy's name. When he hears it, he laughs and says it's funny that someone with such a plain name has so much power. He doesn't have much to give in return, but he offers a strange, very suspicious purple dark gem to help him get stronger. The protagonist recognizes it as a mist essence. He analyzes it and sees that it's not just mist, it's nether mist, a vast amount of nether energy condensed inside, capable of producing unpredictable results. The tree apologizes, sorry kid, I wish I had something better, but this is what I've got. The protagonist says it's fine, it'll be useful. At least he hopes so. He remembers Siz's warning that mist creatures are like parasites, but he believes he can handle it. And immediately he tosses the orb into his mouth. Or, wait, puts his mouth on the orb? There's no clean way to describe this scene. The protagonist starts screaming, the mist power is invading me. The energy shoots into the sky like a pillar of light, the essence is absorbed, and the mist body evolves. The protagonist jumps 3 levels, and the contract gem evolves too. That part was actually great. The big tree comments that Pearl City is a breeding ground for talent. Then the old man tree says old Su should show himself already and stop hiding. Another tree rises from the ground, staring at the protagonist and greeting him. Changshun asks old Su if he enjoys being a tree, because he says he doesn't mind being a fallen or not. Their current life is free and simple anyway. Changshun admits that he also forgot what really matters in life and doesn't even know if he wants to see his family again. Those words trigger something in tree number 2, who rises like a stone golem. The protagonist tries to analyze him again, but it all fails until he finally sees the names. Su Yangbo, level 35, but his potential is unreadable. Changshun says, Yangbo, you don't even look human anymore. He explains that this man was one of the founders of the investigation team. He disappeared many years ago. The protagonist wants to know if it's really just a coincidence to find 2 seniors from their side turned into fallen out in the forest. Changshun explains that he himself was injured by the Blue family and had to transform in order to survive. At that time, Yangbo was only a young man, yet he wouldn't stop talking about his granddaughter. Hold on, a young man with a granddaughter? That family wastes no time. The protagonist is shocked when he hears him mention a granddaughter. Something clicks. The tree asks what the boy noticed. The protagonist then shows a picture of Su Jingyo. Of course, Yangbo Su Jingyo, same family name. He asks Yangbo whether he knows this girl. The stone man suddenly gets flashbacks. His family holding a baby, the mark on her forehead, the blue eyes. It looks like he recognizes her. Yangbo starts clutching his head, screaming in agony, overwhelmed by memories. Changshun asks if the person in the picture is really who he thinks it is. Yangbo, terrified, demands to know who she is and starts remembering his family, Pearl City, someone he must never forget, a traitor. He's losing control, begging for answers. Changshun urges the boy to act or Yangbo will lose himself completely. The protagonist knows he just leveled up, meaning he has one more contract gem. But if he uses it on this, he won't be able to awaken new abilities. Even so, he has a good heart and decides to save the old man first. He summons the gem and says, "Hey big tree, take this." But Yangbo slaps him away, calling him a liar and saying that cursed brat won't leave alive. The poor guy is completely unstable. One second he's threatening to kill him. The next he sees Su Jingyo in his mind and gets emotional. Changshun tells him to calm down, holds out the gem, and says to consume it so everything can become clear. Once Yangbo uses the item, the protagonist gives the command for him to stop being a fallen. Yangbo transforms back into his natural human form and immediately asks whether he's seen a Jia Yo. He collapses to the ground crying, apologizing for failing to protect her. He asks if it was that bastard Ma Bin who did this to her. Shibei explains that Ma Bin became the leader of the investigation team. Yangbo, furious, asks if it was that member of the Yu family who took over as leader. He punches the ground, blaming himself for not being able to protect his own granddaughter. The protagonist then says he finally understands why the investigation team went silent during the chaos in the city. Apparently, it all makes sense now. The Yu family is behind everything, and I'm just as confused as Changshun here. Please, protagonist, explain this mess to us. The protagonist explains that Pearl City was on the brink of disaster. That's it. No grand revelation, just misery. He says he got badly injured and took refuge in the forest. If it hadn't been for the trees and the little ant, he would have been completely lost. The stone man wants to hear more about the vision of his granddaughter, not about any of that. The protagonist says he's certain he heard Su Jingyo, even though the resurrection ability seemed to fail. Yangbo explains that maybe it did work in some way, because she had a skill that allowed her to project her consciousness into dreams. She could probably separate her soul from her body right before dying. But without an anchor, her soul might have drifted away. The protagonist realizes Su Jingyo might have become a fallen too, but in a spiritual form. And maybe that crying he heard from her was her trying to say she didn't want to hold him back. I know, you're confused. I'm also confused. I'm at like 30% comprehension here. He looks at his arm and says he'll never forget what she did for him. And apparently she's living inside his ring now. But he needs some way to form a proper contract so she stops being a fallen or something along those lines. The protagonist asks, "So gentlemen, what's the plan? You're all my servants now, right?" The old men look at each other like, well, we're screwed. We don't have a choice. We'll help you. Both trees reveal their human forms and say they'll fight at his side. Meanwhile, the protagonist's enemies are hunting him down in the forest. This squad is even worse than his friends. They arrive where he was supposed to be, but no one sees anything. Then Sizzy notices a strange puddle of blood. She follows the trail until suddenly she stops, shocked, and everyone's jaw drops. I thought it would be something spectacular, but it's just a bunch of destroyed trees. They're sure the protagonist fell there and a big battle happened. Lu Hans recognizes the trail of devouring ants. Sizzy runs ahead saying they need to find it right away. But then, out of nowhere, a portal appears behind her. A punch comes through, but she raises her shield in time. The shield shatters completely, and she's thrown back. I missed the early chapters back when Sizzy was strong. Now she just gets beaten up non-stop. A group appears in front of them saying, "Long time no see, Lakeshin." 2 bald guys and 1 attractive woman saying they brought a little gift for them. Lakeshin says now he knows where that awful smell was coming from. The rotten zombie elder appears. The old corpse says he's here to challenge them, but it's a shame because today it's over. No one's leaving alive. He summons a squad of zombies, ugly, twisted things. Lu Hans stays calm, directing the floating swords that are slicing above everyone's heads. The Grandmaster tells everyone to escape because he's the target. A zombie attacks from behind, but he bursts aura and blocks it. Another one rushes towards Sizzy. He throws a zombie backward, but it falls into a portal and others come out behind him. He raises his arm to block, but the punch goes into a portal and comes out of another behind him. It's Minato Namake's Akir. Sizzy manages to defend herself and tells the Grandmaster to be careful. The man is getting hit from every direction, realizing these shadow iron punches are hard to deal with. Then he notices two women standing still. They're not moving at all. They must be the ones behind the portals. He launches a spinning fire blast into the sky and uses it as cover to rush toward the girls. The older one raises another portal at the same time. The old zombie appears behind him. But when the zombie tries to hit him, he ends up punching a giant who was swapped in by the portal instead. The worst part is that his body temperature starts dropping, weakening his strength and stamina. The bald guy with the mustache says he knew the Grandmaster got weaker at night. That's why he waited for this moment. From far away, the protagonist sees a tornado of fire rising into the sky and wonders if that's the Grandmaster's aura. Sisei says she's almost finished dealing with the zombies. But suddenly, a strange poison begins spreading from their bodies. Both she and Lu Hans have to hold their breath while portals keep appearing everywhere and the Grandmaster keeps getting attacked. He gets hit in the shoulder, another strike comes from behind, but he still manages to shove one enemy away and call the others. Somehow, the man is managing to defend himself, even blocking the old zombie's attack before the creature falls back into the swarm. The enemy praises the Grandmaster's potential, but says it's a shame his friends won't have the same luck. A strike appears behind Sizzy. Useless, poor Sizzy, and she gets flung like a ragdoll. Lu Hans asks if she's okay, but she turns and tells him to be careful. The guy gathers his aura, full swagger mode, wields both swords and blocks the incoming punch. And the Monite praise him. Both swords snap and he's thrown back. The Grandmaster rushes forward, knowing he must end this fight to help everyone. But once again, he's surrounded by zombies. Then the creepy old monster appears behind him, activating green energy in his hand. But before the attack lands, a massive green trunk slams down toward the Grandmaster. It looks like it's going to crush him. Or not. He dodges at the last second and runs toward the others, wondering where that attack came from. He asks if everyone is alright and they say yes. Sizzy hears a strange voice coming from the tree. On top of it, Jiang Ping is sitting there, completely calm. Sizzy lights up instantly, relieved that he's alive. At that exact moment, Yangbo appears behind the old zombie and drives his arm through his chest. The zombie barely reacts, simply wondering where the stranger came from. Then another zombie punches Yangbo when he vanishes. He turns into some energy, silhouette, dissolves, and reappears next to the Grandmaster. Does anyone die in this story? Everyone just dissolves and teleports. This is basically a fight of nothing. But that shot of them all together actually looks pretty cool. Their auras displayed, levels showing, and the protagonist sitting there at level 3, worthless. The portal woman realizes they can't capture the Grandmaster anymore. She says something is off and they should retreat. The bald mustache guy tells her to relax because now the plan will succeed. Right then, a portal appears inside him and he gets yanked away. All the enemies flee, saying they were lucky today. The group shouts that they won't escape, but obviously they escape without a single casualty. Not one enemy dies. Amazing. They could have at least captured the portal woman or killed the zombie grandpa. Something. Anything. The scene cuts to a new location, their new base. Sissy says they had to relocate because they need a new training ground. They arrive at the new secret base, number 08. The protagonist is impressed that they have so many, and Shibai says they're always prepared. Sissy asks if they remember the investigation team's forward posts. Yangbo says he heard Mei Bin is the one in command now. Shibai wants to know what this nonsense is about Mei Bin being part of the Zhu family. Time for story time. Yangbo explains that 10 years ago an informant said he'd found the Zhu family's hideout. The Vice Lord told them not to worry because the informant was from the purging squad. He then led the team for a week until they found the supposed hideout. But once they got there, they were ambushed by the Zhu family and many died. Exhausted from the long journey and caught off guard, they stood no chance. When Yangbo realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Mei Bin attacked him from behind. The bastard used a sinister dagger that nullified his abilities, leaving him unable to defend himself. With no options left, he pretended to be dead and was thrown into the river. His injuries made him lose consciousness, and along with it, his memories, eventually turning him into a tree. Chang Shun says that explains why Yangbo was so distrustful of everything. His heart had sunk into darkness. Shibei realizes the Zhu family is far more tied into everything than he ever imagined. Cece says that if it weren't for the captain, she wouldn't have made it out alive from the investigation team. Then the trio arrives, wanting to know what everyone is doing. The girl already understands these two must be the seniors Zhang Ping found, she was informed. Su Ji and the girl think the little ant he tamed is adorable. She proudly says she prepared the new base and that they can rest from now. She and Su Ji will take care of everything. Shubei tells everyone to stay alert. They now know the investigation team is their enemy. The girls ask them to explain, but the protagonist just says it's a long story. The scene shifts to the sacred ancestral village. Guards on the wall announce that outsiders are no longer allowed near the area. Suddenly, a black portal opens and the mustache bald guy falls out. He immediately complains that the portal woman ruined his plan, but someone tells him to shut up. It's Tetsu telling everyone to stay calm. The entire crowd bows to the sect master. The old man says this wasn't what they agreed on. The deal was that he'd coordinate the zombies and she would provide resources. Sue tells him not to worry. She always honors her promises. Also, he should remember the two newcomers. They're just as powerful as the Grandmaster, and his zombie toxin won't affect those people anyway. But she says capturing the Grandmaster is only a matter of time. Soon the Saint will reach king level, and then everything will be possible. It looks like 2 or 3 people in front of them disappear, no idea what happened. Sue simply announces she'll be gone for a while and everyone had better behave. Pretty clearly a 3. I can kill you in 1 second. And the geezer practically soils himself. A week later, the protagonist is training beautiful martial arts kicks, sparring against Walmart Reinhardt. The guy is transformed and trading kicks and punches with him. The protagonist gets launched away while the guy laughs, saying they haven't even eaten yet. Giant Ping uses the Beast King Fist Burst, launching a torpedo punch, but Reinhardt blocks it easily. Then wow, look at her go. She rushes in from behind, locking him a tight hold. She activates the Beast Fist style as well and stacks her energy onto his attack. Poor Deep Web Reinhardt gets blasted away and crashes into the ground. Bai says, I'm really hurt. I can't fight properly. The protagonist thinks he's just making excuses. The girl apologizes for hitting too hard, but the protagonist grabs her arm and says, let's go eat, leave that fool behind. Bai just keeps praising how much they've improved in so few days. Giant Ping greets the others in the training room, everyone lifting weights. In the workshop, their favorite blacksmith is working hard using all her talent. The big guy is there too. Looks like we're doing a quick tour, checking on everyone. In the briefing room, everyone is waiting for the protagonist. He says he has something to discuss about the testing grounds. Somewhere else, a scream echoes. Inside the Zhu family headquarters, a guy is being scolded for letting the Saint be taken, but he's forgiven because he triggered her awakening. The man bows his head to the floor, thanking the Great Elder. Another elder comments that it's strange this Jiang Ping kid is some sort of unlimited potential awakened. Clearly, he's a threat. That guy smoking, the one with the dagger, yeah, that's Ma Bin, the traitor who stabbed the stone over dude. He used to be part of the investigation team and is behind everything. He says they've been monitoring every move, but another elder insists they're underestimating the enemy. Their biggest problem is the cursed sacred ancestral village. They must remember that the elders are the Zhu family's greatest trump card. The eldest elder gets irritated, saying they wasted countless resources for nothing. Another elder says it's fine, they now have a way to make that person serve the family. They'd only need the cooperation of their dear Jiang. One younger member says that the Blue family is pouring all their resources into this, and Zhu Jiang is the one receiving all the investment. Then one of the women speaks, saying what they really need is the key to the Forbidden Zone. That shocks the other elders. They whisper among themselves, then a red feather appears. They all agree it's their only option. The elder sends the feather toward her, authorizing her to execute the plan. Flames appear and Zhu Hongfang declares she won't disappoint. Cut to somewhere deep within Pearl City. Hongfang and Yuan Long are walking together. Yuan Long, the big-jawed guy, says she's always talking about reviving the family but can't even keep an eye on one kid. She replies by asking who besides her or his uncle could possibly control that boy. After all, he himself was the one who protected that idiot when he triggered a celestial thunder trap that killed countless people. They reach the forbidden grounds of the Zhu family. Yuan Long says it doesn't look like much, but Hongfang says that's because he's never been here. The door begins to open and inside sits the skeleton of the first divine sunbird. Yuan Long doesn't understand why they hide the creature's remains here. She explains that finding Jiang is the most important task. She tells whoever is hiding to come out. Yuan Long crouches down and sees a coin. Hongfang says it seems like the boy was around here. But then plot twist. Yuan Long stands up and tells her to stop pretending. She knows perfectly well the boy isn't there. She claps her hands and says that now she understands why he's one of the family's best. Then she reveals her goal, becoming the true sunbird. Yuan Long, confused, tells her to explain what she means. Hongfang explains that the Zhu family has many methods for controlling and domesticating beasts, and she discovered how to transfer the divine bird's power to another living being. Yuan Long activates his power, saying it sounds tempting, or what's the price? Does she really think he'd sacrifice himself for this? In an instant, people appear from all directions, and he realizes the plan is to use him as fuel to resurrect the creature. The first assassin charges toward him, but Yuan Long blocks the attack, grabs the spear, and punches the man away. Honestly, they don't even need the protagonist here. The Zhu family is killing each other just fine. Then Chains appears, suppressing his power, and 2 more attackers strike from behind. He says it won't work. He releases a shockwave and sends everyone flying. He looks at Hongfang and asks, "Is that all you've got?" But suddenly, a grotesque face forms right in the middle of his chest. At the exact moment he feels that strange sensation, he realizes it's Jiang's puppet control power. He understands immediately that it must be connected to that coin he found earlier. Hongfang orders all the assassins to begin the ritual. Yuan Long is shouting, demanding to know why those bastards are stabbing him in the back like this. He screams Zhu Jiang's name, and then a massive explosion erupts. The blast is so strong that even the meeting room where the protagonist and his group are gathered starts shaking. After the small tremor shook the trees, out of nowhere a few fools showed up carrying some stretchers. Manny was organizing everything there, and everyone realized that a normal earthquake wouldn't be shaking the whole base like that. A guy from the squad said he had checked everything and that they should leave, but the protagonist wanted to know where the Zhao brothers were. Apparently, no one knew where they were, and he immediately volunteered to be the one to search for them. Since he has those water body abilities to survive, he said it would be easy to escape. Stacey looked a bit unsure and explained that they had been sensing the presence of two high-level awakened ones. Poor thing, without her glasses, she looks pretty bad. Put them back on, girl. And she was warning them about the collapse of a portal. The tree man said he would go with our guy, especially since it was now his creature's turn. Sissy said she understood, since there was no way to stop them, and with that the three of them rushed out. One of the men, however, was wondering why Sissy even wanted to save the Zhao brothers. The scene then shifted to that demonic kid from Joanne reading a book, asking why Uncle Yuanlong wasn't coming to play with him while looking at Fire Phoenix in the book. He told his parents that their family really was perfect. Nothing that kid says makes sense. Now it made sense. It was because his parents were actually puppets he had turned. That's why no one answered him. Meanwhile, Yuanlong was on the ground exhausted, being consumed by flames, while the beautiful Hong told him to stop fighting because the ritual was already complete. At that moment, he would become part of the divine skybird. One of the assassins wanted to know why they were doing this if they could just revive him earlier, and she explained that this was the only way to stop that damn Shubai. That man had enough power to rival even the kings. However, his resistance to mental powers was weak. If it weren't for the urgency, she would have chosen another plan. But she had spent 40 years refining that drop of blood, and there was no way she was losing this opportunity, especially with the risk of that Jiangping also reaching king level. If that happened, it would be the end of the Zhu family. With that, the bird finally began rising from the ashes and spread its wings, letting out a loud scream. The scene shifted to squad number 8, who were getting blasted by sunlight with the bird flying over everyone. Luai stared at it, wanting to know what it was, while Hufeng celebrated their success. From today on, for her, the Zhu family would rule everything. But the creature suddenly stomped down on everyone. She jumped in shock, and everything shattered. There was no way they died like a bunch of idiots, right? But the bird flew off right after. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to another part of the dungeon, where two brothers are trapped. Who are these crazy guys? I have no idea. But there's a huge boulder rolling toward them, about to crush them. When the protagonist shows up and stops it, he immediately tells the two old men to take the brothers away, and with that they manage to rescue them. But unfortunately, the whole place is now shaking, starting to crumble, and the protagonist seems to remember how he died in his past life. I don't know, there are some people down there under some rubble too. Then he hears someone calling his name and wakes up with the tree folk around him. Good lord, what is going on? Apparently, the kid was trembling and fainted. Now he realizes that with the base in this condition, reaching the portal was out of the question. The twins in the corner tell him to get out and not worry about them. The protagonist, however, tells them to shut up and warns them they're being kidnapped. Why are they acting like they're being rescued? Obviously because they're from the Zhao family, but I still don't understand what the protagonist is doing here. Then Changshen, the big tree man, says he can start digging a tunnel, but it will take about 2 days for them to get out. The protagonist, however, says they have to escape within half a day at most. He can leave at any moment with the pure water body ability, but the other two would end up dying. Shibaden speaks to our guy mentally, saying there's a unique wave of energy coming from the brothers, and tells him to absorb the two in front of him, that he'll gain a new power. What kind of talk is this about absorbing people? He apologizes to the brothers, saying he has no choice and needs their blood. One of them says he understands, cuts his wrist and says, drink here. Oh boy, Jiangping, what is happening, kid? Missing your girlfriends, huh? But he thanks him, and at first he doesn't feel anything. But in the next moment he's coughing up black blood, feeling the energy. The tree folk wonder what's wrong with that blood while the protagonist crouches until the omnivore ability activates. He actually awakens the Gem King ability. Meanwhile, outside, the Phoenix is burning everything while the girls are putting up barriers. Sizay says they'll have to hold on until Jiangping gets there, but a man grabs her and tells her the portal had already closed. Jiangping had the water body ability. If he didn't appear, it meant everyone was already dead. And if they didn't leave now, they would also be trapped in this sea of flames. Top 10 friendships. One of them was dying to abandon him before, and now Sizay was finally convinced and said, fine, let's go. Thank God the rest of the team showed up to help because the protagonist would really have been abandoned. And wow, an insane fight is about to begin. Looks like the bird will take on everyone in the story. I was about to say, they're definitely going to get beaten. And in the next panel, I see everyone getting thrown back. Incredible. Wait, but hold on, something is rising from the ground. A tree creature, maybe? The gang popped up in the middle of everyone. The trees are already tanking the flames. The protagonist shows up too with the two brothers locked in a cage and explains he's exhausted because he drank the blood of one of the brothers. He shows Sizay that the old king's blood managed to evolve his gem to king level. That let him strengthen the beasts he had contracted for 10 minutes. But each creature could only be buffed once. And he used that power to boost all the seniors' strength by 5 levels. Suddenly, he's staring at that big stone again and seems to remember a bunch of people inside spheres. He wonders what those strange red orbs were. Ah, did he get information from the brothers' minds? At least now he's sure the sacred village of the saint has more secrets than he imagined. He sees that the tree creature is clearly weak against fire and is being roasted, turning into firewood. The bird keeps attacking while the big tree is only retreating. Suddenly, Amain says she knows its weakness and tells everyone to gather and form a barrier. On top of that, she needed whoever could still fight the monster to buy her 30 minutes. Girl, half an hour is not a small request at all. She also asks for Sizzy's help, and Shibai appears impressed, saying the girl has grown and must have some incredible plan. The protagonist then consumes his own Kingstone 2 and buffs himself, gaining 5 levels and reaching level 24. Oh boy, look at the level he chose to hit. The bird keeps throwing flames everywhere, the 10 IQ tree keeps tanking and ending up burning, while everyone else goes all out in the fight. Guys, you need to attack the monster, not its attacks. Meanwhile, Suzong is standing there with a bunch of needles that apparently sucked out all his body fat. At that moment, Amain shows the map and explains a plan to suppress the bird. Everyone needs to bury certain types of transmitters where the map indicates. Meanwhile, the bird is condensing some kind of flame spirit bomb, but suddenly it dissipates. The oversized bird doesn't understand why, but over at Shanggong's spot, the big tree managed to seal a space around it. Since it's fire, and fire without air turns off, it was extinguished. The big tree probably wanted to prove a point because I made fun of it for being countered by fire. It sent out roots, grabbed the bird, stretched it out, and slammed it into the ground. At the same time, everyone hopped up and threw an explosion at that useless beast squad that never helps with anything. Lu Han's activated some mist power that formed a sword. The protagonist coated that sword with black aura. The two of them launched a combined attack, a super combo, and the giant blade sliced through the phoenix. It started burning and only a single feather remained. Even I felt exhausted. As always, the martial masters were completely useless, but our protagonist helped get the job done. But of course, we forgot the obvious, right? It's a phoenix. And what is a phoenix's main power? Look at that glowing feather. Everyone, including me, is an idiot and completely forgot that resurrection is its biggest strength, and instantly it comes back unleashing fire rain. Then someone rushes forward with a gas ability, activating some sort of vacuum through vaporization, while Chang'an tries another vine attack, but it hits and melts instantly. A dragon that came out of somebody's backside, I have no idea where that thing came from, also tries to bite its neck. The useless martial artists to jump in with their punches that never achieve anything, and obviously get pushed back without causing any damage. The dragon knows the bird's ability isn't just fire, but temperature manipulation too. The phoenix starts charging another energy sphere and blasts a fire laser straight into one of those martial trash fighters. Kellogg's yells, "No, my friend," but the man falls into the hands of the exhausted tree creature, and the other tree creature also reverts back to normal. The martial guides rush to help the poor master who's already coughing up blood. And good lord, he looks terrible with that white body and brown lion head. But hold on, the story has a protagonist. He's trying to activate his bonuses, but nothing is triggering. Then Caesar calls him through the headset, saying the traps are ready and telling him to lure the bird there. The dragon starts fleeing, dodging attacks. Seeing that, the dragon is in shock. The tree creature, wow, got pierced straight through. Meanwhile, the squad of girls is gathered around the magic circle, creating a light that suddenly forms around the bird. A storm rises and the poor thing gets frozen solid, turning into a giant popsicle. He immediately starts running, saying that this won't last long and they need to get out of there. Changshan is reverting from his tree form, completely worn out. Then Jiaming appears and says that for now it's better for them to rest. Turns out he's going to use that ability that shrinks people down to the size of a grain of rice so he can put everyone inside that orb. Nice, that way the creatures can rest and recover SAB. The trio of troublemakers then says they have no way to escape since the base was destroyed. The entire forest was also on fire, so how were they supposed to get out? Shibai mentions the bracelet and says it might be a good idea to head for the testing grounds. There was a support base there. The team starts running like a Pokemon squad. But of course the phoenix is already breaking out of the ice. Amain is startled when she sees that and says they won't have time to reach the place. She looks around searching for cover, and the protagonist pulls out a nether lantern. It seems it hid their presence completely, and shortly after they reached a cave. Everyone celebrates managing to shake off the bird, but once again the protagonist is exhausted. Lu Hans says they might end up luring the bird toward the testing grounds. The protagonist explains that those test ruins are part of humanity's history, and they can't let the bird destroy them. Man, it can destroy whatever it wants. The important thing is everyone staying alive. Shibai appears and tells them to relax because the bird won't sense them there. They should be more worried about an ambush from the investigation team, or maybe the appearance of some ancient creature that lives in those mountains. The useless martial guy says that if there's a beast around there, it will be king level and extremely dangerous. Shibai answers that they don't have a choice. Unfortunately, the testing grounds belong to those creatures. The best thing they can do is carry a purple flower called Morning Glory, which apparently repels those beasts. The protagonist thinks it's strange and wants to know why the beasts hate it, but whatever. He says he'll go look for some flowers and tells the kid martial artist to check the perimeter. The two instructors tell the protagonist to rest and say they'll look for the flower, but man, you can't trust those useless people with anything. especially when the ice waifu says she'll go with him. The protagonist agrees, tells the chubby guy, give me some bear traps and whatever else, and drains his energy. And here we are in the forest with all the creatures drinking water. Suddenly, one of them gets caught by the paw and another nether creature appears. Apparently, it's the protagonist transformed. He's gone wild, he farmed 50 more. Yep, it's the protagonist. He farmed and already got meat for the day, throwing it over his shoulder. At that moment, CZ spots the morning glory, the flower they need, and the protagonist picks it up, still wondering why the beasts run from it. Suddenly, the plant blows a puff right in his face. Now it made sense. That thing stinks like crazy. The protagonist, now smelling awful, is still enjoying the moment with the waifu, who's fixing her hair all cute, saying, "Oh my god, these flowers are so beautiful. Girl, please, this thing reeks. You carry it." "Oh my god, you want me to carry that disgusting thing? Are you sure?" He says it in such a romantic way. The protagonist is standing there confused while the phoenix flies over the forest. "Come on, Phoenix, seriously? Are you really going to burn the whole forest like that? Killing all the animals?" Meanwhile, they're in the cave preparing dinner, cooking martial artist style with everyone munching on the protagonist's meat. Oh boy, and the two confused guys are still trapped there. They can't understand why everyone seems so happy. Their own village had a completely different vibe. He arrives and offers his meat to the two guys so they can take a bite. They're a bit stunned. After all, they were kidnapped. Why was the kid treating them so well? But they're starving, so no way they're refusing. Right then, once again, the cave shakes. CZ, further ahead, tells them to take a look. The entire forest was burning. Elephants, snakes, lizards, everything running away while the phoenix set everything on fire. The protagonist group basically gave up like, yeah, whatever. Let the forest burn, we'll just chill here. The scene shifts to three guys in another part of the forest saying they've been waiting for this person for 3 days. And who is it? May Bin, villain of all villains. They say they're waiting for someone named Jiang Ping. Apparently, the kid has some kind of contract gem ability they thought was useless at first, but it seemed to grant him some special technique that'll allow him to reach king level. And because he has several escape-type abilities, he's extremely hard to capture. The guy up top is shocked. So the kid has the contract gem plus 4 or 5 other abilities. And Mebin says yes. In fact, no one even knows how many cards he has up his sleeve. All he heard is that this kid is a type of awakened with unlimited abilities. Back with the protagonist, hearing the wind outside, he warns them that the Zhu family set up an ambush, and that there are at least 2 high-level awakened out there. The useless Grandmaster thinks he'll take them both down alone, the same guy who can't accomplish anything. The protagonist says he can handle one of them, especially because his analysis ability gives him a good advantage. For now, the plan is to keep resting in the cave and recovering while he gathers some intel. The next day, the sun rises. Everyone must be smelling awful since nobody bathed. When Zhang Xiaozong enters the cave saying they have a problem, they go out to check and the entire forest is burned down. What did they expect? The phoenix burned it. That's how it works. Chemistry or physics? I don't know, man. Physics is doomed. Now what? No idea. The protagonist is in shock. That cursed creature was smarter than he thought. With nothing left in front of them, as soon as they step out of the cave, they'll be in an open field, under sunlight exposed like someone hiding in the brush with no cover. Shubei appears and says the testing grounds he needs to reach it right ahead. Unfortunately, there's no way around it. They'll have to cross. He warns it'll take at least half a day to get from one side to the other. I mean, I could cross that in 15 minutes. What's going on? The protagonist pulls out that cheap lantern again, saying that with great power comes great responsibility. The useless old men say the kid is very philosophical, while the brothers inside the orb are clearly planning something. Or maybe they're just admiring that unnecessary Peter Parker quote. They remember how the protagonist saved them. The kid was starting to look like a god to them. Suddenly, they both rush out and throw themselves at his feet, saying they want to help him. One says his name is Zhao Yunlong, and the other also says he's willing to help. The team is confused. In theory, these guys belong to the Zhu family. Why are they suddenly offering help? And oh my god, they even said they're willing to swallow whatever the protagonist wants, referring to the gem. The protagonist looks at them like, I already told you, you fools. Why'd you change your minds? Explain. It's because you risked your life to save us. You're incredible. The protagonist gives them that stare. Get up, you idiots. Stand up. There's something more important you need to do, you know? But first tell me, how many innocent people have you killed? As if they were actually going to answer honestly, right? But one of the brothers says, never. I only killed villains. I'm basically a Marvel hero. I would never kill someone helpless, someone unemployed, someone vulnerable. The protagonist thinks for a moment. All right then, swallow this. And wow, they obey immediately. With that, the contract is formed with Zhao Yunlong and Zhao Yungo. Both swear eternal loyalty to the protagonist. Well, not like they have much choice now, those fools. Jiang Ping then tells them to hurry up and reveal what their plan was. They ask for a second, say they'll be right back, and run off. Everyone thinks these guys are out of their minds. Apparently, they really believe Jiang Ping was some kind of god. Zhang Xiaozong wants to know, hey Zhang, did you use some kind of mind control ability on those kids? The protagonist says absolutely not. If he had that power, he would have used it on women. Bro, what are you doing? You trying to change the genre of the story? You can't just say something like that. And look at the guy in red already acting like a victim. Strangely, Zhang Xiaoxiang says it's no big deal because they're men. At least they're twins. Everyone stares at him confused by this insane preference of his. Suddenly, the ground starts cracking and the brothers show up again, now transformed like two cross-eyed giant lizards. That was a creature from the region that could dig tunnels for them. Zhang Xiaoxiang immediately understands they can use that to avoid a Zhu family ambush. Shibei, however, warns that this monster won't be able to go far enough to reach the king beast territory. The protagonist says it's fine. For now, they'll just go as far as they can. Inside the tunnel, after some time, they manage to cross through the underground section. Now, standing in front of a canyon, Shibei says this is the perfect place to be ambushed, meaning they'll finally need the morning glory flowers because beasts might start showing up. Cece starts handing them out to all the seniors, but warns that it's extremely dangerous, not only because beasts can appear, but also Zhu family elates. The protagonist agrees, saying it would be even worse if the birds showed up on top of all that. The old martial masters agree, saying Zhang Ping has a point. Even they would struggle. Someone really needs to tell those martial masters that they are the weakest ones here. They contribute absolutely nothing. The protagonist, glowing with aura, says, "Relax, I got a plan. First, all the injured and unfit members will head to the nearest refuge while the rest continue from there." He's laying out this whole plan. Meanwhile, the strange crow is watching them and transmitting information to some purple-haired woman. And now cursed Mei Bin knows everything. He says he's surprised those idiots actually survived the sunbird. But it doesn't matter. Their luck is running out. The next group about to get thrashed by the protagonist was already on the way. I might have jinxed the boys' survival. Just from saying that, now they're doomed. They're walking through the forest when suddenly I don't even know, some vampire bears appear and bats fall from the trees. The Grand Martial Master stares them down, dodges, and lands a punch so hard the creature shrinks and scurries away. Except that thing was actually a mutant bear hamster. It looked huge, but in reality it was tiny. He tells everyone to look. The ancestral beast of the mountain was redhead. It was partly fused with the mountain, so you couldn't even tell if it was actually there. Where was it? Half invisible, apparently. At the same time they notice this, Zhang Ping also senses that a spy is nearby. He warns the Grand Martial Master, who immediately strikes and knocks the man off balance. Our protagonist then jumps in with a sighty strike and slices him clean in half. Damn, protagonist, what was that? I thought you were going to get some information. You just killed him instantly out of nowhere. The system then notifies him that he accumulated 10,000 nether points and now has an intermediate nether body. According to him, he has a 10,000% power buff. The woman beside Medbin says, "We're screwed, that guy died." Medbin replies, "Looks like they found us. They're trying to provoke us. Santi, get up there and give them a taste of that medicine." Oh boy, the guy really went completely insane. He throws a Zeus-level lightning bolt at the whole group. The protagonist simply turns around and asks if another cannon fodder arrived. He summons a nether barrier, blocks it effortlessly, and the attack dissolves. Sandy lands in front of them, but all the motivation drains out of him. He's in complete shock. How could that brat block his attack with just a wave of the hand? This kid with unlimited abilities really was some kind of natural abomination that needed to be eliminated. Medbin tells his group that this is exactly why they cannot allow him to grow any stronger. Even the elders are shocked. They recognize Medbin and know he wields the black blade. The protagonist turns to his group and says, "All right, guys, I'll take one. The useless martial masters can deal with the other one, and the rest of you handle the straightforward brawl." The group activates their abilities. All right then, time to fight. Medbin says it's a shame someone with unlimited awakening showed up and turned out to be this stupid. He orders the girl to summon the sunbird immediately and charges forward, yelling that Zhang Ping has to die today. And here we go, a squad-on-squad real fight. Face to face, the protagonist blocks the first strike while Mei Bin sends out a slash, and the girl in the back starts activating the phoenix. She chants some incantation about destroying the heavens and burning everything in flames, flips around with acrobatics, and the phoenix emerges. Mei Bin laughs in front of the protagonist, who suddenly stretches his blade and pushes everyone back. Cici asks why the sunbird is appearing again, and right on cue, the cursed thing charges a giant fireball like a Genkidama. The protagonist warns them to be careful, but it's too late. Fire rain falls on everyone. He stretches his body, looks around, and wonders why those other guys weren't joining the fight. Then he decides to pull all of them into the brawl, dragging the entire enemy squad into the chaos as he rushes forward. Mei Bin thinks he's ridiculously bold, a reckless idiot. But just as Mei Bin swings, the protagonist activates the pure water body and disappears. The attack meant for him hits Mei Bin's own alley instead. Meanwhile, the protagonist slips away like a drop of liquid. Mei Bin shouts for the kid to give up. That sacred beast belonged to the Zhao family, and this was the day he would die. The protagonist dodges again and says it's time for plan B. He pulls out the king gem and starts buffing all the tree creatures. The beasts immediately transform. Both charge straight at the phoenix while Mei Bin tries to figure out what those two think they're doing. Yang Bo comes in from behind and clamps onto the phoenix, while the summoning girl warns that Zhang Ping's group has disappeared. Poor Sang Long, the tree creature, is getting roasted in the face while Mei Bin orders his team to resume hunting that cursed Zhang Ping. The protagonist vanished because he activated the nether lantern again and was escaping with the whole group. CC, however, wants to know how they're supposed to deal with that thing. None of their attacks were even scratching the bird. The protagonist tells her relax, the plan is already set. He figured out that the mountain's ancestral beast is extremely territorial, and he and the seniors carry a bunch of morning glory flowers, meaning the phoenix might get trapped under that smell and possibly get attacked by that monster. Now they just need to pray they can lure the phoenix to the right spot. Mebin's group reports, Captain, that squad of the kid disappeared. Mebin knows the only thing capable of hiding a team of that level is a nether lantern, but he's not worried. He knows how to deal with them. He's holding a box and his allies say, Mebin, don't use that. It's dangerous. Your body will explode. But he stares them down and says they shouldn't worry about him. The danger of him dying was nothing compared to the danger of Zhang Ping escaping. He throws the big pill into his mouth and starts agonizing in pain. Something bulges out of his stomach with an aura, his eyes change colors, power surges everywhere, even little worm-like things start crawling out. He says that even if those pests hid themselves, their souls still leave a trace. He releases strange purple fogs and tells them to follow Zhang Ping's trail. Suddenly, those soul fragments reach the protagonist group. One slams into his chest trying to punch him, and he barely dodges. The useless martial master destroys another, but because of that, Mebin's group finds their location. One enemy immediately fires a giant fireball followed by lightning strikes. The useless martial master manages to block it but is shocked that even with his perfect body, he took damage. Then the girl unleashes a huge fire barrage, and it looks like the two of them are evaporated. But she freezes when she hears someone complimenting her power. The protagonist and the useless martial master had tanked the whole attack. She's stunned that her power did absolutely nothing. Suddenly, someone approaches from behind and tells them to deal with the other distractions. It's Mebin, completely shadowed, hair wild, saying he's going to kill Zhang Ping right now. Purple flames spark everywhere. Off in the distance, they see a massive flame tornado, apparently the martial trash guy trying to draw attention. Poor thing, he's about to get beaten again. And right as I say that, he gets slammed out of his own flame attack. Then an enemy rushes in with 2 daggers trying to stab both sides of his head, but the martial trash guy manages to grab them. Meanwhile, the rest of the group is getting absolutely destroyed by the shadow woman. I miss when Caesar used to beat everyone up. Good times. Suddenly, she is blasted by something straight out of a Susuko Shitajutsu. Almost exploded, actually exploded. The protagonist gets distracted and almost gets slashed by the black blade. He's forced to rely purely on evasive movement. But Mebin jumps again for another strike. So he activates the pure water body technique and escapes one more attack. Right then, Zhang Ping suspects the obvious, that armor had some sort of hidden power. What was strange was how the eye on it seemed to react differently, like it had its own consciousness. The protagonist decides that since there's no escape, he has to gamble. A purple energy barrier wraps around Mebin. After spending 200 nether to contain him, the protagonist throws out a random red gem. At the same moment, he activates Sizzy's water element and Mebin is pierced from all sides with water spears and nether energy. Then the protagonist flashes past him with the sight. He's moving so fast, even I can't follow. The combo was completely broken. The downside? He already spent a huge amount of nether energy. And apparently, the only thing he accomplished was giving Mebin a new haircut. Now the guy is bald with tentacles in his mouth. He keeps transforming, screaming Zhang Ping's name. An aura bursts open with a shadow appearing, and out of nowhere he hears Su Jinyo's voice. That girl from the beginning, his childhood friend calling out to him. In the same moment, his nether energy starts rising sharply. Now Zhang Ping is wondering if Mebin has anything to do with her disappearance. He charges forward, forming a shield as he heads toward Mebin, who is now completely purple, and activates analysis. The ability creates a playback, and he sees a family gathered around a ritual circle. A child crying in the mother's arms, a man shouting that the garbage of the Azure family would not get away with what they'd done. But he gets stabbed instantly and thrown into a cauldron. Some people inform Mebin that everyone is in position, and he orders them to begin. Down below, the 4 people inside the pit recognize him as an investigation captain and ask what he's doing there, but it's too late. Edward Elric, Transmutation Circle. Hands rise from the ground, grabbing and dragging them downward, the victims being absorbed. Purple smoke fills the places they're engulfed, and a sinister eye appears along with the pentagram while Mebin seems to absorb the energy. That was the malevolent eye. Sealed with countless evil spirits, it could swallow any kind of hatred and negative energy, and the souls trapped inside, once innocent, become obsessed with vengeance. Back in the fight, Mebin is fully transformed with twisted hands sprouting from his back. The protagonist apologizes to the captain. Unfortunately, he has to change the original plan. He activates the King Gem and throws it straight into his mouth. This strengthens his contract and he applies the beast power to himself. He charges forward with the scythe toward Mebin, aiming at his head, but Mebin swats him away like a baseball. Mid-air, he's almost hit again by a laser, and before he can fall, the guy is already behind him with another strike. It looks like it would hit dead on, but the pure water body ability saves him again. That thing is completely broken. Anytime he messes up, he just activates water body and he's safe. But now he adds an extra buff to the nether scythe, costing 500 nether. boosting its power by 50 times. A rotating gyroscope of energy manifests behind Mei Bin, slicing some part of him, whatever that was. Now it makes sense. With the King Gem's buff activated, he can use 2 abilities at once. The problem is that Mei Bin keeps expanding his aura like he's still evolving. Or maybe not, because now he's on his knees losing control. The protagonist burns even more nether and uses Fire Devourer. He summons the mist flame toward Mei Bin and rips the eye of his chest. That defeats the malevolent eye, apparently granting so much experience that he jumps straight to level 20, officially becoming high-level awakened. At the same time, it seems that the King Gem will now permanently allow him to use 2 abilities at once, but on the downside, he can't absorb any more abilities. The protagonist appears thrilled, saying he definitely made the right choice. Meanwhile, Mei Bin is lying there with a crater in his chest. Oh my god, all that planning, all that effort, just to get ripped apart and die. Or not. He stands back up saying he's impressed by how strong the brat has become. But it doesn't matter. No one was leaving that place alive. He would let the malevolent eye lose complete control. The protagonist, however, is focused on finding Su Jingyo's soul. From the mist gathering in the sky, more energy rushes into the eye, which seems to begin repairing itself. Mei Bin warns that Jiang Ping will suffer the consequences, and at that moment, the girl's soul appears face to face with him. The group quickly notices something is wrong. The energy had shifted. A purple mist pierces through Jiang Ping's chest, but nothing happens. The way he saw it, nothing had happened. But in the next second, he found himself in a void, wondering where he was. Then he heard someone calling for help, a man on the ground being attacked by some kind of spiritual wolves that ran straight past him. The creatures kept going. The protagonist noticed they were souls, but at that moment he felt a violent pain in his heart. The man collapsed, and from what the protagonist understood, whenever that person's soul suffered, he suffered along with it. Meanwhile, the eye was floating, everyone corrupted, bodies broken in half, calling out to Jiang Ping, who was lying on the ground bleeding. Another soul passed right in front of him, and he realized it was a fox approaching none other than Su Jingyo herself. He ordered the creature to stop, but it was too late. She had already been devoured with a bite to the neck. The protagonist couldn't react at all. He screamed, trying to crawl toward her, and when he grabbed the fox's foot, his hand went straight through. Suddenly, he saw Su Jingyo standing right there, and now he was certain the old man had been right. She had used her ability to separate her soul from her body. He stepped closer and said that watching her own body be devoured like that must have been unbearably cruel. It was a shame he couldn't save her. He had found her soul, but there was nothing he could do. But then he noticed something. When he touched her body, his hand actually made contact with her skin. She was different from the others. Her soul hadn't disappeared, it had become a fallen soul. Probably because of her ability and the amount of power she had been forced to use to remain there. The eye appeared again, and Jiang Ping started realizing that the souls trapped here truly were connected to Mei Bin. Anyone trapped in that place had absolutely no way to escape. But this time, he had the King Gem. Apparently he had a plan, but suddenly he was floating, surrounded by a swarm of souls being pulled toward a pentagram. The thing was devouring them, but he held on. Su Jingyo told him she was not dead yet. Some nether chains held him down, chains he had anchored into the ground, while he shouted for her not to forget the dream she once had. She wanted to join the city guards and protect their home, but the chains were starting to come apart. He told her to keep fighting because in every moment of difficulty she had always been there. He managed to pull her closer and offered her the stone. She remembered that moment from the beginning when he offered her food. If she had awakened and eaten it back in chapter 1, in the very first scene, none of this would have happened. But now, fine, she took it and ate it. Su Jingyo was then registered as a summoned beast, and the protagonist immediately ordered her to break free. Easy for him. She was released. Except now he was the one being dragged away. Good lord, here comes the drama. Everyone being sucked in. He said that at least now he could say goodbye without any regrets. Su Jingyo held his face and told the idiot not to give up. He laughed and said there was nothing he could do, but she simply grabbed him and yanked him out, throwing him onto the ground. Problem solved. What didn't this guy do to save the girl? He got up all crooked, not understanding how she managed to pull him out or why she was standing there with him like nothing happened. But strangely, his wounds healed instantly. Su Jingyo explained that unlike everyone else, she'd been training her soul power since childhood because of her spiritual ability, so she managed to stay conscious the whole time, meaning her soul returned no matter how damaged it was. As strong as that formation was for an average person, for her it was nothing. And now that they were connected, he could also use a part of her ability to pull souls out of that place. The protagonist says that's fine. It's time to free everyone from that prison. The chains rise from the ground, reach the circles, and suddenly everything collapses. Back in the real world, Su Jingyo complains that he drained her soul energy again. This author clearly has a ghost girl obsession, and the protagonist tells her, "Hey, you asked me to pull everything at once, but I'm glad you're back. I've been waiting for you for a long time." And she's all happy too. Then the protagonist mentions the body he reconstructed for her before. It's already built. She's confused, wanting to know if he really carried that body with him this whole time. She remembers when he created it. She tried to fuse with it, but couldn't. Now she could try again, but unfortunately her ability doesn't allow her to take over another body. If she tried to force it, she could end up consumed by the power inside that body and become trapped forever, half-conscious. The only way she could truly have a body is if she believed that body was her real one. The protagonist says that if that's the solution, then it's easy. He just gives the command for her to recognize that body as her true one, and instantly she's back inside it. Since the gem forces absolute obedience, she immediately accepts it and wakes up. After so many chapters, Su Jingyo is back. Another girl joins the protagonist group. She thinks it was too easy and tells him not to give her any weird orders. Girl, he resurrected you, rebuilt your body, fought half a city, you can't do one simple favor for him. While they're having this crooked romance moment, the martial trash girls are still fighting. Actually, no. Everyone was trapped in the illusion, and now that the protagonist pulled everyone out, they're finally back. What he wants to know is, where are Ma Bin and the rest? So Jingyo tells him not to worry. Ma Bin is basically dead on the ground. To create that formation, he used up every bit of energy he had, including the eye's power. The protagonist replies that this man killed her family, so now he's destined to die by Su Jingyo's hands. The martial trash guy kicks the last enemies, saying they've all been dealt with, while Cize is immediately jealous. Who's this girl? Didn't you wake up just now? Why did you come out with her, my dear Jiang Ping? Her jealousy is so intense, she runs straight to him demanding answers. Meanwhile, the martial trash guy says he's sensing something strange. The protagonist glances to the side, and that cursed firebird is still standing. But the mountain beast almost bit its head off. This is turning into full Naruto giant beast battle mode. Giant toad beast trying to bite, Phoenix raining fire, the monster spitting them away, the tree creature that got devoured reappearing, Phoenix flying overhead firing more blasts. Down below, the tree beasts realize, hey, we don't do anything. Let's run. And they flee immediately. At least with them distracted, the group finally finds the entrance to the test grounds. What stands in front of them is an illusion and only Jiang Ping can open the entrance. But they still need time to prepare it. The protagonist says they'll rest for a bit because they'll need Changshun and Yangbo, the two big tree creatures. The name catches Jingyo's attention since Su Yangbo is connected to her, and the protagonist confirms it. Yes, he made contact with that person, and he's come to talk and help them. Meanwhile, more enemies are preparing. They already fought the Su family, but they still have the Fox clan and the people from the sacred village of the Saint. The group stops in the forest, grabs some meat, grills it, and eats while the martial trash bag trains, Main preparing himself to get beaten again. The other guy is training by grabbing his friend's butt, while the chubby one is begging Jiang Ping to give his energy back because he's exhausted and almost dying. The protagonist tells him to take a bite of his meat. Oh boy. And while that's happening, the other one is still grabbing someone's butt. My god. All this nonsense going on with the guys while the girls are all alone in the cabin. Manny asks, Cize, do you know this Jingyo? Jingyo says she's heard a lot about the famous Cize. Cize blushes while Manny teases Jingyo to stir up jealousy. But Jingyo is completely sweet and innocent and says they'll be fighting together now, so there's no reason to argue. They're basically sisters. Manny is shocked by that reaction and gives her a hug, saying fine then, she's a sweetheart now and part of the purification squad. But right at that moment, Jingyo hears her grandfather's voice. The tree folk were arriving after all that running. He reports that since the ancestral beast fought the phoenix, it won't bother anyone for a while. And Jingyo suddenly runs over out of nowhere. Her grandfather is frozen in shock as she hugs him, not even able to process it. He keeps asking if it's really her. The protagonist explains everything about what happened with Ma Bin, the body he built for her, and how he restored her soul. Of course, the old man gets emotional, thanking him while Jingyo complains that she thought he died ages ago. He apologizes for failing to protect her, and now wants to know where that bastard Ma Bin is. He wants to kill him himself. But Jingyo tells him to relax because they already avenged her. It's good that Ma Bin is dead. If that wretch somehow showed up again, oh god, after they left his body behind and someone resurrected him, the rage would be insane. But apparently the old man was so overwhelmed with emotion that as soon as he saw the girl, he collapsed on the ground. The protagonist, with bloody hands, checks him and notices internal injuries but nothing too serious. He says he'll examine him with his abilities, but it's better for both grandfather and granddaughter to rest inside the contract gem. In fact, the whole night will be used for recovery, because soon the test will begin, and since the protagonist is the most prepared right now, he'll keep watch for the night. Meanwhile, a few bandits are behind a tree whispering, hey, you know they went to sleep, right? If we strike now and take them all out and end this. The other replies, but you know that kid is strong. Not a single apex-level creature defeated him. Suddenly, someone arrives saying, shut up, we'll take care of this. It's the guys with the stamps on their foreheads. But another person says that right now the group is too strong. The smartest move is to let them get exhausted during the tests and then attack. In the morning, Shibei explains the tests. The serpent trial, the forest trial, the poisonous swamp, and the scorpion desert. Basically a bunch of dungeons, and obviously each one will get harder. The protagonist says he's ready, drips his blood onto the stone, and suddenly a portal appears. Cici says she's seen the famous rainforest, basically the Amazon. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaozong is shocked that the protagonist is holding Cizi's hand. But he wasn't shocked that on his right he was also holding the old guy's hand. Lu Hans tells him to hurry, because whoever stays behind won't be able to participate. And Zhang Xiaozong comes running like, hey, give me your hand too, buddy. Everyone crosses the portal, and now they're inside the test. It's a tropical forest, and the protagonist notices it really looks like they've been transported to another part of the world. The mission appears for him. They have to hunt a creature called the Lamenting Strig, a regional boss. The protagonist has no idea what kind of monster it is. It sounds like something rare, like a celestial spawn. Shubei explains that the missions change every time, and the problem is that snakes are hard to track. Obviously, it's hard to track the boss when its minions are already surrounding everyone. The whole group is shocked, but the brothers tell him to relax. They are the reason the snakes are gathering. They have strong affinity with beasts of that type. He pets the snake on the head, asking where the Lamenting Serpent, the regional boss, is. He notices the little one isn't responding, so they won't get anything from her. But after he pets the snake's head, she suddenly grows giant and everyone freaks out. The girls even feel dizzy. Sujimyo especially is acting weird. Surrounded by snakes, the protagonist realizes the dizziness comes from a strange toxin they're spreading into the air. Jiang Shousong reaches into his belly pouch, pulls out some masks, and throws them at everyone, telling them to calm down. The protagonist explains that unfortunately his ability doesn't naturally neutralize poison, so they'll have to depend on those masks. And the man behind him offers some of his golden blood to detoxify the area. Immediately, the two snake-riding brothers sit on the giant snake's head, watching over the region like absolute madmen. Bai then notices the mist ahead finally beginning to dissipate. They move forward and find a strange pink feather. When he looks at it, the protagonist thinks it's odd. The tree there is enormous, yet hollow and cracked open. Cece is sure it was carved by insects. The protagonist calls out to the brothers. "Hey, snake riders, tell me what this feather is." The brothers say it belongs to a bird called a koi. Cece asks if he felt anything special from it, and he says it's too early to tell, but stores it in his ring. What they did notice was that the Eye of Sauron was watching them from inside the trunk. A bit later, the protagonist jumps into the air and catches a bird mid-flight. Cece sees some birds near a lake and freezes the entire area just to catch them. Why are they wiping out the entire bird population? I thought this was part of a plan, but no, they're literally just hunting for dinner. Later that night, they make a campfire. Jiang Shousong says it's cruel to kill birds like that, while stuffing his face with chicken. The group is chatting nonsense, but someone is watching from behind the trees. Jiang Ping has already noticed the presence and tells her to come out. Manny approaches awkwardly, asking what she's doing there. A complete stranger walks up and Manny acts friendly. Girl, she could pull out a spear and killed you on the spot. But apparently she was hungry and followed the smell of the meat they were cooking. She introduces herself as Zhu. She belonged to the Zhuyan village and suddenly starts crying, saying everyone there must have been killed. The protagonist tells her to stay calm. They're there to solve the problem, so she should explain what happened. She says she had never seen a creature like that before. Two gullible brothers from the village went out hunting and returned with a young woman. And here comes the disaster. They said she would show them a wonderful place every morning, but suddenly, when everyone stopped to rest, she was knocked out by some fruit and everyone else collapsed unconscious. When she woke up, she saw the woman's true face, and good lord, the monster was hideous. Apparently, she had the power to control minds, and the brothers were still there going, "Wow, she's beautiful." "What do you mean beautiful?" She looked like a grown man in disguise. Zhu managed to resist the effect, escaped the village, and now ended up with them. Su Jinyo immediately says she can probably see through that creature's disguise. The problem is that if the monster really has a sound that puts people into a trance, this might be difficult to deal with. The protagonist tells Zhu that tomorrow morning they'll go there and she will lead the way. So the next day, they arrive at the Zhuyan village. Zhu runs ahead shouting, "Mom, I brought the warriors." Cece finds it strange that no one is around, and Zhu immediately starts wondering if everyone was eaten by that ugly creature. Suddenly, she sprints off, saying she needs to find her family, while everyone tells her to slow down. She opens a door and jumps back in shock. A bunch of wailing strigs, or whatever those things are, had nested all over the village. What seems to be the boss uses some kind of strengthening technique, and the whole group gets ready. Manny realizes they walked right into a trap, and inside the houses there's a loud sound echoing everywhere. People are being dragged away over the creature's shoulders, but the martial trash guy and the protagonist refuse to let them flee like that. Jiang Ping jumps in, stabbing everything with black spears, and even throws down a cushion of energy to save his friends, while the martial trash guy actually did something useful for once. Nope, the second I praise him, he gets blasted in the face and collapses like an idiot. Sometimes I think, maybe I should stop calling him martial trash. It's so mean. But he is martial trash. What can I do? Cece tells the protagonist to stay put. If they chase recklessly, the creatures will lead them straight into their nest. These things are ambushers. But one of the brothers, sitting on the giant snake's head, tells them to relax. These are the birds the serpents reported. They're kui birds. The protagonist decides to analyze one. Mutated beast, wailing strig. Potential 2, level 29. Wow, ridiculously weak. The problem is that they have mental abilities, hard for normal people to deal with. The good part is that no mental attack works on him because of the contract gem. And these creatures seem to be capturing people alive, meaning there were probably some newborns or smaller beasts they needed to eliminate. Shubei then reveals that everyone in this place is part of the test, and that's why he advises the protagonist not to rush and to wait for the citizens to recover so they can move together. But the protagonist, being emotionally unstable, says that all these people are real to him. No, he just explained to you they're not real, they're part of the test. And he's standing there with that dramatic, they're real to me, and I won't forgive these strigs expression. The girls shout, Zhang Ping, we're going with you. We're your idiots. And since I made fun of the brothers, the protagonist decides to prove he's tough too and climbs onto the giant snake. So Jingyo says it's risky leaving the others behind. What if the creatures attack the rest of the group? What are they going to do? The protagonist tells her to stay calm. He cut off countless wings, they won't grow back that fast. But Shibei warns them to stay alert. This area looks exactly like it did 100 years ago, but they're advancing way too easily for such a dangerous region. They shouldn't lower their guard for a single second. The snake suddenly lifts its head under the protagonist, making its rattling sound. He notices it's pointing toward a strange blood-red tree, and up high, 2 strigs are perched on a branch. He immediately activates the nether lantern. Now he sees the mutated 3-star female strigs, level 33, oddly well endowed for some unknown reason. He warns the girls that the weak point of these creatures is the throat. The strigs look downward because the snake is drawing their attention. And the moment they're distracted, the protagonist and Sizze emerge from the nether lantern and finish both of them instantly. He throws the chains around both their necks and slams them to the ground. Sujimyo confirms with her ability that there are no more creatures nearby. The protagonist tells the giant snake it's too big to fit inside that tunnel, so we'll have to wait outside. See? A huge snake isn't always a good thing. Sometimes you get left out of the fun. The protagonist and the group enter the dungeon while the big snake stays behind. One moment he's telling the girls to stay close and not wander off. The next moment he's walking ahead alone. Incredible. He lights up a fire spell to brighten the path. Then he hears a strange whisper carried by the wind. He spots a passage, does his COD player quick slide, and slips inside. And suddenly he's in a room full of cursed abomination babies. For the love of God, someone get rid of these ugly things immediately. Come on, protagonist. Burn everything. That's life. I thought he'd hesitate, but nope. He swings the scythe and slices the little creatures clean in half. What's this? He hesitates forever to kill my bin and real enemies, but when it's baby demons, it takes him 1 second. He's a menace. Meanwhile, Sizze sends a message saying they found the villagers. The bad news is, obviously, the whole thing was a trap. So Jimyo uses her ability to create a barrier around Sizze to stop the creature's sound attacks. But there are too many of them, and her mental shield won't last long. Suddenly, the sound stops, and one of the creatures appears right in front of her. At that moment, Sizze senses something strange, raises another barrier, and a 4-winged creature emerges. The beast is confused, wondering why the chanting stopped. It stopped because the protagonist is approaching while slicing necks left and right. Wow, protagonist, you're ruthless today, chopping heads like it's nothing. The boss is shocked, wanting to know who he is. Zhang Ping doesn't answer. He's already there, swinging the scythe with some kind of bird-shaped attack, but it doesn't deal any damage. The beast gathers energy in its mouth and unleashes a scream that destroys everything. Rocks rising, the girls covering their ears, while the boss says no one can resist this attack. Then he gets split in half by another scythe strike to the chest. Zhang Ping asks if that idiotic scream was supposed to be a psychic attack. The boss tries to fly away, but too late. A gigantic hand grabs it by the back. The protagonist drops from above, tells it to shut up, and slices it apart. Zhang Ping really evolved. I respect this kid now. With that, he finishes the first test. And I just remembered, there are 8 challenges total. My god, this is going to take forever. Once the boss dies, a portal appears. The girls point out the obvious. The rest of the group is still in the village. They need to go get the gangrene squad. Shibei explains they don't need to worry. The portal has no time limit. Back in Juyan village, the protagonist says goodbye to people who literally don't exist. They make drama. Thank you for saving us, even though we don't actually exist. The group gets emotional. Wow, we saved everyone. Since they kept everyone safe, they receive a bonus reward. The protagonist finds it strange that the boss knew his name, even though he never told anyone. Shibei appears to praise the boy, but the protagonist wants to know what that secret reward thing is. The old man is stunned that he even heard about that. He explains that a few awakened individuals who pass the tests can uncover hidden truths about the world. For example, when he discovered the evil behind the Zhu family, that was something he learned during his trial. However, he advises the boy not to reveal anything he discovers there to anyone and to head straight to the next trial. The protagonist says he understands, and then a portal opens in the middle of a swamp, throwing everyone straight into the water. Manny is soaked, calling for help, but she looks way too happy for someone asking to be rescued. Brillo rushes in to save her, tossing a water orb, while the protagonist asks if everyone's alright. The girls say yes. That red-eyed one has such a cool character design, but the artist barely uses it. Then she suddenly warns them there's a blood-sucking leech nearby. Cece stands up immediately, blasting ice everywhere to get her footing. The protagonist instantly says, "Everyone, get on my big snake." Everyone climbs on. Then Cece asks Zhang Ping, "How did you even bring this giant snake here?" He answers that he simply formed the contract, put the gem in its mouth, and brought it into the team. The brothers are thrilled. One of them is hugging the snake's huge head, saying he could never live without his big snake. With that, the whole group rides forward while Shibei wants to know if anyone has actually received the quest for this mission yet. The part that tells them what they're supposed to do. The girls admit they have no idea. Suddenly, Su Jingyo senses something approaching. A little boat drifts up, greeting the brave warriors. Zhang Shouzong jumps like an idiot, while the protagonist tells everyone to be careful. It could be a trap. The chubby guy goes onto the boat while the rest stay on the big snake heading into the poisonous swamp. They walk through a town where everyone seems to be watching them. They reach a room where an elder also welcomes the brave warriors, saying that the rich village has finally received a glimmer of hope. He introduces himself as Wei Zongbo, an elder of the village, welcoming them to this humble place and offering any hospitality they can provide. Shubei, speaking from the ring, asks what his relation is to Wei Xiang, and the old man explains that he was his great-great-grandfather. Makes sense. When Shubei did the trial long ago, it must have been a different elder. The old man then tells them the village legend. Whenever the people faced hardship, heroes would appear to bring hope. South of this region lay a black moon-chasing turtle. It had always been gentle and friendly, but recently it began acting aggressively. Villagers were being attacked and kept from crossing the waters. They needed the group to investigate why the turtle was behaving this way. The protagonist says he'll do his best, and the elder thanks him and offers them food. Look at what we prepared for you. Heated sewage. Delicious. Everyone, eat and be happy. The protagonist analyzes it and sees it's definitely questionable food. Lu Hans offers to let Zhang Shouchong eat double if he wants. He refuses immediately. The protagonist's analysis confirms it. Very questionable food, but technically safe. I wouldn't eat that swamp sludge even if you paid me. Shubei explains that his mission long ago was to find a black turtle egg, probably related to this same creature. So Jingyo finds it interesting that in these missions, the villagers seem to influence the events instead of everything being pre-programmed. The protagonist wonders if maybe there's some kind of eternally looping zombies or something. But now he's confused. If they were zombies, why did the turtle grow? Why does the elder seem to be the grandson of the man from the previous test? It seems like they might actually be real. They decide to rest and discuss it more tomorrow. Outside, the elders stare at each other and mutter that they hope the sacrifices are fresh enough. The way I see it, the only ones who are always wide open on top of the big snake's head are those brothers right there. Look at him in front. Seriously, this kid is completely exposed. Zhang Shoushong says, this swamp is exactly like every place we go. But Sissy suddenly comments that this one is actually different. She can feel that the water here is much deeper than anywhere they've been before. She also says something is moving underneath, and out of nowhere something passes by and throws everyone off the snake. The protagonist activates his wings, and Luvens is there acting like a sword-surfing cultivator. The rest of the group falls onto the giant Titanic-sized block that Sizzy raises, saying she'll create more so they can get out of the water. But at the same time, something's wrapping around the snake. It looks like that rock Pokemon. Zhang Ping uses his analysis, but strangely, the creature suddenly vanishes. Even so, he can still sense something huge nearby, and he can still give commands. So he calls for his big brother and tells him to return to the contract gem immediately. So he calls the snake Big Brother. This guy really doesn't help himself. The protagonist knows that normally when a beast returns to the contract, it turns into a sort of ray of light. But something about this is off. Finally, that ray of light comes toward his gem, right when a huge water geyser is shooting upward or whatever that disaster is. Lu Han says, damn, that's the monster's true form. And then the Moonchaser appears, a giant turtle with a huge snake for a tail. The martial deadweight rushes in to show just how useless they are. He lands a full punch right on the snake's head while the protagonist is controlling the turtle with chains. The artist got carried away. How many stars does it have again? I'll have to count. Hold on. 13 little stars. It's about to hit on the right side. The protagonist is shocked that the creature has spatial abilities at the king level. He tells leader Jinbo to get out of there because he's useless. The guy turns around like, what do you mean? The next second, all three of them are trapped and in danger, and our boy has to save them. At the same time, an electrical explosion goes off in the water, a cyclone appears, the chains are loosening. What's even happening? Changchun, I think that's the tree guy, says he'll handle it. And the protagonist says, all right, I'll leave everything in your hands. You can help too, protagonist, no need to dump everything on him. The martial deadweight, like I said, is being dragged underwater, completely useless. Then suddenly, something uses the reverse river flow technique, and the giant turtle gets pushed back up to the surface again. It was Su Yangbo who did that, the guy who's half stone, half tree. Everyone is coughing because they couldn't breathe, while the Moonchaser says, you greedy intruders, you came here to torment this village and steal everything that exists here, and now you're also trying to take my life. The protagonist, confused, asks what he's talking about. Were there other invaders? The Moon Eater starts explaining like, we don't want to be enemies. But obviously the creature doesn't believe it, and one of the twins asks them to wait. Then the king who's sitting on the snake says he swears on his own life. The turtle suddenly gets quiet and watches him, and right then, a giant shadow starts passing over all of them. The Moonchaser says, you fool, you better keep that life of yours, because the dangerous thing in this place is what's in the sky. He dives back underwater, saying that if they defeat that thing, then they can talk. The protagonist analyzes it and says they must be joking. Something is wrong with the beasts in this place. And now it's the bird with the sphere under its chin. But it's only a level 39 creature with the potential of 1 star. The protagonist is shocked, because even though it's level 39, the potential doesn't seem to be the important part. The bird with the sphere under its neck starts gathering some kind of energy in its mouth and fires an ice-type laser. Everyone raises their shields and charges in. One thing I noticed is that Luhan's, the guy with glasses, never really gets hit, but he also never really hits anything. Yet he always defends himself in style. That guy is an aura farmer. Poor Yangbo ends up frozen solid. Sissy, who in theory is supposed to be the Ice Queen, powerful and unstoppable, is struggling just to raise a barrier. She's shocked that this weird bird froze the entire area with a single attack. The Martial Deadweight tries to build aura and shouts, "I'll show you what the power of the sun can do." Immortal body of crimson flame, and charges ahead. He even landed a full strike right on the sphere of respect. The bird flew back. He's not completely useless. At the same time, Changshan sends out his branches, wraps them around the creature's neck, and slams it to the ground. Now that the water is frozen, they can fight it easily. Then a light attack goes straight toward the sphere. I didn't get it at first. Odd, it was our dear Yangbo delivering a combo of punches. But the sphere-necked bird lifts itself up, thrashing around and breaking free. The Martial Deadweight is staring at it when one of them steps forward saying the feast is ready. He even suggests a bet on who will rip this thing's neck off first. And off they go to get beaten up again. Bai uses the Beast King Fist technique, sending out some kind of smoke while the other two appear behind the creature and hit the back of its head, knocking it straight to the ground. Jinbo prepares for another explosion. He fires something that looks exactly like a tiny Kamehameha. So Jinbyo asks if they always scream that much and act so intense in battle. The protagonist says they get beaten so often that they're finally happy to hit something for once. The trio Disaster says, "I didn't even warm up this time, me neither. We need to fight more." If only they knew how much I've been roasting this trio. Suddenly, the Moon Chaser appears and asks if that's the scent he's been picking up. Cece seems a bit surprised and charges forward with her sword, slashing the sphere on the bird's neck and making several small orbs spill out. They seem to be spirit control pills, items that let someone control a creature. But the protagonist thinks this was the Zhu family's doing, that they sent this creature to interfere with the test. The turtle at least says she has no idea what a Zhu family even is, but she explains that moon turtles used to consume those creatures while they were growing up. It was the only way to adapt to the cold night energy. For the sake of the next generation, the village would send people from time to time to collect a few eggs. But a few days ago, a strange group arrived. They used weird pills to control that bird and managed to steal all the eggs. The turtle thought that would be the end of it. But suddenly, those same people started massacring all the villagers. Unfortunately, she tried to help, but those people were powerful, and she was beaten badly. The protagonist is shocked. If all of that happened, why didn't any of the citizens tell them? He asks Sizzy to freeze one of the pills because they'll have to return to the village for answers. But the turtle is heartbroken, saying she failed to protect the one she had sworn to protect. Shibai tells her it's not her fault, and now they have a common enemy. The turtle immediately recognizes his voice and asks if he is her master. Shibai explains that yes, but at the moment he cannot appear in human form. The creature believes him and says she never imagined she would speak with him again. Since they are friends, she tells everyone to climb onto her shell. She'll take them to the village. Finally, the group gets a break from riding the snake's back. Traveling on that snake every day must be exhausting. Not that I would know. I'm just imagining how uncomfortable it must be. They arrive near the village. The protagonist looks around. It's empty. What happened? Cece says she really can't sense any signs of life. Manny asks if the villagers were some kind of ghosts that disappeared. Sujingyo says she spoke to them in the morning, so they should have at least left some trace behind. The turtle asks if they're absolutely sure they saw people in this village. The Martial Deadweight says yes, they were really friendly and even tried to help them. But the turtle warns them that she saw all the invaders massacring the villagers. That's when Sujingyo notices a presence drifting in front of her. The spirit seems to be heading toward a house. She rushes there and knocks. When she opens the door, she jumps back in shock. Inside on the floor, there are only straw puppets and the soul floating in the middle. The protagonist looks excited, saying the fire is still burning, so the villagers must have left recently. But she explains that's not the case. In reality, they were never there at all. The turtle was right. Everyone in that village died a long time ago. What they saw earlier were just straw puppets infused with souls. And it gets worse. If they actually spoke to those villagers, it means the enemies know them very well. Everyone starts searching for more clues. Zhang Shoudong asks, wait, if those villagers were villains, why didn't they just poison the soup and kill us? And then she just roasts him. Do you think they're as stupid as you? Like, why? Poor guy. Shibai is talking with the protagonist again. Apparently, those people planned to weaken the group by making them fight the turtle. But since the plan failed and they returned with the turtle, the enemies chose to hide instead. The protagonist is still curious. How did those people know about So Jingyo's abilities? Mebin was supposedly the only person who knew she had returned and had that kind of power. Could it really be a coincidence? Then the Martial Deadweight says, everyone, I found something. Come here and look at this water. It looks like a portal. Maybe it's the next test. Luhan's comments that they didn't receive any notification for completing a mission because the mission was already completed the moment they entered, probably because the enemies, whoever they were, had already been killed. What he really wants to know, though, is where the real enemies are, the ones who slaughtered the village. Shibai explains that finishing the test field in the wrong order will force everyone to be teleported out. In other words, if the portal appeared, it means they can continue without any problem. And whoever the enemies are, they're waiting for them in the scorching scorpion desert. The protagonist says they'll head out then. The turtle asks what his plan is, explaining that she has nothing left to protect. She's alone in the swamp and she's sad, hoping that one day she'll have a baby turtle and that those babies will become the next generation. The protagonist picks up the gem and reflects for a moment, saying, "Turtle, the past can't be changed, but the future is something we can always build. How about joining our group and helping create a better place on this planet?" The turtle gets emotional and says, "My goodness, you're Sidhu's hair. You really are different. Maybe dedicating my life to you is the right path." Then the protagonist says, "All right, turtle, eat the stone and shut up." Contract successful. Beast summoned. Moon chasing black turtle. Now she's standing there all confident, saying she'll follow his commands. The portal opens in the desert and the only one who ever does anything useful walks out of it. But the bad part is that this time it seems everyone entered together, but not everyone exited together. Jiang Ping calls for the captain, but no one answers. Then someone approaches from behind, saying that's exactly what they'd expect from someone with unlimited levels. They never imagined the boy would tame and defeat 2 apex-level beasts that quickly. It's the whole gang holding giant swords and laughing, saying he's welcome to the nullification barrier and that today would be his last day alive. 2 of them rush at him while the protagonist is still confused. He tries to activate the nether mist, but nothing works. He's screwed. He gets punched twice and thrown far away. The protagonist is in shock. They cast an apex-level curse together with that barrier. He can't do anything. The 2 attackers stand face to face with him. "So, Jiang Ping, weren't you the master of abilities? Without them, you're nothing." One throws a punch, another throws a kick. The protagonist manages to dodge. Then one gets behind him to land another hit, but somehow he also attacks from below, grabs the protagonist's chest, throws him upward. The protagonist lands, blocks, grabs the guy's arm, spins him around, pulls out a dagger and stabs him straight in the stomach, sending him crashing to the ground. But the protagonist notices the guy was way too happy about it. He quickly steps back, certain he stabbed that bastard's heart, but the guy reacts like nothing happened. And there's not a single drop of blood on the blade. It seems these people are just like the puppets from the village. The ones behind start talking. "Fubo, how long do you think the fool is gonna last?" Fubo says, "If you want to bet something with me, I want that pretty scorpion you're raising." While they're making bets, the protagonist dodges and starts approaching the group of 4. He knows he has to take down the leader, but more hooded figures appear and he begins slipping through them. He dodges one, slips past another. Now he's face to face with the leader. The leader lunges in with a stab, but the protagonist dodges to the side, right as the big sword guy swings from behind. And the moment the protagonist's dagger touched that guy, he felt his nether ability return for a second. Looks like the secret to nullifying the barrier really is connected to those 2. And suddenly, the ones who were trying to kill the protagonist start running away. They're like, "We're out, everyone." A guy throws a full Spartan spear straight at Xerxes. It's launched, but he jumps over it. Then suddenly, the arrow from the thumbnail basically curves midair and pierces the kid in the stomach, and he falls to the ground like an idiot, completely immobilized. Out of nowhere, the guy walks up just to roast him. "Hey, idiot, you're nothing but the dirt on my shoe." The protagonist wants to know, "You bastard, how did you isolate me in this space?" But the fringe-haired guy just says, "Doesn't matter, idiot. You're about to die. Take your questions with you to hell." Brutal. Can't even deny it. The pilot laughs. "So you want me to open the way for when you get there, is that it?" The guy asks if he really thinks that's what's going to happen. But suddenly the sand starts shifting. They feel a strange tremor. The protagonist uses the warehouse pact and starts releasing the spirit control pills. A tornado forms around everyone and the whole group is confused. In the middle of it, scorpions start emerging from the ground around them, surrounding all of them. The protagonist is gone. Now the group has to deal with the scorpions, confused and asking where the kid went. The leader orders those cursed puppets to find that brat right now. We cut to him moving through the desert. Later there will be wolves, plains, the peak that cuts the sky, and at this moment, Jiang Ping has a ridiculous number of stars. Next chapter. A scorpion crawls out of the ground and the protagonist is inside it like a soul. Sneaky. He used the blood pact to take advantage and hide inside one of them. And not only that, for some reason the pact was giving him a collective consciousness. He could see everything every scorpion could see. Perfect, because it was the ideal way for him to locate his entire squad. 30 minutes later, he's running. Looks like you found them, but it's not that simple. Shibei asks, "Jiang Ping, I know you're the cheating protagonist, but how did you even use that ability, you idiot? And we disappeared for 40 minutes. Explain that too." He says, "I was trapped, fighting for 30 minutes against those guys with my powers sealed and no access to anything. And now I need to regroup with everyone as fast as possible." But suddenly his power shuts off again. Seems like he's weakened. Shibei tells him to take care, but the kid faceplants into the ground. Something says the spirit control pills took effect, and now the scorpion is being commanded by that guy. It managed to locate where Jiang Ping was before, but his body is gone. He really is a runaway rabbit. Someone says, "Shouldn't we go back and warn the Lord?" The other snaps, "You go warn the Lord, you bastard. We don't even know where this kid is. We need to finish him before he reaches the next area." Meanwhile, the protagonist is in Manny's secret room. Everyone is there with her while Caesar wants to know what kind of ability could shut off Jiang Ping's powers like that. Shubei says to wait until he wakes up, he'll explain it himself. But then Manny says she's feeling something strange, something is approaching from outside the shelter. The martial deadweight says it's fine if they're coming, they'll face them head on. At least the martial deadweights know how to fight. If everyone's powers get cancelled, they're finally useful, hopefully. Lumens, famous for a lot of style, little result tells them to calm down. No one knows how strong these people are. So Jingyo smiles and says, my god, Jiang Ping is waking up. The protagonist starts waking up. Where are we? My head is killing me. Manny says, we tried contacting you so many times, but you wouldn't answer. This desert really is brutal. He gets startled, still messed up in the head, remembers the enemies, but the girls tell him, take it easy, you just got back up. Calm down. But he's all crooked and says, these people are particularly dangerous, but strangely they don't bleed, and they canceled my abilities. And the power that suppressed my abilities was among their leaders. To test it, I used the spirit control pills, threw them on the ground, and attracted a bunch of scorpions. When they got distracted, I slipped out from behind. Alright then. Must be nice imagining there were 1,000 trees to hide behind. If you came out from behind with nothing around, everyone would clearly see you. But fine, it's Jiang Ping, the protagonist. And honestly, if you managed to cancel their power, you could say he activated Nether Lantern. Did he do that? No. But I'm plugging the holes in the script to make it make sense. The protagonist is shocked. In theory, the Zhu family shouldn't have the power to alter the test structure. Maybe the village master is behind all of this. Something is off, and whoever it is must be from this region to pull off a plan like this. The problem is they don't have enough clues right now, and their biggest issue is dealing with the Zhu family once and for all. He says, everyone, we don't know their tricks or what's going on. But at least now we have an idea of what they are and what they're trying to do. Also, if the Zhu family is trying to stop us on these floors, that means they can't stop us from completing the entire test. Which means we actually have a chance to finish everything. And since they can't see Manny's secret barrier, we'll always have somewhere to hide. That's our biggest advantage, we can take them down little by little. Next day, a hooded squad is on lookout, when suddenly the martial deadweights walk out of the portal, telling them to come at them, calling them out with a finger like, come on, the old man will show you what he can do. The enemies are shocked, wondering where these guys came from. Then someone behind them says, hey, looking for me. They turn, it's Jiang Ping in full nether form. But the moment he's seen, his power disappears again, exactly as he expected. But at least now he has the martial deadweights who are holding their own against those guys. Their leader tells his squad to attack, but the protagonist just asks why they're so interested in his power. Then Bai appears behind them, grabbing them by the neck, telling Manny to activate the secret room. The enemies get dragged into some kind of strange void and fall into a room. It's literally the same vibe as a Hunter x Hunter ability. From the enemy's perspective, they fall into a room with the entire group staring them down. They're shocked. The captain is there. Everyone is there. And Wangbo just says that today none of them are leaving alive. Even Su Jingyo is shook, saying Grandpa looks terrifying. Fighting breaks out everywhere, and Sizé says it's fine now because Jiang Ping is receiving support from the other masters outside. You could do something too, my warrior, you know. I don't know if you forgot, but you used to be the big badass of the purging squad. Apparently, she really doesn't remember who she is anymore. Meanwhile, above, the protagonist finally finishes off the ones who were sealing his power, and now he can form a contract gem again. Perfect moment to test a new trick. He activates Death Scythe with an enchantment that lets him attack from long range. He activates Devouring Flame together with Nether Body. He imbues his scythe with both energies and slashes around him, sending a shockwave that tears everyone apart. The enemies try to run, but now that I roasted CZ, she actually started working. See how it goes, everyone? Just because I said she never does anything, she went and stabbed the guy in the stomach. That's right, Suze, you're hired. So Jingyo appears too, telling everyone to focus and finish those guys off. The protagonist activates the Warehouse Pack gem while the martial masters dodge the attacks. One enemy approaches from behind, activating Golden Blood, and another one is going full Dragon Ball. He hits the guy with an uppercut Shoryuken, launching him into the air. But since they're half spiritual, his attack does nothing, and the guy slams his sword into the ground. The martial master dodges by a hair. Only now do the martial deadweights finally realize the enemies are immortal. Then Changshan's roots burst out, immobilizing the two attackers. He tells the boys to move in, throws the enemies to the ground, and mounts on top of them. He's draining everything out of them, and these cursed stones start popping out of their foreheads. Actually, they were coins with Joker faces on them. The scene shifts, the enemies are beaten half to death, begging for mercy and ready to confess everything. Shubei looks at his hand and says he finally understands. They were using some kind of yin-yang technique to seal people's powers. They explain that yes, they need those two specific coins to activate the ability, and the whole setup was designed specifically to nullify Jiang Ping's magic. Shubei wants to know who hired them. They better tell the truth because Su Jingyo is monitoring them, and she can see whenever someone lies. Every lie will cost them 10 fingers. They reveal that someone named Zhu Yanbing ordered them to transport supplies into the test area for 3 days straight. When they bumped into one of the cages, someone asked, "Are you sure we're going to ally with the Zhu family?" The other sighs, "Fubo, you're really naive. In this world, you're either a piece on the board or a player, And for people like us who were born pieces, we have no choice but to obey the powerful. His friend doesn't seem convinced, saying maybe this isn't a good idea. But the fringe-haired one asks, where's the contract? The masked man stands silent. He says, hey, answer me. But the masked guy just turns, tells them to leave the items there, and disappears. Furious, one of them refuses to accept it. You bastard, we risked our entire team to get this stuff. You think we're delivering pizza for you to walk away like that? When he grabs the guy's shoulder to confront him, he's blasted backward by dark energy. The masked man turns and says he'll give them one last chance. They better vanish. Back in Manny's storage room, Shubei asks the protagonist if he managed to handle everyone outside. He says yes and wants to know if they found anything useful. For example, why the Zhu family wants the ghost foxes, what's actually going on. The two pathetic guys say, Zhang Ping, we have no idea. We were just following orders here in the test field. Shubei steps in and says these useless guys are worthless. They have no decent information. But their heart-devouring ability is identical to the celestial fox's transformation ability. He wants to know where the person who took the foxes from the cage went. Everyone says they don't know. The masked man told them to go there, then warned that anyone who followed him would die and vanished. But it's strange that a creature or person can move so easily through the test fields. He's probably another unlimited class awakened. The two say they've told them everything. They can kill them now because they have nothing else to say. But the gray-haired one is more attached to life and bangs his head on the ground begging, Ba, let me live, please. I don't want to die. His friend says, Fuba, are you really going to humiliate yourself? Fuba, yes. I'm not dying for free. Both start crying and the protagonist feels bad. If he were the same ruthless protagonist from 10 episodes ago, he would have already swum the site and ended both of them. He pulls out the gem and says, you're going to follow my orders and swallow everything. Anyone who wants to stay alive had better prove their worth. The guys look at each other. Damn, this is worse than the Zhu family's judgment, isn't it? One of them asks, you're saying that if I swallow all of it, you'll forgive me and let me live? If that's the case, then he swallows everything on the spot. Scene shifts to the fourth field, the snow forest. Poor Zhang Xiaozong is suffering with his beard frozen stiff, while the guy who swallowed everything is trapped inside the contract gem. The system announces that in this mission, a massive horde will attack them and they must survive it. But immediately, Zhang Ping notices a strange castle up ahead. It's the White Steel City and a resident comes out to greet them. As they walk through, Su Jingyo comments that it's been a long time since she saw a place built so well. The knight escorts them to a house and says it costs 10,000 per night and heating is extra. The chubby one just wants to know how the prices here are worse than in a big city. They're supposed to be heroes coming to save the place. At least give them a discount. But the guy just walks off saying, right, sure, you're great saviors. Yep, stay if you want or leave. Clearly someone showed up before them and caused some trouble. With no better choice, the group accepts the offer. They're sitting at a nice warm dinner, everyone filling their stomachs and Zhang Xiaozong putting on even more weight. Shubei comments that when he did this test, this giant city was just a tiny village with a tiny clan. He never imagined it would become something this huge. The protagonist tells everyone that the message he got said a beast attack will happen tomorrow. A guy nearby asks if he means the apocalypse wolves. He puts his arm around the protagonist and says that's old news. Everyone already knows. They must have seen those massive tree platforms, right? Ballista? He says those things can fire 5 gigantic arrows at once. Doesn't matter how many wolves come, they stand no chance. But the protagonist finds it odd. If it were that easy, he wouldn't have received the mission. He glances at Su Jingyo, can't leave the pretty girl alone, and he starts talking to her. So, sweetheart, you by yourself? What are you thinking about? She says, it's been so long since I've been in Pearl City. I wonder how things are going there. If the protagonist isn't around, things are going great, right? Everyone is rebuilding, carrying lumber, working non-stop. They're being scolded and insulted, sure, but they're rebuilding everything. In the center of the city, the foxes say the construction is almost done. Everyone now believes everything was caused by a natural disaster, and the remaining guards were already dealt with. The sleepy, lazy queen says it seems the pigs are already handled, but she wants to know where the rest of the trash they need to eliminate is. One of the foxes says they disappeared somehow. She also wants to know how they're going to handle the Zhu family. The good news is that all the citizens love her now. Lu Xiu gets up and tells her to stop worrying so much. The king is busy with Shubei, meaning the Zhu family won't accomplish anything, not even the saint. It's just a matter of time before those cursed people die to the Zhu family. And besides, she has everyone on a leash now, so there's nothing to worry about. But then one of the foxes reports that Huang Zimin lied to them. She says she doesn't care. That vice leader position is worthless anyway. And from now on, he's not lying anymore. Everyone has obviously been replaced by foxes. Someone comments that everything is going extremely well. One of the foxes tries to attack, demanding to know who's there, but Lu Xiu tells him to wait. Suddenly, the fox is ripped apart out of nowhere, completely shattered. The hooded man tells the little fox to remember her place. He activates the perfect blood body and absorbs the fox's energy into himself. He warns her not to forget that no matter how many humans she replaces, the number of foxes will keep decreasing. That's why he's here, to share the secret to preserving her bloodline. Now that she has total control of Pearl City, with all its resources, it won't be difficult at all. But the human turns into a gigantic dragon. It seemed to be a vision of truth, and he asks whether she'd rather stay here or go back to that destroyed, frozen place. It sounds like they're referring to the area where our group is. Back with the group, they're walking along the wall, and the countdown to the beast attack is at 5 minutes. Everyone is arming the ballista with those 5 giant bolts when Zhang Xiaotong says something is approaching. A whole group of foxes appears. I thought it would be wolves, but no, and the ballista actually work. The bolts pierce straight through their chests one after another. Shibaya and the others comment, looks like this time you won't have to do anything. Easy to handle. But Zhang Ping is shocked. Those things were actually celestial foxes. They're being completely shredded, shot over and over, while the bald guy says that this trash isn't even good enough for heating. Then he presses the trigger again, and the weapon jams. He wonders why it suddenly stopped working. Everyone else reports that their weapons jammed too. All at the same time. What is this? Then an explosion erupts in the middle of the fox horde. The protagonist group says they knew it wouldn't be that easy. The bald guy orders someone to bring the engineers. The protagonist group charges in, beating down the foxes. These ones are extremely weak. Even Zhang Xiaozong is handling them with a frying pan. They defeat all of them quickly, but something feels wrong. The victory notification still hasn't appeared. Then the bald men call out, "Engineers, what's going on?" Nothing here is working. The 2 engineers walk in annoyed, complaining they were asleep and being bothered. But in an instant, the protagonist disappears, reappears in front of them, and slices one of them across the chest, saying their performance is garbage. Obviously, they're foxes in disguise. Now something dumb is about to happen, but later it actually makes sense. The guards rush in to protect the foxes, and the protagonist pretends to be clueless. "No, let me go. They're evil." The guards respond, "No, kid, they're our engineers." And they throw everyone in jail. You might ask, why did they walk into jail like idiots? Because the protagonist, sharp as ever, let the foxes capture the group. That way, the foxes would know they were in the city to kill them and would return to their base. Outside, the 2 engineers are thinking, damn, those guys are way too strong. Let's get out of here. But they don't know they're being tracked by the protagonist's nether lantern. One of the city guards notices that someone seems to be missing. The group makes excuses, saying he's just bad at counting fingers. But then the guard begins to say that the leader disappeared, and suddenly a golden light flashes in the back of the prison cell. He demands to know what they think they're doing. Cece says it's time for them to split up. The protagonist turtle bursts in, destroying everything, saying Zhang Ping ordered her to fetch everyone. He already gathered all the information he needed. There was no reason to stay there anymore. The scene shifts to the 2 foxes, the engineers, arriving at a meeting. The red-haired fox asks if the only survivors left from the 300 brothers and sisters are just the 2 of them. Those 2 idiots should have died there as well. The foxes try to explain it's not their fault. Strange people, weird soldiers interfered. But another fox with white hair tells them not to worry. As long as they still have the device, the clan can be rebuilt. But then the wall behind them explodes and the martial masters burst in, saying they finally understand why the place reeks. It's full of filthy foxes. The foxes panic. What? We were followed? You idiots, you're unbelievably stupid. You brought the enemy right to the base. The protagonist shows up looking like death itself, wearing a mask and holding a scythe, saying that by his ancestors' will, he came today to clean up the trash. One of the foxes turns and asks who he is, but before she can finish, purple energy starts blasting everywhere and some are already dying. At the same time, the martial master says no one is escaping today and punches one fox so hard she explodes on the floor. The red-haired girl starts kicking everything in sight while Luhans sends his surfing sword flying. Everyone celebrates. The fox nest is cleared. The protagonist corners 2 foxes and demands to know if they're acting under orders from Princess Louis. They panic and say they have no idea what princess he's talking about. They were just born. The other one tells him to shut up, but Sizze already has her sword at their faces, asking if he really wants to resist. The fox replies that the Celestial Fox clan will never become slaves to humans. They're going to die anyway, so it doesn't matter. They lunge at her, saying they'd rather leave this world than reveal anything. The protagonist has no choice and slashes both of them, absorbing their nether. Cece celebrates, saying that at least this test felt more standard. The monsters attacked, they figured out the plan, and they wiped them out. But then the protagonist hears a strange sound coming from the crack he created with the scythe. Inside, there's a laboratory, and based on what's in the tube, he realizes they're manufacturing likes on this video that helps Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers. Activate the cheeky little bell, and I'm out.